Hold on to your butts. No, that is in fact not a bug. That is in fact a feature. This will be my longest reaction to date. I was recommended this in regards to a lot of questions I have about Team Fortress 2, in regards to things like the collector's set, not like collector sets not being drops anymore, certain things with the market. So I was recommended this, along with a couple of the videos like Team Fortress's White Whale, which I'll get to at some point. But I figured, let's all sit down, let's all chat, let's have a big long-form content video. So definitely best if you're working in a safe environment, if you're doing chores, etc. This is definitely going to be one of those that's going to be a time thing. And feel free, I know a lot of people in long-form content. I do know that Patrician TV, during his longer things like a 7-hour Morrowind review or his 12-hour Oblivion review, which I've watched multiple times, you can comment a timestamp down below if you have to go leave the video, and then you can come back and then you can either edit it or do what you want with that comment. That way you don't technically lose your place if the YouTube player decides to be funny. But with all those relevant disclosures out of the way, Team Fortress 2, you will not play, I like the Evangelion-ism here, by Zesty Jesus or Zesty Jesus, I'm not entirely sure. Reminds me of Fallout.
What is the worst thing that can happen to a video game? Discontinuation? Hardware obsolescence? Fading into obscurity? All lamentable in their own right, but one video game experienced what could only be described as one of the worst, if not the worst examples of mistreatment by the developer. Starting in 2016, and for nearly 8 years, Team Fortress 2 was in a state of limbo. Game servers were constantly filled with cheating bots, rendering the game unplayable more often than not. Periodic DDoS attacks and server crash exploits would render the game entirely unplayable at times, and cheaters would roam free unabated. In the summer of 2024, Valve finally took action and implemented some kind of system that banned all of the bots and cheaters. We don't know how long this system will stay effective, but Valve finally performed the absolute bare minimum level of maintenance required for one of their most beloved flagship titles.
I also want to point out, because we literally did this on stream last night, and I back it up to the gaming channel, right? When we actually do community nights. We did Man vs. Machine last night. I was trying out Flog Pyro more. Oh, I love Flog Pyro against tanks. But, like, Man vs. Machine, to get their rewards, like, sure, you get Australians and stuff, or can get them, with the Golden Frying Pan, one of the chase, right? Like, you have to pay for those. You have to pay for tour tickets. Why have we not seen EA or Ubisoft do the same thing? That is a surprising level of restraint for other AAA and quadruple A companies to show when we literally have Team Fortress 2 where you pay tickets to play Man vs. Me. Not that I'm knocking it, it's whatever, right? It's the price of admission, right? For all intents and purposes, and it feeds into the Steam market board, especially when you get an Australium, right? Or something spicy from it. So that was just an interesting thing I had to think about this week.
But now, with the bots gone, the blinders are off. TF2 fans have been distracted by bots for years. It's been so long, we've likely forgotten why all of this happened in the first place. Why Valve abandoned Team Fortress 2.
Okay.
Why they turned a blind eye for years and left the game to rot under its own weight. For those who were there, let this video be a reminder. And for those who weren't, this is how Valve crippled one of the greatest games ever made.
Yes, you can still play Man vs. Machine for free, and you can also do it with Boot Camp as well, but the rewards are locked behind tickets, which is a surprising amount of restraint from EA. As I'm reacting to this, I was watching, who was I watching? I was watching a video yesterday, and it wasn't Yang Ye, but apparently EA has been asked so many times about the $80 games thing. I guess they told the people asking the questions, the journalists, to stop asking about $80 games. EA is in a really interesting place right now. This is Dota? I did install Dota. I haven't tried it in years. CSGO?
They have one goal. That's it. That's all they wanted. This could be it. Oh, it's it. That's it. Crowns, they take it. Oh, wow.
I like the setup. I've already paused twice, but this is a good setup. I also like this edit. That was clever. That was clever, hiding behind it. I love that. The cicada. The anime-isms. I like it. Volume's up all the way, right? Yes, it is. Interesting.
In order to fully appreciate why Valve abandoned Team Fortress 2, you first need to understand its roots. Valve set out to create a first-person shooter that appealed to a wide range of FPS fans, a game that was accessible to a wide range of skill levels, a wide range of desired levels of engagement, but also a game that retained deep mechanics that rewarded a player's time, therefore making it fun. This was an evolution from TF2's roots in Quake. Originally, TF2 was a mod for Quake called Quake Team Fortress.
So I do have to say really quick as an interject here, and this is a personal, like this colors where I'm coming from. I missed like all of the PC gaming thing. I never had a PC. What's the meme? The kids with money played World of Warcraft. The kids that didn't have money played RuneScape. I was a free-to-play RuneScape player for the longest time. You know, I remember my father trying to boot up Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion, the old PC copy. We didn't, and we got, once you get out of the character progression, once you got out of the character like creation screen, it was just a black screen. Like the hardware just wasn't there. I never had a gaming PC. I grew up on Nintendo 64, grew up on Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy SP. You know, I was a huge Pokemon kid, obviously, huge Zelda kid. And then it was about 2007-ish or 8-ish, I got the Xbox 360 Elite, and that's when I started getting into console gaming. It wasn't until, 2012-ish that I had an Intel, I was like an Intel Core i3, whatever, integrated. It was not a gaming laptop by any means, but that's when I started to pick up things like Mass Effect 2 and stuff on PC. So I missed all of this. Reason why I bring this up is telefragging. I had no idea this was even a thing until it was brought up in a recent video. Very specifically, it was brought up by Jonto in his How to Spy Psychology series, and you know, people confirm, well, Kip, this is a Quakeism, to which I have no knowledge of that. I did, however, purchase all the Quakes over on GOG. They were all on sale recently, and I just got like all of them. So that might be something I visit in the near future. But because I know that there's a lot of disconnects. Like Valve definitely has roots in Quake, which many people have pointed out and corroborated, but I just haven't had knowledge of this, so I wanted to make sure to make that disclosure because I am definitely missing certain information.
Quake being a much more intense, fast-paced series that greatly focused on individual skill expression. Since Quake players faced each other in 1v1 deathmatches or small team sizes, like 2 versus 2, with everyone using the same weapons and tactile movement mechanics, minute differences in skill were vastly magnified. And
I definitely see where Halo comes from now.
the tiniest of differences would largely determine the outcome of a game. This set the level of entry into Quake very high. If a player wasn't fully invested and experienced in the minutiae of every mechanic, they were heavily punished by those who were. Their fun would be at the total mercy of those minute differences in skill.
In a game like Quake, you go in, as long as you come out on top in the fight, you've got this little window to run around and bring your health back up. So even if you're only 5% better, you might win every engagement. Quake gameplay winds up brutal, tending towards blowouts, and very frustrating for, it did not have the approachability for new players, where a lot of more modern games, things like Overwatch, can be jumped into a lot more easily, because team play is another aspect of that.
Now,
I would agree and disagree, so I'm kind of mixed on this. I think what he brings up is correct. However, I do think that, and this is with a caveat. There's an asterisk after the statement. Yeah, it is okay to have games that have high skill ceilings and high skill floors. It is okay to have a game that isn't necessarily the most approachable and rewards interacting with the game. I think that there's correct ways of doing this. I think there's incorrect ways of doing this. I think there's, across the infinity of gray in between. And the caveat is how everyone wants a hardcore full looter PvP MMO, but when you get a hardcore full loot PvP MMO, it has very few players, and then they end up going, either PvP is downgraded and nerfed in some capacity. You go into oh God, I was trying to think. Give me a second. It's way too early for this, but I'm definitely trying my best to keep my thoughts together. And how I think Neurold was a big example of this, right? Where it went to a more quote unquote casual. There's nothing wrong with casual. Don't get me wrong. I think that the approach of, even with Overwatch though, right? I mean, Genji got quad nerfed after season 1. I started in season 2, so I was after the Genji quad nerf. Genji had such a high skill ceiling that he was a problem, right? They had to nerf him so that this one his Dragon Blade had 9 seconds on it. It was insane. And then he didn't have to touch the ground in order to jump, so Genji could effectively just fly, especially with his dash, right? Especially because his dash resets on kill. I think it's a balancing act because on one hand, you want new people to come into your game, and that's the Destiny 2 effect, where Destiny 2, especially getting rid of legacy content like Red War, and their really buggy new light system, right? And we've talked about this a number of times when we streamed it. It is an active problem for new players getting in, and Destiny 2 is so esoteric that it becomes a problem for people to actually get into the game. However, you can have a game that is hyper approachable to people, but then the experience just becomes incredibly bland. I don't know how to really describe it. I greatly enjoyed Halo 3. I greatly enjoyed Halo Infinite. I even enjoyed Halo 5. Halo Infinite multiplayer, there's something about it. Part of it's, people's kill streaks, their kill effects. If they equip it, they pop on your death. I disagree with that inherently. I think that's a really dirty psychological tactic to market, but it felt so homogenized, and it catered so hard to the sweats, and that's why the Mangler got nerfed, right? The comp scene complained about the melee. What was it? The 1-2 hit. I think it's now a 1-2-3 hit. Or it's a 1 hit. I don't remember the actual ratios, but you can very quickly, in trying to please everybody, be a friend to nobody. So there's a balancing act. I think for the era, I think for what he did, I think what he says absolutely tracks. I do think that there is a greater conversation to be had, though, and you need to lean into whatever your game is wanting to be.
The mod, Quake Team Fortress, took Quake's single-player experience and focused on prioritizing team play. Now, players could rely on each other to win, instead of being solely dependent on their own skill. And, rather than everyone using the same weapons and mechanics, Quake Team Fortress introduced classes, each with unique weapons and abilities derived from Quake's gunplay. Now, players could focus on a handful of mechanics, rather than needing to master all of the game's mechanics in order to be effective. Robin Walker, one of the original developers of Quake Team Fortress and later Team Fortress 2, states this:
"We had a very broad spectrum of players with different skills. There were some people who were not really hardcore gamers at all, but who wanted to come home to LAN parties and play. Classes seemed like an obvious thing for us to do, as a way to make sure that everyone was having fun."
And as
classes are a good way to divide a game, because, and we've seen many games. I'm trying to think of one offhand. I can't because it's escaping me. But I guess you could even use Halo Reach. How Halo Reach had different classes, technically, right? Where you went into certain playlists and you had your recon class, which had sprint and a DMR, and then you had your drop shield class, which had your AR, and there were classes, but were they really classes? Let's be honest, right? And you would argue that's not the point of Halo. The point of Halo is to kind of have this Quakeism where everyone's on a similar footing. You would absolutely be correct. I think that is indeed the thing. Insert other game here then. The classes have to be distinct enough, and they all have to play with each other in a way where one is not just best in slot. It's okay for some to be better than the others, but you can't necessarily have a scout that can, hot swap into spy territory, right? You can't necessarily give the scout a sapper, right? You can't necessarily give the spy a sandwich. You can't necessarily give a sniper the sticky detonator, right? Like, you think that doesn't work because you're straying outside of that box. Give someone a powerful kit. Let them lean into what they do. The spy has a sniper and an SMG and the bushwhack and the funny Jirate, right? But it plays distinctly within its own archetype, and you have side grades like the huntsman. So classes are a good way to divide up the experience, and as long as you play into them correctly, they can greatly enhance a game. If they become homogenized, if you can't tell the difference between the classes, you have a problem.
Valve developed Team Fortress 2, they retained a familiar focus on high-intensity territory control and team play, as seen in Quake Team Fortress. However, they wanted to retain that low level of entry, but they also wanted to reward a player's time spent with the mechanics of their choosing, without punishing them for not mastering every single facet of the game. They successfully met these goals in several ways. First, Team Fortress 2's roster of 9 unique classes. The various, but limited range of classes were intentionally designed to be mechanically deep with high skill ceilings, so as to be satisfying to learn and master, but also accessible for many different types of FPS players. For example, the developers understood that not everyone is a hardcore gamer. Ergo, they designed the engineer to essentially have the gameplay itself, but retain a high level of engagement for the player.
We understood that the engineer was a class that should exist to draw in people who wanted to be in combat and have an impact, but didn't necessarily want to do it directly. Maybe they don't have the aiming skills they would like, or maybe they just want to spend more time thinking about which way enemies would be coming in and where enemies would get to, and exploit that.
TF2 also has the Pyro, a class that doesn't require pinpoint aim in order to be effective.
Based backburner, I see the hood ornament.
In a similar vein, we have the Soldier and Demo Man, but with markedly higher potential for skill expression. We have other classes whose weapons do require pinpoint aim in order to be effective, still offering players the choice to be rewarded or punished for those minute differences in skill. We have the Medic, a purely supportive role, and the mechanically complex Spy, with high risk, high reward tactile play. Valve spent years meticulously balancing these classes with the presence of all others in mind. This did away with the need to learn all facets of play in order to be effective. Valve wanted to avoid situations like this, for example. In Quake, if you didn't master bunny hopping at a basic level, you would get annihilated. Whereas in Team Fortress 2, we have rocket jumping, or more generally blast jumping, which is an immensely powerful movement mechanic. But you're not forced to master it in order to be effective, because you can simply play as a different class with a different set of mechanics and still have an impact on the game.
No, he brings this up perfectly. This rewards mastery, this rewards experience, but it is not necessary to succeed. Don't get me wrong, I'm sure we've all been there and we've had a market gardener trollger jumping around and he just whacks us and he's just absolutely just going ham all game. Sure, but like, sure, there's a lot of interface, there's a lot of movement tech that goes into it, continuing to move forward while not moving into the wall, right? Like, there's a lot of isms, right? We go over that in the Soundsmith Market Gardener Trollger video we reacted to. Like, but this rewards play. I'm playing Spy right now. Spy and Pyro are the two classes I main at this point, because I enjoy both of them, especially after watching Jonto's Spy Psychology series. Like, Spy has a very high skill floor. And I'm able to get backstabs in pubs. I mean, I can do some things. I have to get better at it, but that leads into the growth, right? I don't have to necessarily master how a Market Gardener Trollger works. I don't necessarily need to know the entirety ins and outs of the Demo Knights kit and how it side grades from the actual base Demo Man. I don't need to necessarily know much about the Sniper's kit, other than if he has the funny shield on his back, just walk up to him, pop him in the head with the Ambassador, right? Like, I don't need to know all facets to be able to play my own game, to play the game state. You don't feel locked out of the game. Now, you can feel locked out of the game if you, say, in a 12v12, have like 3 medics, 1 with Vaccinator, and you have a cart heavy, or 2 cart heavies, right? Sure, you can get stomped into the ground, but that's more of a composition thing, and you can still swap classes. You don't necessarily feel that you're out of control. There are games that are absolute washes. We've had these in community nights, but you can still feel like you do something about it, and that's what Team Fortress 2 does.
Another crucial facet of play is that players are allowed to change their class at any time, and there are no limits as to how many can be present. Players are free to play as they please, with no restrictions of any kind. They can stick with one preferred means of play, or change it on the fly as they deem fit.
Player classes form the backbone of Team Fortress 2's gameplay. A player who's getting tired of one class can switch to another class and get a fresh experience. They allow us to cater to players with a variety of different skills and desires. Beginning and advanced players can have fun together. Cautious, cerebral thinkers, strategic defenders, and twitch-firing adrenaline junkies can all find their niche.
So no matter how bad or good of an FPS player you are, or how tired you are after work or school or what mood you're in, there's always something fun for the player to do, at the full discretion of the individual. Continued play is naturally encouraged by rewarding all play styles and levels of engagement, instead of punishing the player for not using certain mechanics or not playing in a certain way. As a result of this, Team Fortress 2 is an inherently chaotic, amorphous, free-for-all game, without the strict need for coordination, structure, or metagames in order to win or have fun. But this is a team-based game. How does team play naturally fall out of this chaos? TF2's large team sizes, 12 versus 12 by default. Large team sizes successfully create
I thought basic was 6v6, or I thought comp was 6v6.
the illusion of working together, without strictly enforcing it.
Players are going to have their own individual goals, and a small view of everything going on. Our goal was to make it so that they all individually and locally optimize for their experience. Optimization at the team level falls out of that. They could look left, look right, and see teammates doing some stuff and go, man, we're working well as a team. Even though we started with the base assumption that they were all ignoring everyone else. Because it turns out, that's the way most players work.
Even if players aren't intentionally coordinating in that moment, players go about their own single-player experience as the class of their choice and affect all others around them without really thinking about it. This isn't to say coordination doesn't exist, it certainly does, but it's not a requirement. Players are allowed to coordinate as heavily as they please. All of these design elements create vanilla Team Fortress 2, an ever-evolving, chaotic experience granting you infinite replayability at the individual level. TF2 lacks a rigid structure, as it intentionally allows players to play as they please, whenever they like and however they like, with as much or as little coordination as they desire. There are no punishments for losing, and no incentives for winning, other than the personal satisfaction. This, alongside TF2's incredible mechanical depth, naturally encourages continued play, rather than forcing it along by over-incentivizing the need to win, either by brutalizing minimal differences in skill, by punishing players for not strictly coordinating or using certain metagames, or by punishing players for not being intimately skilled with all of the minutiae of the game's mechanics. All of this creates the ultimate laid-back gaming experience. It was a genius design philosophy, breeding a highly addictive gameplay loop that respected a player's agency and a player's time.
And that's the big one, especially anymore, right? Like, your time is precious. Your time is your own, right? Like, I appreciate people who come out and watch, watch the streams, watch the gaming channel, interact in the Discord, watch these videos, right? Like, because your time is your own. I think there is a philosophy where, like, you have to treat viewers as viewers, or you have to treat them as revenue. I understand why the philosophy exists, but it's a hard one to wrap my head around, because at the end of the day, right, like, you have your own agency, you have your own time. And this applies not going from my sphere of things, right? Going into, games. What is a game selling you on? It's why I've been critical of the Switch too. They offered a premium product at $450 with the benchmark being set at $80. Right? And obviously that's different for different territories, like Canada has inflated pricing, etc., right? But, like, when they can't even upload ROMs consistently, because that's what they are, they're ROMs uploaded to the Nintendo Switch Online service, right? In a UI, right? It's all emulated. That's where I start to have some issues. Or other games where you are incentivized to be retention farmed because you have to do this, and well, to get that, then you need this. And then certain games like Destiny 2 have even used the dungeon keys, because despite buying the expansion, grats, now you're going to go buy a dungeon key to do it, which, yes, as of Edge of Fate, they have removed the dungeon keys, as I understand. That was a Witch Queen Lightfall Final Shape thing. But, like, retention farming, engagement, trying to build those addictive habits, right? Especially when you have things like loot boxes, microtransactions, etc., right? Like, all of these feed into each other. It is wild to me that a game like Team Fortress 2, I had another Dragon's Fury drop last night. As far as I was aware, I wasn't even, I thought I had to do the funny F2 contracts, right, to do those. Just had a Dragon's Fury drop last night. What? what do you mean this just drops? That's wild to me that like weapons just drop in the game. Chemistry sets used to just drop. And that's I hear later in the video. That was why did some of these stop? And this is why I was recommended this video, because chemistry sets and collectors are expensive right now. Your time is currency. Your time is money. That's what working is. You're exchanging your labor for a pay rate. That's it. That's all a job is. It can be more, but at a core level, a job is you obtaining compensation for your time. I think this is really structured really well. I like it.
Team Fortress 2 launched on October 10th, 2007. And on release, TF2 had no hats, no microtransactions, and no official game servers. If you wanted to play Team Fortress 2, your only options were player-operated servers. Hence,
so this is actually my question. Because of how stop killing games is a thing in the public eye right now, if Valve just said, I don't know, mothballed the servers, right? They pulled a Titanfall 2 and just pulled official server support. Can you still play TF2? If you didn't have an internet connection, would you still be able to play TF2, like LAN partying it? I don't know enough about this game. Like, this feels like it could potentially, maybe not the true offline LAN party part of it, but it feels like you could at least homebrew. LANs work on this? This game is objectively just great because you can LAN party this. This game has longevity.
Fourth, known as community servers. Through the 90s and early 2000s, this was more or less the standard for Valve titles and many other video games. Quake, Half-Life, Counter-Strike primarily consisted of servers ran by the players themselves.
Actually, this is why I cannot stream Baldur's Gate. Not 3, old Baldur's Gate, which my dad played, back in back when Black Isle was still a thing. This is actually why I can't stream it, because to join players, you have to use your IP address. So I would have to look and see if there's a way to do that without that. And that's why I have not streamed Baldur's Gate 1, Tales of the Sword Coast, Siege of Dragonspear, Baldur's Gate 2, Shadows of Amn, or Throne of Ball. I would love to. I know my dad loved them. I know they're amazing games. I've never run through them. I know Josh Strife Hayes did a good video on it, but this is just old game old.
And contained a server browser to access them. Entering the mid-2000s, dedicated servers with game coordinators started becoming the norm. So in that regard, TF2 was very late to the party, as it lacked one entirely. This was definitely a side effect of its nearly decade-long development time, which officially started back in the late 90s. But for Team Fortress 2, this was largely to the player's benefit. You would open up the server browser, search for a map or a specific server that you wanted to play on, and connect if there were slots available. You did this via ad hoc connections, a term some of y'all might be familiar with. Ad hoc translating from Latin to for this, or more loosely, for this moment, or when needed. When a player wanted to play on a server, for this moment, when the connection was needed, all they had to do was click on the server in the browser and join it directly. That's it. You simply got to start playing. If the server you desired was full, you could simply join a different server and play there while you waited for a slot to open. Killing time in one server while you waited for another was the norm, and the entire time, you were still playing the game, not sitting around and waiting. At the end of your playtime, if you liked the server, you could favorite it and return to it in the future. Or, if you disliked the server for any reason, you could blacklist it and then never see it again. Through the server browser, players were able to curate a list of servers over time, typically returning to the servers they preferred rather than selecting one at random every time they played. The server browser was a simple, intuitive system that had all the functionality players needed to play. As such, over time, players would build up a list of regular servers where they would frequently meet the same players over and over again, eventually making friends, also known as communities.
Weird. I miss this. Dude, the compressed audio does it for me.
Player-hosted servers are the perfect environment for smaller networks of people with similar interests to get together and hang out. There were countless smaller player bases where everyone knew each other. This created server cultures with friendly bonds between players that encouraged them to interact and have fun together. And in all, it took no time for players to dive into TF2, start playing, and find the servers that suited them best. And for most players, the experience that suited them best was vanilla Team Fortress 2. Aside from those aforementioned roots, what did vanilla TF2 look like? Vanilla TF2 consisted of several server settings and norms. First, ad hoc connections, allowing players to come and go from servers as they pleased. Second, pretty much every server ran map timers. A map would load in and would be played for a set period of time, typically anywhere from 30 minutes to an hour. This allowed for long periods of uninterrupted playtime. You would complete as many rounds of TF2 that would fit within that time frame. Once the timer was up, the map would change to the next one in the server's rotation. Or, many servers used a plugin, where players could vote on the next map. This map vote appeared as you played, taking less than a second to interact with, without interrupting your fun. Third, if teams were heavily unbalanced, resulting in a steamroll where one team quickly loses to the other, teams would be automatically scrambled. This would shuffle players around at random and even things out for the next round. As the years went on, players were unsatisfied with having to wait for the game to perform that shuffle. In your normal round of TF2, it becomes apparent very quickly if the teams are unbalanced. So, players developed a server plugin where a vote could be called for a scramble. This eventually became so popular that Valve added this vote as an official option some years later. So, as players trickled in and out of servers, and in tandem with scrambling features, team balance would even itself out as the players sorted themselves out.
This is what devs need to do, though, right? Like, it's one thing if the community complains, right? And then they complain about something that's like the Mangler, right? Like, in Halo Infinite, I disagree that ever got nerfed. Just ban it from comp, right? Like, we've literally seen this historically. Black Ops 2 banned the FAL, right? They banned it. You can't use it in comp play. Because the comp players complained, they made it so that way everybody is affected by the Mangler nerf. Campaign players, casual players, etc. What's the other big one? Something on Spy, I think, got heavily nerfed. Oh, which one was it? I think it was one of the revolvers. It was one of the revolvers, and comp players complained about it. I was hearing about this the other day. Comp players complained about it on Spy, and how it was bad for the game, even though Spy isn't really used in comp. Oh, it was the Ambassador? Okay. The Ambassador, they're complaining about the Ambassador, even though Spy is not necessarily used in comp, which then nerfs the Ambassador for everyone else. I don't know. Like, I'm mixed on it. Like, that's really... Enforcer? I don't know. Point being, right? Like, devs need to be cognizant of things like this. If Well of Radiance in Destiny becomes just best in slot, you're bringing Well of Radiance, yeah, it needs a nerf. You can have best at certain things, but you can't have best in slot. You cannot have best overall. That's where problems arise. That's where your game devolves into a degenerative spiral, right? But it's a give and take. Do you give every single player what they want and then lose your game's identity and start over-tweaking things? I feel this happened to Helldivers. Or do you say, hey, you know, these are some issues that we're presented with, you know, Genji, not in Overwatch, not having to touch the ground to jump, right? Going into a quad nerf into Season 2. Hey, we hear your concerns about Genji effectively flying, and we're going to nerf Genji, right? Like, it's a give and take, and I like when game devs, companies, etc., when they actually take feedback and they add features like an official vote to scramble option, right? Sometimes it can be detrimental to the game, though, and it's picking and choosing how to approach that.
Fourth, players could choose their teams when they first joined a server, and were allowed to change teams at any time, if there was a slot available. You want to help out the losing team for a challenge or out of pity? You could do this. You simply want to play defense or offense again? You could do this. You want to play with or against your friends on the same server?
Speaking of Ambassador,
you could do this. Do you simply want to join your friends? You could join their server directly via that ad hoc connection and start playing with them immediately. Hell, joining servers to specifically play against your friends was very common practice. And oppositely, Playing with a whole bunch of friends, known as team stacking, was very much frowned upon.
Oh my god,
The fifth
bro.
and-
Bro, skip bent. We people have been doing this since gaming. Since gaming was the thing, bro. People are gonna get in the 6 stack. You're gonna roll up in Halo Reach. The enemy team's gonna be 6 stacking and they're just gonna trounce you. That's part of the nature of just quick play. Like, oh my god, I hate when this is a point of contention because, like, dude, you just have to write it off. Like Call of Duty in the past couple of years had a bunch of big streamers complaining about stacking, and it's like, bro, you're complaining about stacking in the team-based shooter. Really? This is what we're doing. This is what we're doing with large streamer platforms. We're complaining about playing together and having connections and friendships and playing. This is it, bro. Every time I hear that argument, it gives me an aneurysm because, like, that's just how that works. Sometimes you will just run into the 5 or 6 stack and they will just trounce you. That's the name of the game.
Final, somewhat annoying facet of vanilla TF2 was that if teams weren't the same size, they would be automatically balanced.
Sure.
Given the design of TF2, this was a necessary feature, and most players accepted their fate as they vented their frustrations. Thanks to these vanilla server settings and norms, there was no short-term finality to the gameplay loop. If server settings and norms,
okay, so this has to be an official thing.
there was no short-term finality to the gameplay loop. If you were satisfied after one round or 20 rounds, you could come and go as you pleased. All of these factors, these vanilla game settings, and the era of the mid-2000s led to a culture of everyone logging on to play with their friends, play to have fun. Winning was de-emphasized and secondary to hanging out with everyone and having a good time. Team Fortress 2 is by design a fun, social game for everyone.
Yeah.
The gameplay was built to accommodate all skill levels at the same time in the same server.
Dude, he's correct. How many community nights have we stopped the game in its entirety because we're all doing a conga line? Or we're all doing the Kazatsky kick, and maybe you'll have a couple 1v1s going around the map, but like everyone's just emoting. That's just the nature of the game. That's it. That's the game. That's the game people want. It's the game people can engage with and have fun with.
Developers even incorporated a bunch of features that encourage players to interact with each other, all
like
of which have absolutely zero bearing on the gameplay. We have taunts, kill cams, text chat, voice chat, dominations, revenge, character voice lines. Hell, we even have a ton of achievements that entice players to interact, to either work together, play with friends, or even bully someone out of a server.
Actually, on this, because I can actually prove this with objective fact. Give me a second. There it is. I'm going to my Steam library really quick. Give me a second. I got the achievement last night. There we go. Crasher Crusher. No, that's not the right one. Sorry. Brotherhood of Steel. Fallout reference. Complete a mission with 5 people on your friends list. 5.9% of players have unlocked this achievement. That is a little bit of a I don't know. I felt a little rough to see that only 5% of players, sub 6% of players had that.
But it was like this fun game where you would play casually.
Why does Firefox do this? Sometimes it doesn't go full screen.
And then what would happen for me often is I would say I'm gonna only play till I die, and then more people would join in, and you'd have a good game.
Right.
And people would be talking, and like you would kind of have a community around then just playing.
Yeah.
And you would just go play again, and it would just keep going. And it used to be that the game just kept going, and you could just keep going and going and going. You didn't have these big resets.
Holy
you didn't
saturation.
Win or lose. I mean, you lost rounds or whatever, but nobody cared. It was just fun to play. I actually played on private servers where people did book readings and kind of made this whole social thing about it.
This was the norm. This was the vanilla TF2 experience for about 4 years. But thanks to the fact servers were entirely player-operated, this allowed for custom settings and custom content. Historically, in Quake Team Fortress, and later to a much larger
Holy 2000s website. Oh, I haven't seen stuff like this in a hot minute.
extent in TF2, there is a massive community of players that create custom game content. You have custom maps, cosmetics, game modes, the list goes on. It was extremely common for many TF2 servers to run the vanilla game, but play on custom maps. Custom maps were a huge part of server culture, and many servers had maps specifically made for their communities. As time went on, players started adjusting their experiences, exploring new and alternative ways to play. It was very common to tweak certain game settings, leading to many TF2 servers running close derivatives of the vanilla game. No random crits, no random bullet spread, instant respawns, 32-player servers, the list goes on.
Yeah, I know we're effectively hitting the point with our community nights where Uncle Topia 24-man servers aren't quite doing it anymore, so I might have to search out some 32-man or above. I don't think I'll go a full 100-man. I think 50v50 just sounds like that degenerates really quick. I don't think we're quite there yet anyways, but that is definitely one of those where I'm actually getting to the point where we're filling up 24-man lobbies and servers.
For time, more extreme variations of the game emerged, increasingly more far removed from the vanilla game. All crit servers, custom weapons and balancing, prop hunt, versus Saxton Hale, randomizer, dodgeball, jailbreak, jump maps, and countless other activities and minigames. These other game modes were definitively not Team Fortress 2 in many cases, only resembling the base game because they cherry-picked elements that facilitated whatever experience they were trying to make. Community servers allowed for players to pretty much do whatever the hell they wanted.
It's just Gmod.
Instilled the idea within players' heads that TF2 could become anything. And to an extent, this is true. Community servers allow for this, but importantly, everything was rooted in the vanilla game. The majority of TF2 players engaged with the vanilla game or its close derivatives. The more extreme offshoots of TF2 appealed to increasingly smaller minorities, seeking out something different, something not Team Fortress 2, which was totally fine. There was no harm in this. This wasn't a splintering of the player base into isolated spheres. If anything, this was a massive network of servers and players, branching out and seeking other ways to play, but all connecting back to the vanilla game. Because from 2007 to 2011, as Valve was updating TF2 on a regular basis, adding more maps, tweaking game balance, adding more weapons.
I don't believe you. Valve and updating regularly doesn't feel right in the same sentence.
They did so only with regards to the vanilla game. It makes logical sense to balance and maintain your game such that it preserves its original vision, and such that it appeals to the overwhelming majority of players. Valve did not balance nor direct Team Fortress 2 based on what its forks were doing. As such, all of these other spheres would simply adapt to whatever changes Valve introduced. And of course, this ushers in the single most influential of community-made game modes, competitive Team Fortress 2.
Okay, I'm ready for this. Comp interests me. I don't have the skill level for it, but it interests me to see how it's played.
Early on in TF2's lifespan, some players wanted a more structured, orderly, fast-paced experience, where winning came first. Since vanilla Team Fortress 2 doesn't facilitate this directly, multiple competitive formats were born, designed, built, and controlled by the players themselves. The two primary and most popular forms of competitive play are 9v9 Highlander and 6 vs 6.
This feels similar to Smash, because there's no official Smash Bros. Tournaments, right? Like, it's all community ran, and that was the big contention with Nintendo for a long time. Like, for a hot minute, like the contention was between Nintendo and the Smash community, which I don't even hear about the Smash community anymore. I'm sure it's still doing fine, but I feel like Smash players just keep getting the short end of the stick.
So known as sixes. In 9v9 Highlander, each team has one of each class, with a limit of one per team. This format creates a roughly similar experience to vanilla TF2. However, with given class limits and slightly smaller team sizes, certain classes have much stronger influence on the flow of the game than others, creating vastly different player dynamics, interactions, and balancing.
Why do I feel like Sniper is an absolute menace in 9v9 Highlander? I feel like a good sniper can carry.
To that effect, various weapons are banned, and only a small pool of...
Are they banned? Interesting. The maps make sense. The lock and load is banned. Criticola makes sense. Flying Guillotine, Mad Milk, those make sense. Short Circuit, yeah, it's the AoE, right? Diamondback, yeah, I think that's to prevent snowballing with Spy. Airstrike, I don't really have a comment on. Machina, interesting that that's eating the ban. I feel like it makes sense. Jirate makes sense. Scorch Shot is interesting, but I guess it's to prevent snowballing. And Darwin's Danger Shield. I think it's because it's a MIT, right? Or at least a adjacent mitigations and vary across league, and some more ban happy than others. Makes sense.
Small pool of maps are played, specifically to maintain the environment Highlander players find fun.
No
just
2-Fort?
like all other derivative forms of the game.
Where's 2-Fort?
These competitive players built a new game to achieve their desired fun experience. Competitive Team Fortress 2 is entirely grassroots, built by the players seeking that flavor of fun that comes from winning after trying your hardest. It's not managed by Valve in any way. In competitive 6v6, gameplay gets even more far removed from vanilla TF2. Some players wanted to recreate the Quake Team Fortress experience, but inside of TF2, or
I think that this is one of those, it's a little too far, right? Like we've talked about on stream, it's why Baka doesn't do, he mods Skyrim a lot, right? But he doesn't do like full like Dark Souls conversions. In Fallout, he doesn't put like, you know, like Spartan armor or modern firearms, right? Because people will mod like Fallout 4, and it's like, here's the, I have an M4A1 mod, or I have a G36 mod, right? And it's like, I feel at a certain point you start to lose the core integrity of the game. I respect that it's an option and that people want to do the option, but that it's not a popular option because it compromises the core vision. You can argue, sure, Oblivion Remake introduced kind of that little dodge. It's more like a passing step in one direction or another, right? But it's not like you're Dark Soulsing around, because people do full Dark Souls conversion mods. At that point, it's not even Skyrim you're playing at that point. Like, if you enjoy it, don't let anyone take that fun away from you. But this is one of those that I would argue is seen as extreme by a lot of people. And this would be a very niche community. This is one that you're very specifically looking for this, rather than me going on stream and being like, well, this rocket jump basketball sounds pretty fun, or 9v9 Highlander could be fun. I'd like to see what this offers, right? I think it'd be interesting. Their own preferred way to play the game. Yeah, it's like, I respect it. I don't necessarily agree with certain conversions, right? But like, I'm not going to take that from you. And I think that's the important thing people need to realize.
at least get close to it. Therefore, these players cherry-pick the classes and mechanics that facilitate a much faster, predictable, arena shooter-style pacing over the staggered, slowed, and chaotic vanilla TF2 experience. Competitive 6v6 teams mostly use the metagame formatting of 2 scouts, 2 soldiers, a demoman, and a medic. The most mobile damage dealers with weapons that magnify minute differences in skill, mainly through high burst damage snapfire, and also a healer. The other 5 classes, who are either slow and take time to get established, or have no means of increased mobility, are typically reserved for a small hand established, or have no means of increased mobility.
Competitive players ban weapons that increase these classes' mobility.
Are typically reserved for a small handful of defensive scenarios. Changing classes from the meta, known as off-classing, is allowed, but it's generally frowned upon to play as the other 5 classes full-time.
This is the same logic of we're gonna vote kick you for running the gas passer in Man vs. Machine. Bro, your Australian whatever doesn't care if you use the gas passer or not. This seems to be a very consistent view in Team Fortress 2's community.
Considered throwing in 6s, since the format itself prevents these other 5 classes from being effective all the time.
I get the logic
for about
here.
95% of play, only 4 classes are present. And, as with 9v9 Highlander, many weapons are banned, and only a small pool of maps are played. The smaller team sizes, alongside weapon bans and class limits, significantly alter game balancing. TF2's classes and mechanics were designed and tweaked with large team sizes in mind. Therefore, in competitive 6v6, these same classes and weapons have vastly different balancing. For example, in vanilla Team Fortress 2, the Scout is very strong, but he's kept in check by other classes, namely the Engineer. He's also kept in check by larger team sizes, since a higher volume of attackers prevents the Scout from playing leapfrog from target to target.
Yeah, Scout would emulate that Quake roots better, especially in an environment where he's allowed to thrive. The minute levels and differences in skill are going to shine here.
Additionally, many vanilla TF2 maps inhibit the Scout's greatest strength. his mobility, Scout being far more effective on open-air maps like 5CP Granary rather than chokier maps like Dust Bowl. Therefore, thanks to smaller team sizes and the usual lack of an engineer, Scout is very powerful in competitive sixes, and only moderately powerful in normal vanilla play. Perhaps a better example, and oppositely, in vanilla TF2, the engineer is extremely strong. A single engineer can control the entire flow of the game, if he gets set up in an ideal position and has teammates protecting him. But these two factors can't happen in 6v6. Engineers can't keep up with the faster pacing. He doesn't have time to get established and has fewer teammates around to protect him. Therefore,
so I feel that the logical extension that would be to go battle engineer, but I'm sure that would be banned. I think it was on the ban list. If I go back a little bit, I don't know if I can find it offhand. But that would not surprise me if going battle NG was actually a ban strat.
The engineer's buildings become far less effective outside of very specific defensive situations. This same balancing discrepancy also applies to TF2's unlockable weapons. Some weapons are considered far too strong in competitive formats and are therefore banned from play, even though they're well balanced and perfectly fine in vanilla play. So to summarize, for competitive 6v6, these smaller team sizes, comprised of the most mobile damage dealers on open-air, linear, push-pull maps, creates a much faster-paced, Quake-light experience focused on strict coordination, high skill expression, rigid team structures, and a highly repetitive, predictable gameplay loop.
I really like this. I like how this was explained and how this was outlined, how we got here. I think that this was really good, a really good explanation. It makes me understand the Quakeisms a lot better. I will say as well, because I actually have a little bit on these things aren't really good in base game or in vanilla, but these things are absolutely just broken here. I mean, think about playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Back in 2000 whatever, right? Remember, Cyber Dragon used to be banned. Cyber Dragon's at 3 now. I think it was at 1 and then it was banned. I think it floated between those two for a hot minute, right? When you limit a format or a format is less diverse, or you take certain things out of a format, certain things are just going to shine. Like the entire meta game shifts. So something could be arguably mid or only okay in vanilla, but because you introduce it to a different environment, it can become oppressive.
Focused strictly on winning. Competitive Team Fortress 2, especially competitive 6v6, is wholly antithetical to the chaotic, amorphous, free-for-all experience
which
that
is interesting
vanilla
to think about.
TF2. Just like every other far-removed fork of the game, competitive Team Fortress 2 is a different game. It is not vanilla Team Fortress 2.
Right.
Some of the same classes, some of the same mechanics, but very different experiences. But this was fine. This vastly different balancing between competitive and vanilla TF2 was understood by the competitive player base. If brand new weapons or mechanics or maps were added into the game that didn't fit into their formats, these competitive players would simply ban them. Just like all other forks of TF2, players adapted to whatever changes Valve pushed out to the vanilla game. All of these smaller spheres, and vanilla TF2, existed harmoniously, with no issues. This era, from 2007 leading up to 2011, was what many consider to be the peak form of Team Fortress 2.
Right.
But all of this was about to slowly begin changing.
This is gonna be
Entering
rough
the
to
new
watch.
decade, Valve's focus is gradually shifted from game development to hardware development, culminating in
I remember
mass
those.
layoffs. Employees referred to this as the Great Cleansing, with Valve primarily laying off artists, writers, and designers, with those who weren't fired leaving on their own accord due to Valve's change in direction.
I actually don't hear about this anymore. I feel like I remember this, but I completely forgot about this. So, Valve is in an interesting place because people give Valve a lot of grace. I think they've earned a lot of grace, right? Currency is considered goodwill. I think Path of Exile, actually, someone at their team said that. And it's so true, right? But remember, you have to Valve did push out a forced arbitration agreement. I guess potentially instead of every other forced arbitration agreement where it's at cost to the claimant, I guess it might have been at cost to Valve. I don't quite understand that. But they ended up reversing their forced arbitration agreement because it was costing them too much money. Or, people will bring up, I know one of the big criticisms before I even started reacting to TF2 was that, someone asked, why would you play TF2? And I'm just like, I don't know. It seems like fun. I haven't played this. I've never really experienced it. You better lock down your account because someone's going to hack your account, especially if you're playing on stream. They're going to clean your inventory out of all your stuff. And then, you're going to send a support ticket to Valve. And since the items are traded, they're not going to help you. So, I mean, I just locked down my account with dual authentication, right? And then I can finagle it from there with password resets and stuff. Like, I guess that's not necessarily a Valveism, and that's more of a userism, though. I don't really hear about this. They're not who they used to be. I guess that's also fair, which also shows that companies can change, which is interesting to think that EA is not, once again, pushing $80 games. I think chat's right. They're going to push $90. I think they're going for gold here.
Valve now needed more resources to fund their new hardware ventures, and Team Fortress 2 posed as the perfect revenue stream.
Actually, on that subject, that's interesting that them pushing to hardware is now different because they're pushing into software now, and that's why we have SteamOS. Sure, we have the Steam Deck, but SteamOS seems to be a big one.
After launch in 2007, TF2 continued receiving updates on a regular basis. This post-release period of TF2 was continued pseudo-development, Valve hammering out the kinks in their game and updating it with fresh content to keep players engaged, which was amazing for the player. This was free additional content for a game they already paid for. And when Valve first added cosmetics, they were also completely free. Yes, TF2's hats used to be free. You just had to find them, because, at first, the only way you could get cosmetics was through the random item drop system. Here, Valve had dabbled with artificial rarity. Whether or not it was intentional at this stage is unknown, but artificial rarity made cosmetics exclusive and highly desirable.
Right.
Valve also began tapping into TF2's community for brand new content on a regular basis, realizing that players could make far more content with a greater eye for quality than Valve could ever hope to keep up with. All of the work was being done for them.
10 times as much content comes
16 times the detail. The man himself.
from the user base for TF2 as comes from us. But even at this early
Gabe Newell does the same thing I do. I don't know if you can pick it up, but I definitely I slam my hand on my desk a lot. I definitely have isms like this.
stage, we cannot compete with our own customers in the production of content for this environment.
He's
And
correct.
by 2010, Valve had spent over 12 years working on Team Fortress 2, spending Lord knows how much time and how many resources to create this amazing game. So now, it was time for a return on their investments.
I love the soundtrack here. It's a good choice. The key.
2010, Valve rolls out the Manconomy update. There was now an in-game store where players could directly purchase community-made content.
And this is where I'm going to be forever bitter at TF2. Well, not maybe this specifically. I will never own a spy crab for the spy. Because the plushies don't exist. Well, you can still get the plushes. They're still like a few $100s, right? If you want to get an official actual plush. But like the code that came with them, whenever they pop up, they are so expensive. Like, I can't. There's not even non-genuine version. Like how you have the app sap, right? And how you have a genuine app sap with like green text, meaning it's a legacy item. Like you don't even have that. So you had to play TF2 in this time frame and have a spy crab and redeem it and not have your account hacked, compromised, traded away, etc. Like to own a spy crab. I will never own a spy crab, and it makes me sad. But it's also one of those things like if you have a spy crab, I mean, like cool, good on you for playing the game in its prime.
Players could now buy, sell, and trade their items, birthing the microeconomy that fathered all of Valve's microeconomies.
And others.
Valve was now meeting increased player demand to purchase all new content directly, but also admitting that, they just want to make more money. But
Yeah.
if players were allowed to purchase new content outright, that air of exclusivity with cosmetic drops was now gone. Valve needed some way to retain artificial rarity, and
Drops.
therefore the desire to buy in. Behold, the Manco Supply Crate.
There it is.
And the key to unlock it.
Yep.
For a small fee, a mere pittance of $2.50.
Oh man, I remember when this actually killed Payday 2 for me. I actually stopped Payday 2 when the safe cracking thing got launched. And apparently it was bad enough for Payday 2 that they just stopped it in its entirety. So I need to see how this progresses and compare and contrast my experience with Payday 2.
Players could now attempt to acquire rare special items, whose increasing artificial rarity creates increasing artificial value. Anyone familiar with loot boxes understands that this is just gambling, game developers pushing an in-house casino to get more money flowing from addicted consumers. Of course, Valve certainly wasn't the first developer to introduce gacha into their games, but they wanted to take this one step further. Because when you've built such a successful casino,
Magic the Gathering's Online's UI, I did not expect that. That is ancient.
No. Why would you charge a fee for entry?
So on the surface, free-to-play games sound like a horrible idea. But in a free-to-play game, what you're really doing is you're creating a lot of goods that are related to status and affinity and hierarchy, right?
Oh my god, wait a minute. Did he just point... I'm sorry. 313, is that actually an arcane circle? There are two unusuals that I want. I want that, whatever these arcane circles are. I actually didn't even know these existed. There's also an unusual with a crab. I'm going to find it. I'm going to find unusuals with crab. It's going to happen. I'm going to drop money on this game. So, actually on subject though, responding to what the Gabin is saying, right? This is a free-to-play game, and that's the difference, right? If you have to pay premium for a game like Destiny, I feel like I'm harping on Destiny, but I'm mostly just using it as like example piece, right? If you're in a paid game like Destiny, or you are in a subscription live service like World of Warcraft, Final Fantasy 14, which I do still play. I'm on hiatus until 7.3, just because I've got all my combat classes to 100, but like I still play it. There's a little bit of a different connotation that microtransactions, and I would argue macrotransactions over a certain dollar point. I think anything over $5 should be a macro transaction when your man versus machine tickets are still USD 99 cents per, right? Let's be real. I don't know. Like that's a strange one, because like even thing like Guild Wars, where you buy the thing into a live service, you buy the expansion, you have it in it. Like when you have to pay for something and then you're additionally charged, that's where the point of contention comes into play. You rarely see good faith contention unless it's really egregious, where a free-to-play game is criticized for having microtransactions. I would argue the glaring elephant in the room is going to be Apex, but they've come under fire with like their whole Final Fantasy collab, the Buster Sword, stuff like that. Like they're like, people mathed out the price point for it, and it was ridiculous. Like that's I would argue the exception because of how egregious it is. Gabe really nails it home with TF2 being a free-to-play game,
creating a whole bunch of goods there, and the marginal or the incremental value of an audience member is greater than the incremental cost
2024
of making that person an audience member. So typically what we see with the free-to-play game, which on the surface sounds like, is that your audience size goes up by a factor of 10 and your gross revenue goes up by a factor of 3.
June 23rd, 2011, nearly 4 years after launch, Valve begins the great free-to-play experiment. TF2 went free-to-play, and player counts surged. The active player base almost quintupling in size. Tens of thousands of new players were pouring into play and were spending money on the microtransactions. Valve successfully created a massively profitable live service model. When you've built such a successful casino, why would you charge a fee for entry? The door's always open. Come on in. But this move to free-to-play posed a problem. Valve was about to open the floodgates to a whole new wave of players.
This is also going to have the same effect Destiny 2 had when Destiny 2 went free-to-play, which a lot of people criticized. I honestly think... I think I'm with the camp that feels a game like Destiny 2 should not be free-to-play, because that inherently introduces a lot of issues to things like Crucible. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for having the most approachability, having access to the game. You know, as somebody who's looking yesterday, I got a copy of Code Veronica X on my GameCube, because I didn't know they made a GameCube copy of Code Veronica for like $190, right? Like, that's not necessarily approachable to most people. Most people are going to emulate that, right? But I think that when your game goes free to play, it's kind of like if I do a video, right? If I do a video and maybe I'm like, I don't know, like hyper political, or I talk about some really really controversial topic, right? Sure, there's the philosophy of all metrics are good metrics, right? But all publicity is good publicity. But I would argue that that's with the nuance. I don't agree with the philosophy, if I'm being completely honest. That's with the understanding that, oh God, I'm sorry, it is way too early for this. That is with the understanding that the asterisk in there implies that you're just going to have people who show up and are not going to be who you want in the game. They're going to be botting. They're going to be throwing. They're going to be wall hacking. They're going to throw slurs in the chat. I think there is some sort of restriction on free-to-play TF2 players, which I need to delve more into that. I'm sure this video does. But, like, I think for TF2, the correct move was to go free-to-play. I think that if Valve had a more direct role in bans and stuff, I think it'd be fine. A game like Destiny, because of what it is and because of the people it attracts and continues to attract, especially because you're paying for expansions, I disagree with the free-to-play nature. Well, free to try, let's be honest, right? But, like, I think it's interesting to look at the differences between games here. So I'm interested to see how this pans out.
They wanted TF2 to be as accessible as possible, to retain as many new players as possible, because that means players spending more time in-game and spending more time looking at the microtransactions.
We know that customizable characters in TF2 and Dota 2 are really valuable and popular, but they work best when there's lots of chances to see the customization. And in TF2, although it's a first-person game, there are taunts and kill cams that give you lots of opportunities to see your customization or show it off to other players.
The problem was that by 2011, TF2 was dated. It spent nearly 10 years in development hell and showed its age primarily in what was carried over from that era, the server browser. Entering the 2010s, most online multiplayer games had something that resembled a game coordinator. The now very dated server browser was not friendly to the unacquainted. For one, it was overwhelming. You're suddenly presented with a massive wall of options, using abbreviations, lingo, titles that you're not familiar with, which the game doesn't define or explain to you in any capacity. This would cause for many new players to simply leave at the door, or get confused as to what the heck TF2 was supposed to be. For instance,
did they add the casual? Yeah, because like how you log in nowadays and you have like casual. That was okay, so that was added later. But once again, it feels like Valve ends up fixing this, right? In some way, shape, or form down the line. Because if I logged in to TF2 right now and it was this, yeah, that's going to be confusing for people. But I think I'm thinking too far ahead. Like I have to look at it as in the era, and if you boot it up and it looked like this, yeah, this would require. So what is it? I'm going to liken it to the velocity of money, right? You pay someone and then they take that money and they pay for someone, pay something, or they pay for something or pay for someone, right? Like the velocity of money, how that's a thing. Like getting someone to do something that isn't in front of them is the hardest thing. It's what content creators, streamers, YouTubers, businesses, they deal with this every single day. So we know for a fact that getting because we can say, well, if you're not sure how this works, like just watch a YouTube video on it, just Google it. But getting someone to even do just that is sometimes near impossible. So that's why we get into how do we make the easiest experience and most seamless experience for somebody to be able to end up playing the game, to understand. Because if people aren't even getting to the game, that becomes a problem. And if this is combined with servers that aren't necessarily the vanilla game, that also becomes a problem, because then you're getting into, well, I guess it's an interesting arcade game to have rockets and try to jump yourself into a hoop, not knowing that that's necessarily not the game, right? You might just see basketball or b-ball in the title of a server and click on it, right? I don't know. Like, there's some interesting analysis that goes on here. Is what I'm trying to really, put here, like to place here, right? I would also have the counter argument that like, just do it, right? So I mean, the counter argument here is to just pick a server and to just try it, and then, hey, I did this, I did the thing. wasn't really what I was expecting. And then someone goes, what are you talking about? What do you mean it was basketball? It's not Team Fortress 2. And then you start that dialogue, right? I don't know. Like this is an interesting point.
Player could see a server titled Jailbreak and think to themselves, well, that sounds like TF2, and then bumble into a server full of screeching role-playing children. Additionally, the fewer steps between opening the game and playing, the fewer steps between the player's eyeballs and the microtransactions. So, what was Valve's solution? The famed quick play system. Now, all new players had to do was click one big button of the game mode of their choice, and a brand new game coordinator would automatically place them into a server.
So this was the fix to this.
This click-click-play system let new players circumvent the server browser entirely, lowering the chances of them getting turned away at the door. Quick Play wasn't a matchmaking system in the modern sense, in that it didn't try to match up players of similar skill. It simply tossed players into populated servers, which was perfect for a game like TF2. TF2 plays the best when servers get populated and then stay populated for long periods of time, kicking off that aforementioned gameplay loop. And Quick Play didn't interrupt the gameplay loop to populate servers. It would simply send players to servers with ongoing games that needed them. Well, at least it tried. We'll get back to that. Quick Play was a new, additional option for play. Nothing was removed. The server browser remained the same. And, more importantly, alongside this new system, Valve began hosting their own dedicated game servers, henceforth known as Valve servers. These brand new servers strictly ran vanilla TF2. Ad hoc connections, 45-minute map timers, team scrambles, and a brand new feature, voting. Taking a page out of the community's playbook, Valve officially incorporated a map voting feature into Team Fortress 2. All quick play servers ran a set map rotation, separated by game mode. Once a map timer ran out, the map would change to the next one in the rotation for that game mode. Or, players could call a vote to set the next map, choosing any map they desired from the rotation. They could also vote to extend the current map without a server reset. As with community servers, this vote would appear as you played, without interrupting your fun. Also, as before, Valve added vote scrambles, and a brand new vote kicking feature. Very handy. Quick Play was Valve drawing a line in the sand. Valve made these servers to expose new players to the vanilla game, the intended experience, rather than confusing them with a wall of options that potentially didn't match the game being advertised to them. And to that effect, Valve also included community servers into Quick Play Search, but filtered out servers that weren't hosting vanilla play. And, like community servers, Valve servers were also visible in the server browser. You could search for a specific map and then join them via ad hoc connections. You could add them to favorites or blacklist them. This was simply a higher volume of vanilla servers to choose from, which was great. Quick Play's functionality on launch, however, wasn't great. In fact, Quick Play sucked. Queue times were long, much longer than it took to simply find a Valve server in the browser. Sometimes, you'd get placed inside of an empty server that would never populate. And
I wonder if this almost feels like the Payday 3 effect. I wonder if this is just spaghetti code.
Since Quick Play searched through both Valve and community servers, it was a brutal crapshoot to find a good server right away. Valve servers were bog standard decent, full of fresh players that didn't know what they were doing for a while after the game went free to play, but still decent. But community servers were very polarizing because they varied from really good to really, really bad. That's because there were other issues with Quick Play's launch.
What? What's happening?
What? In order to parse community servers, Valve relied on a trust system. They trusted server hosters to not lie about the data they sent to them. Unfortunately, server hosters could just lie about the servers they were hosting. They could hide custom settings or content. They could spoof player counts. Or server hosters could even sneak in pay-to-win options under Valve's radar, like...
Why do I feel like that's just a bannable offense? Like Valve's, that feels easily abusable, but it feels like the punishment has to match the crime, right? If you're doing that, if you're caught doing that beyond a reasonable doubt, right? Yeah, just you get the ban. That feels like that's a pretty simple fix.
gameplay-altering donator
Premium
perks.
benefits.
Now see here, before Quick Play, these types of crappy community servers weren't really a problem. Most players were experienced with server cultures and would very quickly suss out and blacklist these crappy servers.
Right.
So they couldn't proliferate. Additionally, before Quick Play, many community servers would also run advertisements. But back in the day, this was common practice and rarely an issue. Many good servers would run simple, non-intrusive advertisements on the message of the day board. You would look at one advertisement when you first logged on, but that's it. You could then play in the server for as long as you wanted, usually for hours at a time.
Can't wait for the Call of Duties and Battlefields to do this. You boot up the game, you get through like your splash screens, and then you get like a 60-second ad, and then you can play the game. And then like 2 entries from that, you'll get like, you know, you'll finish a TDM match on shipment, and then you'll have another 60-second ad, and then you'll go to your, you know, go to your class loadouts while you're queuing up, and then you'll have a 60-second ad while you're loading into the map because of load times. And they'll say, you know, due to load times, we figured this would be a very non-invasive way to do this, and we're just gonna have nothing but ads. Oh my god.
No other advertisements would play. This was a
ads.
mutually beneficial relationship between players and server hosters, maintaining a...
That's a lie. I don't hate ads. I hate bad ads. I hate ads when they're crammed down my throat. Those sensual Spanish toothpaste ads, oh, that is a different level of advertisement. Give me more of that.
service that was otherwise completely free. Or they would run no ads at all and would be completely sustained by donations from their own players. And starting in 2009, players also had the option to disable HTML in the message of the day. So, advertisements wouldn't appear at all.
Fair enough.
Unfortunately, after Quick Play arrived, this opened up the floodgates to a constant stream of new, fresh, ignorant players to exploit. They didn't understand server cultures. They didn't know how the game worked and weren't told how the game worked, let alone...
This is going to be the Warhammer 40k effect. When you talk to somebody about why new players are bad for Warhammer, this is the exact same argument they're going to present you. Well, I'm calling it.
Understand if a server was doing something it shouldn't. Therefore, lying about server data and painfully annoying advertisements slowly started ramping up in the following months, abusing and exploiting that influx of new free-to-plays.
This guy had 6 rockets.
They encouraged new players to spend money on in-game incentives. They would spoof their player counts to trick the quick play system into dumping players in and exposing them to advertisements.
That's wild.
Server advertisements would become more widespread and cancerous, and became clearly for profit. Servers would force you to watch them before you played.
No.
Many of them were video-based, and would lag your game as they forcefully played in the background, oftentimes with ear-piercing audio. They would also keep popping up as you played, disrupting your playtime, and sometimes causing you to die. And some...
Okay, so hear me out though. This is just ahead of this. This is just ahead of the curve. This is gonna be modern gaming. This is going to be the quadruple A, triple A experience thanks to shareholders and investors, right? The shareholders and investors don't get to complain about a loss of profits when we just stop playing their game because they're forcibly playing an ad that isn't even relevant to gamers, isn't relevant to us. Imagine just getting like a laundry detergent ad in the middle of reloading in a Call of Duty match. That's going to happen. This is a crystal ball into the future of gaming.
Servers would even force you to enable HTML in the message of the day, forcing you to watch an ad, or you couldn't play on their servers at all. And since there was no option to search for Valve servers only, Quick Play's launch was, for lack of a better word, turbulent.
Right.
And yet, despite the rough start in 2011, Quick Play was a two-edged sword. Generally speaking, even brand new players aren't that stupid. They could very quickly suss out shitty servers and not give them the time of day. And Quick Play was a massive artery for good community servers, funneling new players in and helping them grow. Quick Play was directly exposing brand new players to the existence of community servers. And more importantly, Quick Play being crappy turned it into a gateway to the server browser. On launch, Quick Play sucked. And once new players realized how crummy it was, and that they could access any server they wanted, including Valve servers, faster, with maps and settings of their choosing, they ditched Quick Play. This was an oddly symbiotic relationship, one that lasted for about 2 years.
I don't even use server browser unless it's what I'm looking for communities.
First couple of years, Valve took the players' frustrations with Quick Play to heart. and started making many tangible and really good improvements to their new system. Come 2013, Valve stopped the message of the day board from showing more than once, so players weren't met with an advertisement as they played. They also began combating servers that were spoofing their player counts.
Why do I feel like Gavin ended up quick playing? Because he plays games, right? Like, didn't he get really upset about something in the past couple years, like 2024-ish? Something about Dota and an event they were having, and Gavin like brought the Iron Fist down and extended the event or something like that. I vaguely remember this being a thing. I feel like Gavin just like tries to pop into quick play, notices it's taking a little long, gets into a community server where they clearly lied, and he's getting an ad every time he changes class. I feel that's being an executive right? That's being upper management correctly, where you literally look at the problem being presented and you go, no, we're fixing this. This is dumb.
Blacklisting servers that were trying to trick the quick play system. Advertisements were still posing a problem, so come the end of 2013, Valve disabled HTML in the message of the day completely.
Fair.
This meant that at this stage, annoying server advertisements were completely gone. This was a massive improvement, drastically improving the player experience. Yet even with this change, some predatory servers persisted. Valve still could not keep up with servers spoofing their player counts, offering pay-to-win incentives, or kicking out players that didn't enable HTML in the message of the day. Come early 2014, Valve threw the kill switch. By default, Quick Play would now search for Valve servers only.
Sure. Okay,
Players still
sense.
had the option to search for community servers as well.
Right.
But this was tucked away in a little tick box that, frankly, most people would glance over. As a result, this change was a blow to community servers, greatly restricting that artery of player traffic to those that were abiding by Valve's rules. However, now that Valve servers were dominant, this killed off predatory servers in one fell swoop, and the few that remained could now be completely avoided when using Quick Play. And, generally speaking, community servers weren't completely cut off, because Quick Play still wasn't great. Before long, new players would still defer to the better option that was the server browser.
Right,
But
since
Valve
it's all
did
reliable.
need to do something. The fact that Valve was now redirecting most player traffic to their own servers and not highlighting community servers, you know, the way by which people had traditionally engaged with their game for almost 10 years at this point, that put a sour taste in a lot of players' mouths. So, less than a month after this change, they introduced the Advanced Options menu. Here, players could search for many traditional, non-vanilla options, 32-man servers, no random crits, so on and so forth. This was pretty awesome. The addition of non-vanilla server settings was Valve acknowledging community servers. They were giving players more options to experiment with. And
I think that this is different. So I have to think about this and like, what's the parallel here? Why is this broadly seen as okay in hindsight, okay progress-wise, when we have modern games who, despite making progress, have not had the same grace? I think part of it's a reputation thing, right? Part of reputation, goodwill being currency. I think, sure, that's part of it. I think the other part of it is that TF2 is still a playable game, right? Like, it has bugs, don't get me wrong. Random face stabs, because, you know, 5 stab from the front supposed to do approximately, 41 damage. But, you know, sometimes the random face stab makes it work. Sometimes the game just bugs, right? Spy outfits don't quite work as intended. Like, sure, there's spaghetti code there. But, like, the game still works. You can still play the game. The game is also... It's fun. It has a fun core gameplay loop, right? And I think when I compare that to something like modern Pokemon games, where Kitakami, the Indigo Mask, or not Indigo, it's Indigo Disc, Teal Mask DLC came out, right? And like day one, there was a trainer that literally progress gated because it wouldn't count towards what you needed, and Nintendo's just like, oh, we'll just update it in a patch. We'll just when we do a patch months from now, we'll just update that and fix it. Or how many things are broken in modern quadruple A, triple A games that they don't get around to for months, but the cash shop is fully operational. They want to definitely sell you the microtransactions, right? And I think that's the key difference here, is that I would feel people, even with some of this being pretty predatory, right? And ad after ad, HTML, you have to enable HTML, trying to scam you into premium benefits for a server, right? There's still a playable game underneath this. And I think that that's the core difference here. If modern AAA and quadruple A gaming offered a genuine experience, like an actual playable experience, and then they did quality of life updates over time, I feel it'd be far more well received, right? Like Resident Evil 4 Remake, on launch you could play it, right? There wasn't really any like, updates. I mean, there were patches and stuff. I'd have to go read through the patches and see what they changed, right? But like, it was still a core experience. Something like Redfall didn't even launch in a good state. How many games have we seen in the past 5 years alone, right? Like, 2018 forward, let's say. 2018 forward, how many games have we seen that come out and they're just in a broken, buggy mess, right? Like Fallout 76, game that I ended up playing an episode of on stream, and I've been just grinding events offline, right? It's like the game started in a rough spot, and it was just controversy after controversy after controversy for it, and it ended up in a decent spot right now. But I don't know. I think it's interesting to consider why people look at Valve and Team Fortress the way they do, and other companies and games that might not necessarily do the same thing, but kind of similar vein of, updates having to be pushed for issues with the game, company business decisions, right? And why we treat them the way we do.
To that effect, they added a brand new option for quick play, show servers. Instead of automatically connecting players to a server, they could receive a uniquely curated list of servers based on their advanced option settings. This was basically a diet server browser, but much more user-friendly. New players could easily explore both Valve and community servers and get used to the idea of selecting a server from a list. This was a fantastic middle ground between the browser and quick play, and Valve was once again acknowledging community servers and giving players more options.
I don't think I've ever
played
on
At this point in
Suja.
time, the going was slow, but Valve was clearly intent on providing the best experience possible for their players. Quick play was on the clear path towards improvement, and Valve was incorporating more options for players to engage with. Don't get me wrong, by 2014, quick play was not perfect. Wait times were inconsistent. Players would still, sometimes, get thrown into empty servers. So, there certainly could have been more improvements. Obviously, stop putting players into empty servers, but players couldn't queue for more than one game mode, let alone a specific map or maps.
Yeah.
These were simple options that could have been added later. But players already had these tools inside of the server browser.
Right.
You could search for any specific map or game mode you enjoyed, and even queue for multiple servers at the same
See the
time
Ecotopia.
when you were already in one, be it a Valve or a community server. Sure, the server browser was dated and could have used some polish, but we already had all of the functionality we could ask for.
Yeah.
It just needed some streamlining. But regardless, let me be abundantly clear. By 2014, Quick Play was finally good. Not great, but good.
Acceptable.
At this point in TF2's lifespan, TF2 players had the most options for play and the most amount of freedom. What options did we have? Well, I'll summarize everything I've covered in this section. We had the tried and true server browser. You want to play on a specific map or a server? You could search for it and join. Add the server to your favorites and come back to it later, or blacklist it if you disliked it. You could find and engage in any derivative form of TF2 you enjoyed. We had Quick Play. The game would automatically search for a server with a game mode of your choosing. You could select Valve servers only, or both Valve and community servers. You had a variety of game settings to fine-tune your search. You could also use these settings to receive a uniquely curated list of servers, tailored just for you, potentially containing both Valve and community servers. If you wanted to access a Valve server, you weren't forced to use Quick Play, because they were all available inside the server browser and you could join them via ad hoc connections. And ultimately, if you were just lazy, All you had to do was click twice on 2 big dumb buttons and have the game do all of the work for you.
Hell yeah.
Across all means of play, players could come and go as they pleased. You could play with or against your friends as you pleased, thanks to ad hoc connections and team switching. If you were inside one server, be it a Valve or a community server, and wanted to be inside of another, you could queue for it by using the server browser. And you could queue for multiple servers at the same time. Games would again balance themselves out as the players came and went, or moved around on teams as they pleased, or with vote scrambling and auto balance features. Players would be presented with up to 45 minutes of uninterrupted playtime on Valve servers, or 30 minutes to an hour on most community servers, with nothing breaking the gameplay loop. Players would vote on the next map, and then the fun would seamlessly continue. This massive list, this right here, this is what we had. This is how TF2 played. From early 2014 onwards, this was the best time to be a TF2 player. Back then, when the game and Valve respected a player's time and a player's agency.
And this is, I like this recap. This was a really good recap. This also foreshadows and telegraphs the fall. This is going to be a wild one to watch.
And I'll say this again, just to be abundantly clear as I can be, Quick Play was not perfect. It was not perfect. But doesn't a good, functioning system with all of these options sound like a wonderful thing? Doesn't a system that placed you inside of vanilla Valve servers, or also community servers, with minimal interruption of the gameplay loop before, during, and after gameplay sound like a great experience for the player? Doesn't it make logical sense to keep this system and then keep improving it by hammering out the kinks?
Yeah, I mean, logically, yeah. But I feel like this is the world of business conclusion. And this is going to hurt to watch.
Yeah, no, Valve didn't think so either. Why bother with that when you can take all of this and then throw it out of the window for something else?
Fair enough.
Something worse. Far worse. Because all of this went out of the window in the blink of an eye. Because
Really?
Valve committed to a tragedy of a decision that changed the course of this game forever. All thanks, my friends, to this.
Huh? Yeah. Gambling.
Oh my goodness! Yeah, it's good as well! Blessed by the cathedral.
I technically have no room to talk because the amount of stupid things like Yu-Gi-Oh! I buy, or like Warhammer figurines, I have zero room to talk. I buy a lot of dumb stuff. Imitation. I like that logo. I like the bullet and the TF2 logo.
Team Fortress 2 was one of the first games to popularize the free-to-play live service model. But in 2011, this wasn't the industry standard yet, especially compared to today. So many players wondered why Valve would make TF2, such a successful game, free-to-play at all. But Valve's motivation soon became very clear if you were paying attention. Entering the new decade, Valve was developing Dota 2, and before release, a key point was placed on making this game free-to-play at launch. The game would be kept afloat by selling player-made content inside of an in-game store. And of course, loot boxes.
We see where Todd got his idea for the creation club.
Pages directly out of TF2's playbook. And Valve didn't stop there. They were also developing the next iteration of their critically acclaimed Counter-Strike series, Counter-Strike Global Offensive, and upon release in 2012, Valve wasted no time with monetizing that game. Less than 1 year after launch, Valve introduced a paid in-game campaign system, The Operation, a titled, themed update shipping brand new player-made content. Yet more pages taken directly out of TF2's playbook. But with a new development, a Game Pass. Upon purchasing this Game Pass, players were granted access to new community-made maps via the game's matchmaking system. Pass holders also received an Operation Coin, which would track in-game stats and level up the more as you played on these new maps.
Interesting.
Valve now had their vehicle for delivering new content into Counter-Strike, but maps alone weren't going to bring in the money.
I actually liked seeing the Xbox 360 logo. I forgot that it was even on the 360. Are there any current Xbox Counter-Strike Go players out there? I'm assuming you might be able to LAN party that, or potentially connect to a custom server since the 360 store is no longer a thing, right? I wonder what the metagame for CSGO on console, on Xbox 360 would look like. Because I'm assuming it's like a payday thing where it's stuck behind certain balances, right? That's so interesting. I wonder how that works. There's got to be a hidden world there. If Phantasy Star Online, I'm pretty sure it's Phantasy Star Online, can still be played online on the GameCube, right? Certain ways. That sounds like that could be a thing. Like how people reverse engineered Star Wars Galaxies too. I have no doubt someone out there is still playing on the 360. That'd be wild to think about. Yes, and then we're talking about the coins. Is this where Valve got the concept for the badges for MVM? How it just shows your tour number, right? Like, like your 2 cities, right? And 2 cities, like I have the Tour Cities 2. I wonder if that is still, or if this is what the inception of that is.
Thankfully, they had TF2's and Dota's successes to rely on. Cosmetics. Valve extended the first operation by a month, but not simply because of the operation's success, but to usher out the arms deal update.
Sure.
Just like TF2 and Dota, Valve birthed a brand new microeconomy, containing item drops, trading, and cosmetics. But Valve didn't go with hats. They instead went with weapon skins.
Right.
And of course, it wouldn't be a Valve game at this stage without some gambling. But CSGO's weapon cases were improved versions of TF2's crates and Dota's treasures. Now, perfected. Valve hit it big. They had their free-to-play model. They had 2 brand new games ready to go. They had the addictive microtransactions. Valve was geared up and ready to rake in the revenue. But how would they rake in the players? Well, for that answer, they looked over to their competitors.
No.
Thanks to League of Legends, Valve knew that esports was quickly becoming a new future for video games. And while both Dota and Counter-Strike had a history of competitive play, their esports scenes paled in comparison to what Riot was achieving. Because Riot Games started hosting their very own, officially sponsored esports tournaments for League of Legends. Think about that for a moment. Putting your game on the global stage as a competitive sport with big money, big opportunity, camaraderie, and rivalry between teams and entire nations means more eyeballs on your game, which means more players, which means more money spent on the microtransactions.
I feel like this is just a gaming tournament arc mentality, because I'm going back and watching like Duel Monsters, Duelist Kingdom, Battle City, even going back and watching, say, like Pokemon Indigo League, Orange Islands, Johto Journeys, right? Like watching stuff like that. I mean, it's whether it's from the tagline "We all live in a Pokemon world" to Seto Kaiba talking about how anyone can join this tournament, anyone's sufficient skill level, right? And this tournament's open, or the Battle City tournament's opened up to players using advanced rules, which affect tribute summoning and things like that, right? Like, it's being part of that community that all wants the same thing and is kind of running with it in a fantasy aspect, right? Like, you would all love other people to play the same game you did, right? Whether you play something like World of Warcraft or League of Legends or Dota 2 or Pokemon, you're sitting at tables and playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Or Magic the Gathering, right? And I think there's something there's something special about that mentality that series and games try to play on, where the understanding is that you're part of a living, breathing ecosystem and you're climbing up the ladder. I had to like reflect on that for a bit, and I think it makes a little bit more sense now.
Status, affinity, hierarchy. And Valve wasn't going to be left behind. Using their own MOBA as the testbed, Valve devised a plan by simply copying Riot. In 2011, Valve synchronized the release of Dota 2 with their very own officially sponsored esports tournament, the International, incentivizing players to join in with a massive prize pool. Valve invested big into esports, and their plan worked. By 2012, Dota's esports scene exploded, massively boosting its popularity and exponentially increasing its growth. Copying that success with Dota, Valve wasted no time making a similar push with Counter-Strike. In 2013, Valve began sponsoring the majors, also with huge prize pools. And in a similar fashion, this drew in players by the hundreds of thousands. And by the end of 2014, both Dota and Counter-Strike had become two of the biggest esports titles in the world. Valve-sponsored tournaments garnered massive audiences.
Hold on, what was number 2 or number 3? There it is, number 3, StarCraft 2. Man, I bet Games Workshop really got upset when they pulled out of that deal. I feel like they were seething at that.
Biggest esports titles in the world. Valve-sponsored tournaments garnered massive audiences, driving torrents of traffic to these games, and of course, to the microtransactions. Both titles amassed hundreds of thousands of players daily, millions of unique players monthly, earning Valve billions, rapidly eclipsing the player base and the profits of Team Fortress 2, leaving it far, far behind.
Interesting.
In fact, where was TF2 during this massive growth period for Valve? Well,
Man versus Machine.
Stagnating. By 2014, TF2's player counts had flatlined. The game was not growing. Valve likely expected for continued growth as a result of the game going free-to-play.
Typically, after you launch a product, the product cycle goes like this, right? You have this big spike at launch, and then it just continues downwards until you have this long tail.
Right.
TF2 and Dota 2 both had this big spike, and then they just keep going up. And that's the model that we wanted to go for, right?
But despite frequent content updates and continued live support, TF2 was slowing down. Valve did not like this lack of growth. Frankly, no company wants this. Growth is dollars, stagnation is death, and in typical fashion, if the branch withers, it must be pruned. But this wasn't an option for Valve, and it never will be. Team Fortress 2 is one of their flagship titles. If the microeconomy that fathered all of Valve's other multi-billion-dollar microeconomies ultimately shutters its doors, that would send seismic shockwaves through Valve's other games. Players would realize that their investments could suddenly become worthless, entirely out of their control. Let us not forget, all of those virtual items are nothing more than zeros and ones being housed in a dank server room somewhere.
I mean, it is just proto-NFTs, for all intents and purposes.
You don't actually own anything that you've purchased in these games,
Yep.
let alone the game itself. And obviously, Valve wants to prevent that thought from entering their consumers' heads. Well, if the hat game is doing fine, well, then what do we have to worry about?
Silly hat
Therefore, for the obvious sake of profit, Valve wanted Team Fortress 2 to grow just like their other games.
Right.
That begs the question, why was TF2 not growing? TF2 was a well-established, popular game. It had a massive, dedicated following, a huge community consistently cranking out content on every corner of the internet, boosting its publicity and its popularity. What was this Valve title missing? One could postulate many reasons as to why, but TF2 struggled, and still struggles to grow to this day, for one reason. Team Fortress 2 is not very friendly to new players.
Oh, I was meant to go that way? Oh.
Social media is
Yes and no. Like, you can show... I have the bias of also reacting to content, so I don't think I'm necessarily going to be able to judge this fairly. Like, at what point do you expect to come into a game and do well versus expecting to come into a game and just learning the game, right? Like, every game has a learning curve. If you go from Halo 3 to Halo Reach, sure, there's a little bit of a learning curve, or Halo 3 to Halo 4, Halo 3 to Halo Infinite, sure, there's a little bit of a learning curve, but the core fundamental game remains the same. If you come from Call of Duty or Battlefield into Team Fortress 2, you're going to have to adjust. Like, there's an adjustment period. And I would say reasonably what people do at that point is, if you want to get good at something, right? Yeah, you're doing what I did, right? Like, you are looking at Jonto video, Psychology of Spy. You're looking at Lazy Purple and his series. You're looking at Soundsmith and his videos, right? Like, there's plenty of creators who explain the things to you. And that's, I guess I guess that's symptomatic of things needing to be explained, like Trollger market gardening, like spy psychology. The fact that these have to be explained, I guess, does outline a greater underlying issue with new players and new people coming into the sphere. I also have a chat who explains things. Yeah, that is true. It's the big problem with Destiny 2. Oh, yes, we've talked about it at length. Yeah, no, Destiny 2, we talked about it earlier. Removing Red War and stuff completely stripped a new player's progression. Yes, they have their new light thing, but that thing is way prone to bugging. Yeah. Yeah, no, I think that I would have to objectively agree with this. I think that there is going to be an issue getting new players into the game. And there is a barrier to entry that is even separate from the skill floor and skill ceiling.
Is very good at portraying TF2 as this fun and whimsical place, but good Lord Almighty, on the inside, does this game put new players through the ringer?
Yeah. Oh, the teleport is broken. GG.
Yeah. I don't even know how to swap class, you burner.
Team Fortress 2 is a very mechanically complex game. No one can deny that. TF2 might be easy to understand, but it's not easy to learn, and even harder to master. The level of entry into even the bare bones basics of gameplay has always been extremely high, because on launch, and still to this day, TF2 offers little to no information as to how, well, anything works. Even
I think that was a hit, Reg.
Robin Walker acknowledged that TF2's lack of information was a problem for player retention, one that could be solved by simply giving players more information. But in typical Valve fashion, they only swung halfway. In 2010, they made a brand new tutorial, sort of.
Doesn't do anything.
Training mode. But this wasn't added until 3 years after TF2's launch, and in its initial form, offering basic information for only one class. It was
I've never even done the training mode. I just went ham into casual and community nights. So this is also unironically an issue I have with Destiny, where a game like Final Fantasy XIV will tell you what the game is, what the ability does, right? It will tell you if a scholar ability does not stack on top of a sage ability. The shield healer, right? You can't like double the shield, right? It's to limit and balance, right? But it'll tell you certain things. A big problem, and I've had this with Destiny 2 for a hot minute, and I think this is a pretty fair problem to have, is you don't know how certain things operate unless you have meta knowledge of that, right? Like, the big one I continuously bring up because it's so relevant, Hunter Radiant, the way Hunter Radiant works right now for Golden Gun is that buff directly interacts with your Golden Gun to deal the most damage. If you go into a Well of Radiance or a Warlock drops a Well of Radiance on you and you get Radiant from that well, that Radiant is not the same Radiant as the one you cast from your Golden Gun. Therefore, their Radiant overrides your Radiant as a Hunter and sleazes you out of damage. Where does that say it? I'm fine with complex meta interactions. You're not going to hear me say otherwise. I think complex meta interactions and how things interact with it's fascinating. It's why I like learning about different games. It's like it's why I like learning about metagames. It's why I like learning about how games tick, right? How games are balanced. When we think objectively about this, and other games have this too, right? It's why I've liked games like Diablo that just say, I'm sorry, what does the Hellfire Torch do? The thing that drops from Ubers? Oh, it just gives you these stat blocks. What does the Stone of Jordan do? Oh, it just gives you this. You can only equip one of these, or you can have as many charms in your inventory as you want. Oh, cool. That makes sense. And it's just RTFC, right? Read the freaking card in TCGs. What does the card do? Read the card. Lifelink Death Touch. Okay, cool. We know what it does, right? But there's not really things that explain that. And like market gardening, Trollgering, right? That's not necessarily something that's going to be in a tutorial. That's a complex game interaction, much like buff juggling in Destiny 2, right? I think we can all kind of agree on this point. However, at a basic fundamental level, nothing explained that the teleporter had infinite charges. Every other game with a teleporter or a mechanic like that would have charges, would require upkeep, so I would have to use, like, say, engineer scrap to repair the teleporter. But no, that's not how that works. Chat literally had to point out, no, Kip, it's infinite. If the entrance is there, the exit's there, the teleporter just works. It's infinite use. The dispenser, infinite use. Is it destroyed? Is it sapped? No. Cool, it's infinite use. Other games, these would be heavily balanced and neutered, right? Spy invisibility. There's a cooldown when you become. There's a delay when you become visible to when you can actually execute the stab or fire your revolver, right? Like, these things have to be explained in a meta environment, or you have to come to that understanding organically. That is inherently going to drive people away because lizard brain says, I did thing not working, why thing not work, game is bad, I'm going to go back to League.
Later updated to include 3 others in 2011, but then all development of this crucially needed source of information for new players just stopped. And to this day, it leaves out 5 of the 9 classes and countless mechanics that aren't disclosed to the player in any capacity. For example, how medic heals players faster if they haven't been damaged for a while, or that Spy's revolver becomes more accurate if you delay your shots. Hell, Spy's own training mode doesn't even tell you that he has a gun.
Jonto's seething. Please tell me Jonto's brought this up. I feel like that's one to bring up to him. I'm sure he's played TF2. Like he knows about this interaction. I need him. I would love to see him do a bit on that.
You can't even try it out. I can't believe that. And also you wonder why fresh install pyros. I'm off script now. You wonder why fresh install pyros rarely air blast, if ever. It's because they're not even told that the pyro can air blast.
I didn't know pyros could air blast, but then again, I was working off of my experience with the orange box on the 360.
Unless by happenstance they come across the correct gameplay tip as they load into a server. There are countless gaps in basic information like this, and this doesn't even consider TF2's massive pile of unlockable weapons, each with unique stats, and sometimes with mechanics that are completely different than stock weaponry in every way. And this
I would see, and so I agree and disagree at the same time with this one, because this goes down to advanced buff juggling, right, in Destiny, right? You're not necessarily focused on juggling Radiant and making sure that you're able to stack your buffs appropriately to do, like, I don't know, like a raid like Rudo Nightmare, Salvation's Edge, King's Fall, right? Like, you're not necessarily focused on that. The core fundamental, like once we're starting to do side grades and you're starting to effectively change how a class plays in general, whether that's going to be something along like the Huntsman, whether that's going to be Trollger, whether that's going to be Demo Knight, you are inherently pivoting from the base class into a completely new play style. So that one I would classify as more advanced, right? Like there should still be stuff that kind of tells you how certain things work, but I find that a little less egregious than I do, right? You don't have basic content to understand how the game works, right? Like you cannot, if you don't understand the pyro has an air blast, that's a problem. That's a core failing of the tutorial. Right? If you don't understand that Spy has a gun, right? Because the tutorial doesn't tell you, and you go into game and like, why is there this gun here? I clearly don't need to use this. It doesn't seem to hit my shots because it doesn't tell you about pacing your shots because of recoil deviation, right? Like, that's a failing of the tutorial. And this also, I think Destiny 2 is actually a good parallel, because how many times have we gone to a Bife video? How many times have we gone to an Asda Cross video? How many times have we gone to I was gonna say Mr. Happy, that's 14. Rick Cack is here, right? How many times have we gone to a video to have things either explained to us, relayed to us, or otherwise just try to understand what's going on? And it's fine to have your game be esoteric. Dark Souls is esoteric in a lot of capacities, but I think that there's some miscommunications in transit. And at the end of the day, as much as the Warhammer community will tell you otherwise, new players is how your game survives, is how your game succeeds. As someone who watched Legend of the Five Rings, Naruto, I watched L5R die twice, technically. Once the actual AEG variant went, and then it got sold to Fantasy Flight, and then the LCG died. So I watched L5R die twice. I'm still bitter about that. Naruto CCG died. Not Hearthstone. The WoW TCG, which I heard was really good. I watched that die. Wasn't a player, but I knew people who were. They said it was an amazing game. Dead Space, I watched that die like 3 times at this point. Like, I understand what it's like to watch a game suffer, die, and fall into obscurity and disrepair. You know what stops that? New players. And new players being respectful, and you know, the devs, people in charge, making sure they're taking the bull by the horns, so to speak, and you know, driving their IP in a way that's good. Like there's a give and take here.
Doesn't stop here. The game tells you nothing about basic fundamentals, like what controls do what for each class, what their weapons do, what game objectives are, and how they function.
What? How did the time get reset?
And the list goes on. None of this information is evident or available inside of TF2 outside of its half-baked tutorial mode and short introductory videos. This forces players to learn all of this via trial and error or external research. This lack of information stunts TF2's growth because it immensely steepens the game's learning curve and turns many players away at the door. Unless someone has a friend ushering them in, it's very unlikely that new players will tough out their first few hours familiarizing themselves with the game.
Also, there's
Okay, in all fairness, does Call of Duty not have hidden mechanics, right, that it doesn't actually explain to you? So think about it this way. Back in Modern Warfare 2, I don't know if it's still the same in whatever Black Ops 27 or whatever we're in right now. I don't know what game we're in. Do we not have hidden game mechanics that it doesn't necessarily explain? Like, you can kind of intuit them, right? You will... So back in Modern Warfare 2, right, I ran UMP 45... I think I ran whatever the rapid fire one was to faster fire rate, and I ran the 44 with attack knife, right? Because with lightweight Marathon Commando Pro, that allowed you, right, to move faster than if you had, say, I don't know, an M249 and a Stinger on your back. You're going to be, even with Marathon Lightweight Pro, Commando Pro, you're still going to run slower, right? Is that not inherent? Are those not inherently hidden mechanics? I mean, sure, we have certain things like FMJ, whether that necessarily works or not, and we have a bunch of perks and stuff, right? Like, I guarantee you that there's going to be some Call of Duty players out there who are going to be able to be like, well, yeah, this is technically a hidden mechanic, or this is an interaction in the game that doesn't necessarily spell out to you. You can kind of intuit, right? Well, I have a big belt-fed machine gun. Okay, I'm probably going to move slower. The heavy, right? The heavy has the giant minigun. He's gonna move slower. Like, you can kind of intuit certain things like that without necessarily knowing that the heavy has what, like a 67% speed modifier, where like the spy has like a 107 speed modifier, right? Like, you don't necessarily need to know the numbers, but you can kind of intuit that, and the metagame knowledge rewards you for knowing that a spy is 133%, or sorry, a scout is 133%, a spy is 107%. Thus, if you try to chase down a scout, you're not going to be able to chase down the scout because the speed differential is too great. Thus, how do you deal with the scout? You probably don't deal with the scout unless you're really good at hitting that headshot. You probably just leave. You probably just, invis watch, illusion him, and then just probably leave the interaction, right? Or try to reposition. Like, that's I think the proper progression here. You can intuit certain mechanics, but true understanding, yeah, I think external research and talking to people should be kind of required, right? Like, how do you know that the scout offhand, without consulting TF2 Wiki or anyone, how would you know that the scout is 133%? I'm sure you could math it out. I'm sure you could talk to your friend who's in calculus or physics and be like, yo, I'm playing soldier right now. These are the character. What do you think their speed is? And they could probably math it out. I feel like that's time and effort when you could just, have the data and consult the data, right? Like, this is an interesting argument to have. So, kind of summarizing, going back to my first point, I do posit that a lot of games, Call of Duty included, have hidden mechanics that they don't necessarily tell you about. And you have to intuit. I'm sure if there is a flamethrower underbarrel attachment in Call of Duty, it's going to function in specific ways that Call of Duty players are going to be like, well, this is actually how this functions, and this is how you would use it. You think you would use it this way, but you actually use it in this way. Not dissimilar to Flog Pyro, which we played on stream last night for Man vs. Machine, where if I'm doing Flog Pyro and want to do the maximum optimal amount of DPS, am I not crouching, aiming up kind of to one of the corners of the tank? Because it's something about how the age of the flame works, and because of the age, it does the optimal amount of damage when you do that, and thus you'll see your oomph meter charge faster. But would you know that in-game? Does it explain that in-game? No. I had to have somebody tell me this. I had to have Ollie in chat literally tell me this is how this works. This is how you're going to play Pyro. And it works, but that's not basic. That's more advanced, right? So I think that there's 3 discussions being had here. The basic, what you need to know to play the game, I would agree. Showing that Spy has a gun would be immensely helpful. I'm sure Jonto would be a huge fan of that, right? Then you have your kind of things that should be explained but aren't really explained right. Have a side note or a piece explaining that the Spy's revolver is pretty powerful, and if you fire too much, you're going to have some recoil deviation. So make sure you're pacing your shots for the most optimal accuracy, right? Wow, you fixed that situation. But now if we want to talk about specific recoil deviation, if we want to talk about damage fall off, especially on the ambassador. The ambassador, I guess you can't crit headshot if you're crouched. There's an interaction there, right? That's where we start getting into the territory of how does this reasonably get explained. So there's about 3 different conversations happening in this one, but I like how he's presented it.
Teleporter, how do I use it?
You just stand on it for a while.
If you're a brand new player joining a TF2 server for the first time and you didn't do any research before installing this game, I got 2 words for you.
Have
Good
fun.
luck.
Yeah.
It's hard to make your game popular when no one really quite knows how it's meant to be played.
Yeah.
But, rather than easing a player's introduction to TF2 by giving them more tools to climb the steep learning curve, or perhaps addressing other issues that would increase player retention, like performance optimization, Valve instead opted to place their focus on microtransactions and even more gambling, which did not spur the growth they wanted.
That Australian,
Not to mention, Valve had just fired or lost many of their writers, artists, and game designers, including those that worked on TF2. Valve was in a serious bind, and they didn't have much to fall back on to keep growing the game. Except one last option, a tried and true working formula. Well, they made Dota and CSGO massive esports, fueling their insane growth, so why not TF2?
Because of how TF2 works and how spaghetti-coded it is at times, I disagree that this would ever be a serious esports venture. When you can mathematically know that a Spy front stab will do 41 damage, or whatever it actually does in terms of damage, and you can get just random face stabbed, that is a recipe for disaster.
Obviously, Valve wanted to take the success of Dota's and CSGO's esports scenes and push TF2 in a similar direction. We even have evidence of Valve dabbling with competitive play from as early as 2012. They created a beta lobby system for quick play, which was mediocre at best, and then later repurposed for man versus machine. But Valve faced a massive, glaring problem with chasing the TF2 esport. Competitive formats were not very popular with TF2's player base, let alone mainstream, and traditionally never have been. Entering the early 2010s, TF2 did have an esports scene, but its size paled in comparison to both Dota's and Counter-Strike's. For instance, by 2014, concurrent viewership of Dota Internationals and CSGO majors consistently met or outnumbered the total number of concurrent players, whereas for
what happened in 2017? Why did Dota fall off so hard? Wow.
Team Fortress 2, viewership of the most popular esports tournaments has always represented a mere fraction of its concurrent player counts, even at its highest peak viewership in history. These different ratios are proof that competitive TF2 formats have always appealed to a small minority of the player base, and according to some polls and some older server population data, no more than 10% of TF2 players engage with competitive formats in some form or fashion.
Generously speaking, that's like 5% of players. It was just kind of mind-blowing to me, and I was like, wow, like I'm really surprised that Valve even bothered to create a matchmaking game mode when like so much of their player base is clearly extremely casual.
Before I get ahead of myself, why was competitive Team Fortress 2 unpopular with the player base? Some players cited the lack of accessibility as the primary deterrent.
Sure.
Since competitive formats were derivative forms of the vanilla game, not baked into the game itself, you had to take extra steps to participate. If you were even interested in playing competitive TF2, you had to play on community servers hosted by third parties. You had to make accounts, register for teams, schedule matches, and organize play entirely on your own. Other players suggested that competitive TF2's popularity limped from a lack of publicity, both inside and outside of the TF2 sphere. This notion is notably false within the TF2 sphere, as many of the largest public figures in TF2, YouTubers, streamers, and other personalities, have almost always consistently been involved in the competitive scene.
What is that? What was that?
And other personalities.
The eye-ring. Is this a mod or is this an actual in-game item? What is this? Is this like the Quackenbert? Like another Quackenbert?
Have almost always consistently been involved in the competitive scene in some way. Even Valve would consistently make blog posts and announcements about esports related events. They've been doing this since before the game went free to play. Yet, even with this publicity, the established TF2 player base largely did not take interest in competitive formats. Thus, much of the blame fell on Valve for not sponsoring competitive TF2 tournaments, much like their other games. Many thought that this greater spotlight, paired with more money pumped into prize pools, which, let's face it, is the primary intrigue, would translate into greater interest, more players, and therefore more growth.
So this is actually a really interesting comparison to, unironically, Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Right now. How comp play is in a very awful place for a lot of people, with things like the Mulch Armies, things like Fiendsmith Engraver coming out, lingering effects, even with the ban of D-Shifter, current time rules, Time Wizard format effectively being given the middle finger, right? So when you have communities that don't like the base game, and they want to play their own things, Time Wizard formats like GOAT, etc. I think there's an interesting comparison you could make here. Actually, let's see how this plays. Let's see how this pans out.
To an extent, this is correct. If you dangle a $1.5 million prize pool in front of a bunch of people, you're gonna get a lot of them getting good at the game. But Valve was immensely hesitant to sponsor TF2 tournaments, and almost never acknowledged competitive TF2 outside of their blog posts and in-game tournament medals.
If Valve won't even acknowledge us, that's definitely pretty depressing, pretty disappointing. You see Valve putting so much effort into CSGO and Dota 2, you know? To us, a lot of us, it just seems like it'd be so easy for Valve to support TF2, to just copy and paste the shit that they have for that game and put it in TF2.
But why? Why was Valve reluctant to support the TF2 esports scene? This brings us to the single biggest reason why competitive Team Fortress 2 did not grow, and the biggest problem that Valve would need to overcome if they wanted to push TF2 as their next big esport. Vanilla TF2 and competitive TF2 are completely different games. Competitive play's only similarities to vanilla are the handful of mechanics and class interactions that have been cherry-picked to facilitate homebrew competitive formats. The most popular form of competitive Team Fortress 2, 6v6, and therefore its entire esports scene cannot exist unless you remove about 70% of gameplay content, have the team sizes, and enforce class limits.
So you know what this inherently encroaches upon? It's the concept of buffing and nerfing. If you give players something and you buff it, they're going to be into it, right? And then if they have to kind of tweak it back a little bit later, like, oh, we kind of went overboard with that, they'll be pretty understanding, I think, right? The moment you give players something and then you nerf it, you are taking away from your players. So how it's the concept of it's easier to give, it's harder to take away, and then there's obviously negative feelings that come from taking away from players. So if this is the case, if you have to say axe, let's say 75% of the game, and it only works in a 6v6 with limits, that becomes a problem. Because at that point, it is this is a different game. It is using the maps or whatever, right? That's whatever. Once again, a surprising lack of two for it. But I guess that map is too balanced by what people have said in chats in the past. This is inherently a different game. You are playing something that feels I'd probably more akin to what we've seen of Quake earlier. It's not what people would want to play, right? Imagine if you played Halo and competitive was gun game, right? Where you start off with like the plasma pistol and you work your way up to like the energy sword and stuff. But imagine that's like the game, right? You don't have BR or like SWAT. Like competitive is nothing but SWAT, right? When you're used to having to deal with cracking people's shields, being able to see if you can precision kill them, like there's some game that there's some the meta knowledge that goes into that. But now you're just playing SWAT, or now you're just playing gun game, or like say Call of Duty comp was banned certain things like certain SMGs, certain LMGs. It banned any sort of aim magnification. It banned any sort of under barrel attachments that like grips, potato grips, vertical grips, etc. Because it wanted to facilitate a very specific setting. How many COD players are going to go that? Why? Right. That's the concept we're looking at here.
Which drastically changes TF2's structure, pacing, and balancing. This drastic difference turns many players away at the door, and is the primary reason why Valve didn't rush head-on into TF2's esports. Class restrictions, weapon bans, smaller team sizes? This wasn't the game being sold to the players. This was not the game that the vast majority of players came for, and stuck around to play for years. Even competitive players would oftentimes return to the vanilla game, because competitive TF2 is not a replacement, it's just a different game. As another example, other than my scout and engineer discussion from before, do you primarily play heavy, spy, pyro, engineer, or sniper? Sorry, given the nature of the most popular competitive TF2 format, these other 5 classes can't keep up with 95% of 6's play. If you want to play these classes outside of very specific scenarios, let alone full-time, it's greatly frowned upon to do this, and is considered throwing. This difference alone turns more than half of players away at the door, because these players would now be forced to engage with mechanics they have no interest in mastering, which, in tandem with class limits and weapon bans, is wholly antithetical to TF2's freedom of choice, which was integrated into the game by design. You also have additional information, terminology, and tactics that competitive players use, all of which that is otherwise not required in vanilla play. You have callouts, rollouts, uber counting, metagame formats and loadouts, weapon bans, special plugins, loadout binds, what's a pocket, what's a roamer, what's a combo. You have to do homework.
I disagree with plugins. Like, so looking at some of the comp scenes, how like they have like everyone's health bar on screen, I disagree with that. I feel like that is taking away, that is giving too much information. It's why I disagree with Pokemon VGC, them having Terra types on the team sheet that your opponent sees. Your opponent should be able to confirm your team, maybe your item, depending on the, because I think it was like Gen 5, I think it started showing items, but like, no, that should be hidden information. That's the point, is it's a high skill ceiling, big brain mechanic, right? So if you're swinging into, I don't know, a muck, and you're like, actually, my muck is Terra type flying, and then your Garchomp just misses, it sucks to suck, right? But if your opponent knows that your muck is Terra flying type, they're gonna, okay, I see what you're doing. So I'm going to go Sage Park, Pachirisu, Garchomp, and just use Discharge when you try to Terra type to avoid. You either Terra type to avoid the Earthquake and get hit in the air with Terra type flying, or you don't do that and you get knocked out by the Garchomp. You see why I disagree with that being too much information, because it's like tipping your hand to your opponent. If you tip your hand to your opponent in Yu-Gi-Oh! And you don't have an Ash Blossom, they're just going to roll through their plays no problem. But if they think you have an Ash Blossom, they're going to play in a specific way to try to bait out the Ash Blossom and potentially play suboptimally.
Before you can even start playing an established competitive format, because this is a different game. Additionally, the competitive community as a whole can't even agree as to what should or should not be allowed in competitive formats. There are multiple community-operated leagues, each with different rules, weapon bans, and map rotations, resulting in a fractioning of the competitive player base. There is no unifying rule set for competitive play. So, what is the ideal TF2 esport? Is it 6v6? Well, okay, if so, which version? Which league's rules? Well, if not 6s, then maybe Highlander? Well, if not just one format, then maybe both? And what about lesser competitive formats? 4s, 7v7, Ulti-Duo. How does this nebulous umbrella of competitive TF2 work for a standardized esport? It can't. Compare this to Counter-Strike, where the highest levels of play in major competitive tournaments across all of their leagues, all the way down to normal play at home, are almost one-for-one the exact same game. Even Counter-Strike's casual mode resembles the highest levels of play, just with larger team sizes and slightly different rules. The same knowledge, positioning, game sense, tactics, strategies, guns, balancing, and movement. Slight differences, yes, but for the most part, the same game is being played by almost everyone, at every stage, and at every level. There is no massive disconnect between competitive play and vanilla play. The transition from different spheres of play is seamless, because it's only one sphere. You need this seamless transition in order to market an esport. Otherwise, it will never take hold. Valve could not push competitive TF2 as built by the community as their next big esport because they needed everyone playing the same game. And for years, many competitive players and YouTubers cited this disconnect as the fabled gap between vanilla and competitive TF2, a gap that must be bridged in order to assure their mutual survival, to ensure a future for the game as a whole. At least, that was the sentiment. But that sentiment would soon be revealed as a farce. For that disconnect isn't merely a gap, it's a wide, deep maw of a chasm that no bridge could ever hope to cross. And Valve was all too aware of this, but they knew they would have to try spanning that chasm if they wanted to push TF2 as their next big esport, so it could grow just like their other games. And if you don't believe me, if you think I've simply assumed this of Valve, that they didn't know what they were doing and just pulled this out of thin air, hear it from the horse's mouth yourself.
TF's been around long enough that we used to sort of regard casual and competitive as separate communities.
Right.
And now we view that as outdated, and we instead want to think of our player base as a single community with a spectrum of players. Part of that is fixing some of the things that serve as sort of a barrier between those groups. One example would be the competitive players have on their own sort of created this other version of the game with different rules, and they'll restrict things like classes, and they'll ban most of the weapons. And so we'd like to fix that by finding sort of a common ground between the communities. There's a lot more work we want to do there, but what we're basically working toward is trying to have that one audience that we're really serving. That one audience that we're really serving.
So
that's going to be a failing goal. Like common sense dictates that this is going to fail, and I'm sure they're doing the best that they can, right? I'm sure that this was done with the best of intentions. I feel like this is going to lead to L decisions in the sake of homogenizing the player base. So, and that's the thing from a business perspective. What do you do if the comp scene can't agree? Right, you're running into issues where. What do you define as competitive? And everyone has a different idea of what competitive TF2 should be. And the strength of the game is a more casual, fun-only game, like fun game, right? But being a casual, fun game isn't making the money, and you need to make the money to justify continued growth, but you can't do it to make the money because the game just inherently isn't set up for that. What becomes the logical decision? So thus, we start to see the justification in TF2 kind of just being left alone, right? Like you work through this organically, you put yourself in the Gabin chair and you go, okay, what do we need to do? Like how does this happen? And if the answer is you strictly just don't because of the reputation the game has, what do you do? I think that I start to see the justification on why this game isn't a Dota 2, why this game isn't a League of Legends, why this game isn't a CSGO, why this game isn't a game like Call of Duty or Apex. It starts to make sense.
Even Valve directly acknowledged and understood that competitive players were playing a different game. But to them, well, this was now outdated thinking. Valve.
Why? See here, look at the plugin on the right, on the left. Why do you have your opponent's information? Bro, you don't even get that in quick play. that is giving you way too much information in a competitive environment. Like, from an actual competitive standpoint, I firmly disagree with this. They're like, go to a Magic the Gathering tournament, right? Let's say I go as a team, or I go to a Yu-Gi-Oh tournament and I'm with a team. It doesn't matter what my life points or life total is with my teammate 3 tables down from me. That doesn't matter. What matters is what you have access to, what your UI directly tells you, and what you can physically see, right? If you look at a teammate, you're going to be able to see, at least in some way, shape, or form, their health bar, right? You're going to see that they're under fire. I disagree with a plugin that allows you to see this. Is that spectator info? And then if it's a spectator, then absolutely, I'll take the L on that one. If this is in game, I disagree. If this is spectator, that's fine. I want to make that distinction.
Valve didn't want to face facts. In fact, they couldn't, because they needed to serve one audience, a competitive audience, and have everyone playing the same game. It's just insanity that Valve thought the best course of action to grow their game was to consult and cater to less than 10% of their player base. Not
Always
only
is,
that,
yep.
but 10% that was playing a different game and wanted a different experience than what vanilla TF2 offered, instead of addressing the issues that were affecting the game's growth at large. And as a result of this graduation from outdated thinking, Valve would begin engaging in a series of steps that set Team Fortress 2 on the path towards disaster.
I'm ready for this. This is going to be interesting.
2013. A group of competitive players takes a trip to Valve's offices, trying to garner more support for competitive play. They express their desires for in-game lobbies and a tab showing live streamers, hoping to increase player exposure and accessibility.
Our main reason of going up there was to try to encourage Valve to take more of a role with competitive TF2 and to start taking the steps to really integrating competitive TF2 more into just what TF2 is.
But the gap, the massive differences between vanilla and competitive play, could only be addressed by changing game balance. And at first, Valve was extremely hesitant to do this. They wanted to support esports within TF2, as it would garner insane growth, that was the goal. But they didn't want to make any drastic changes to the vanilla game that would otherwise deter the established player base from engaging with a new competitive format.
You know, you get these players who are like, TF2, cool, like, I didn't know people played that competitively, I'm at this LAN, like, yeah, let's play some TF2. And then they're like, what? Like, why are you telling me I can't use, like, half of these weapons, you know? That's really frustrating for newer players who are starting to see the competitive side of TF2. And I think ultimately this system will provide a bridge into sixes.
Valve was in...
I think that is such an interesting way to look at that. Yeah, let's play TF2. That is the equivalent of, hey chat, let's go play a game of Halo. Oh, but you can't use the BR. And you can't use the plasma rifle, and you can't use, okay, what can you use? We're using green gun and we're using Magnum. That sounds lame. Like, why? Well, because the green gun strips the shield, and you know, you got to make sure you're hot swapping and aiming properly to get those headshots, despite green gun Magnum being literally OP and CE from what I understand. Like, I don't know. Like, it's when you start adding those restrictions and stipulations, people will inherently just shy away from it, right? Like, it's why I'm a believer in separate PvE and PvP balancing, because, hey, the Mangler's doing great in, you know, he's doing great overall in Halo Infinite, but comp players are complaining about this. Can we just tweak it a separate value that it has? This is the quote-unquote PvP Mangler, and this is the quote-unquote PvE Mangler. But I guess that's being too divisive, and I think that's adding extra steps onto the process. Like, if somebody came up to me and said, let's go play, like, a game, and they started throwing those restrictions on, I'd kind of just arch my eyebrow and be like, I'm probably good on that one, Captain. Like, and you can tell the dude's clearly, because he's literally going to Valve to talk about it, you can tell the dude's clearly passionate about that. I'm not taking that away from him. But what I can say is that it is a fundamentally, I'm going to say misguided approach from the get-go, because you are imposing limitations on other players, right? Not that he's doing it maliciously. He wants to play his format, right? He's wanting to play GOAT format in Yu-Gi-Oh! Or he's wanting to play Modern in Magic the Gathering when you just want to play Commander. Or you just want to play whatever, throw pile together. This is what I had from 10 years ago, Yu-Gi-Oh!, right? Like, I think the Magic the Gathering equivalent is probably going to be the best one here. Yeah, you're saying, yo, let's go play Modern. Okay. What do you mean that I can't use this? What do you mean this isn't a thing? Well, I'm just going to go play Commander because everybody plays Commander, right? Or like, if you play Commander and then you're just like, you know, well, we're going to play this format with my own ban list, and it's like, well, why is this banned? You know, okay, this weird addition to this list. Okay, Emrakul's unbanned. What kind of list are we running here? I don't know. I think that there's a parallel to formats like that.
Intrigued by 9v9 Highlander, as this was much closer to the vanilla game. At least, all classes were present. Even
Sure.
Robin Walker stated that the presence of all classes and weapons inside of a TF2 esport would make for a better gaming and viewing experience. And he's not wrong, because
Sure.
what he really means is that if all of TF2's recognizable facets were consistently present inside of its esport, it would be that much easier to drive engagement and
Right.
facilitate that seamless transition. Again,
No, he's correct. I also think if the meta comp is 2 scout, 2 soldier, just limit it to 1 scout, 1 soldier. Because clearly that is too unbalanced, right? Clearly something else needs to happen. But then again, that's going to also prompt the competitive argument of this is why we can't limit this. Or, well, there is this format that limits this to 1 and 1. However, like Yu-Gi-Oh's Forbidden Limited list, right? You can run 1 copy of like each of the pieces of Exodia. You can't run 3 ofs, you can't run triplicate, but you can run 1 ofs. It's for balancing, right? So that becomes an interesting discussion, because even if you just say blanket shotgun ban or shotgun limit, 1 scout and 1 soldier, what are you sacrificing there? What becomes the meta and replacing it?
Valve wanted everyone playing the same game. They wanted that one audience, just like Counter-Strike. Entire elements of the game's identity could not be absent. So whatever format Valve would push, it needed to closely reflect vanilla play, but also, somehow, bridge the gap towards competitive play. And how was this to be done? Well, no one knew. Not even Valve. But come summer of 2014, their work began anyways. Steam database updates showed that Valve began working on a competitive matchmaking system. So, no. Overwatch's announcement later that same year was not the reason why Valve began pushing competitive esports inside of TF2. This certainly did accelerate Valve's efforts, which we'll get back to later, but this wasn't the catalyst. Work on the competitive system was probably going on in the background. But at the same time, Valve began testing the waters. Valve began imitating their other games inside of TF2, and they started with one of the most anticipated updates in TF2's history.
I love the cover here. I think it's great.
End of the line. A massively hyped update built by the community, but a pathetic flop thanks to its implementation. Valve scrapped most of the expected content last minute and only released a brand new loot box.
Wow.
This fumble put a strong, sour taste in the mouths of many players. And as an extra bonus tacked on top, they added a paid in-game campaign. Sort of.
What?
Now, players could purchase a duck token.
What?
Upon purchasing this token, rubber ducks would drop when you killed players. You could
Amazing.
collect the ducks and level up your token to then have the game drop more ducks.
Can I still get one of these? How much do these go for? Yo, if I can't get my spy crab, can I at least get this? Like, is this an actual thing that's still in game? Can I get duck that spawns more ducks into infinity? Oh, the possibilities are endless.
Yeah. The volume of ducks collected was tracked on your coin and on a global leaderboard, but that's it. Nothing else. Just useless in-game stats tracked by an in-game token that would level up as you played. And if it wasn't painfully obvious by now, they just copied the operation passes and coins from Counter-Strike. End of the line was Valve testing a CSGO-style update for TF2.
That makes me sad that doesn't actually spawn the ducks anymore. 700, I mean, 700 is the ballpark of the Black Rose knife, so it's up there. That it's not spy crab status.
This is like the stupidest update of all time.
And, sure enough, their test worked. It proved that an operations functionality was feasible inside of TF2. And, well, there you go.
That's
what
good
works
information.
in one game must work for another. So, come 2015, Valve would release not 1, not 2, not 3, but 4 operation-style updates for TF2 in the span of 6 months.
Yikes.
The gunmetal update was first, arriving on July 2nd. TF2 now had weapon skins, following almost a one-for-one copy of CSGO's skin system. TF2 now had limited-time campaigns, with access granted via in-game passes. Players would complete in-game contracts and receive exclusive item drops as rewards. All pages directly from Counter-Strike's playbook. Many players dubbed the gunmetal and tough break updates as the TF-Go updates, as all of this was a blatant copy and paste job of a CSGO operation, and Valve beginning to push TF2 as another CSGO. And by the end of the year, Valve had pushed out an obscene amount of content. But even with this imitation,
that's a 2 for it. Okay.
TF2 still did not grow. In fact, player counts fell into a steady decline after the disaster that was end of the line. And yet,
I almost wonder, so yeah, I feel like it'd be a slap in the face. People would view it as a telegraph of things to come. And they would probably also view TF2 as less of a stable experience because of it being quote-unquote TF-Go. That's interesting information.
Yet, despite this continued decline, Valve was still busy, banking on their ace in the hole to turn the tide in their favor. The wind in the sails that would be competitive matchmaking. Let's rewind for a moment. In 2014, another group of competitive players, concerned with the development of Valve's new competitive mode, decided to write them a letter. In this letter, they outlined what they called prioritized feature requests that would most benefit the community, a CSGO-style streaming list, a matchmaking system, and bug fixes and quality of life improvements. Obviously, these first two greatly benefited the competitive community, and were essentially a repeat of what was discussed at Valve back in 2013. Competitive players still wanted Valve to facilitate competitive play inside the vanilla game, and later on, these competitive players, alongside some YouTubers, were ultimately invited to Valve's offices in the spring of 2015. And this time, they were explicitly told by Valve that they were, indeed, working on a competitive matchmaking system.
Basically, that news, the major point of that news, is to announce that Valve has shared with us and is allowing us to share with you that Valve is working on matchmaking as a high priority project.
As for the details, well, they didn't share much publicly, other than that it was to be loosely modeled after Counter-Strike's game modes.
I'm actually surprised that they did that to begin with. This tells me this is to, especially in response to falling numbers, this most likely was a publicity stunt to drum up, to get noticed in the algorithm, right? To drum up those metrics, to get that interest, because because anything they would reveal would be under NDA, right? Like they would have to sign an NDA to get any more information. So this tells me this was done as a publicity thing.
Primary competitive format had yet to be determined. Whether this meant 9v9 Highlander or 6v6, weapon bans, class limits, no one knew for sure. Not even Valve.
Yeah, so we heard quite a few things, and
it's Seagull.
Honestly, a lot of people probably had they kind of guessed that Valve would lean towards one format or another, but it's not really anything like that, honestly. They wanted a similar style to CSGO in a sense, where you could, basically the idea is it'd be really simple to get into a matchmaking format and just go for it.
They're asking what format? Because not everyone may know, but 6 versus 6 is the big format for competitive TF2 worldwide. There's also 9v9, and there are all these different formats and stuff. So what's the answer from Valve on that? It's kind of a good answer, right?
Well, to start with, I want to just say that the whole philosophy behind it is that they just don't know. And I don't think we should be arrogant enough to know that we know the best solution either. So as of now, the answer is they have no idea.
So here's the thing. I think it's interesting to think that the competitive TF2 fan base, because of its grassroots nature, might have, if there was at launch, this is what competitive is, I wonder if the grassroots comp scene would not have taken off and splintered in so many different directions, because even if people disagreed with it, and Valve throughout the years still kind of did quality of life updates, balancing changes, etc., this makes me wonder if the grassroots nature actually fed into Valve's issues, because there's so many different players that that recognize comp TF2 as too many different things, right? You know, someone's going to look at you and go 9v9 Highlander, and that's a garbage format. And you're going to look at them and you get, what do you play? What do you're doing the whole 2 scout 2 engineer meta? I mean, that's awful. Wow, we daring today, aren't we? And someone's going to look at you and then go, well, you know, 2v2s are going to be where it's at. And you're going to look at you like, what do you mean, right? Like, there's so many different fractured perspectives on what competitive TF2 is. So it makes me wonder if Valve just pushed out earlier, this is what comp TF2 is. Not that like they have the esports scene and stuff, but like this is the de facto, this is what competitive play looks like, and they had that from the get-go, if that would have worked in their favor. I wonder if waiting this long to implement it and allowing the community to fracture had a negative impact on this. And if we didn't have the grassroots movements, right, the grassroots comp scene, I wonder if we would have looked at ranked competitive TF2 more fondly. Well, thank you. Appreciate that.
Kill me. Valve was still struggling with the gap between vanilla and competitive
Ronan, thanks for the sub.
TF2. Valve again stressed that they did not want to enforce weapon or class restrictions of any kind, but they knew that they wanted to evolve the player base towards engaging with a proper end game.
They really talked about how they wanted to kind of like, I want to say evolve the player base in a sense that they wanted a way to give an end game to the general public.
You're just, you know, seeing the transition, seeing the work the competitive community has put into everything, that it's really is the end game of TF2 and keeps players playing.
It's not the end game though. Objectively. It's not.
Hearing that Valve once again said they were trying to reshape TF2 into a vehicle for esports proves to me just how disconnected they had become from their own game. So disconnected, so lost, that they openly admitted to their own players, directly to their faces, that they had no idea what they were going to do. That's a massive red flag in of itself. But that paled in comparison to the biggest hurdle Valve had yet to overcome. How would they push a competitive format? How would they keep everyone playing the same game so the level of entry into competitive play was low and an esport could grow?
You don't. Objectively, you just don't. You will lose players. It's like if I engage with really awful comments, like the comments that just go, or the buh comments, and I try to approach them respectfully, that will push out people who, are like, Kip, just don't engage with that. If I only engage with people who, thanks for the good video, Kip, right? Does that not push out people who want to have either a buh argument or have some valid criticism because they just see it as an echo chamber, right? Like, you do nothing and you will hemorrhage people. You do something, you pick a lane, you will also hemorrhage people. It's about picking what option is going to be best, and that leads into the multiple options they're going to have.
Option 1, going with no class limits or weapon bans, but rebalancing everything that competitive players ban or rarely use to facilitate a new format. This would have everyone playing the same game. That's a lot of work. But Valve would then face the problem of needing to rework a ton of weapons and mechanics.
Yeah.
That is impossible without greatly disrupting established vanilla play. If I haven't made it very obvious by now, smaller team sizes alongside class limits severely alters game balancing. TF2's class balance is explicitly designed within the context of all other classes and mechanics being present, with varying quantities and large team sizes. These facets of play are not self-contained components that can be removed, limited, or adjusted without affecting game balance as a whole. Other than my engineer and scout discussion from earlier, the best example I can provide is the Pyro. In 9v9 Highlander, the Pyro primarily exists to spy check and deny projectile spam, or air blast an Uber once before he dies. His low burst damage and speed prevent him from having a greater impact. He's generally viewed as a support class. And in 6 vs 6, the Pyro is rarely seen outside of specific defensive scenarios. He's almost never played. In the eyes of many competitive players,
30 minutes to track it
especially
down.
Sixes players, on one hand, the Pyro is weak, useless, and would need drastic changes to keep up with the faster pacing. But then, on the other hand, the Pyro is all around despised, overpowered, and too easy to play. Many Sixes players view the Pyro as wholly incompatible and too disruptive within their homebrew format.
And that becomes the issue. So I think at its core, if we're being fair, if you're going to have competitive TF2, it must it must encompass all 9 classes. Objectively, like the base game is that, right? It's much easier to pick ban something like the Winger or pick ban something like the Flog, right? It's much easier to, or the Ubersaw. I think the Ubersaw unanimously across the board is like, yeah, that works. And so, like, you know, man versus machine, casuals, like, sure, whatever. Like, from an actual ranked, that garners you so much advantage on an actual Ubersaw kill. Like that. But that's the thing, is when you start treating bans like you're just dealing out poker cards, when you start just doling out bans left and right, the ban doesn't have as much meaning, right? Go look at the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list. Compared to, I don't know, the Magic the Gathering ban list. I'm pretty sure the Magic one might be shorter. I'd have to check the full list, right? Or in this case, keeping it in video games, right? It depends on the format of Magic, honestly. I'm thinking of the modern format. Modern format is way, way smaller than Yu-Gi-Oh's. But if we look at... Oh, God, I just had it in my head. Call of Duty. Black Ops 2. What weapon got banned? The FAL. TF2. What weapons are being banned in competitive formats? When you have to actively use, if you're looking at it, say, on your phone, and you have to actively use the scroll feature, you have a problem. When you look at the Yu-Gi-Oh ban list and you have to scroll, you have a problem. That's Eternal format. That's specific what they're geared towards. That's not the point of discussion. Also used as point to make money to unban things and then push product, but that's neither here nor there. Like, when you ban like 75% of things, grats. Like, how is that interesting? The bans suddenly don't have meaning. When the list you need to look at is what isn't banned in a format, the format is flawed.
So the Pyro's overpowered, but then he's not overpowered.
Yeah, this duality.
This brutal nightmare to fight, and yet no one plays him to win. It's a weird contradiction. It also doesn't help that the weapons that do boost a Pyro's damage output and mobility are typically banned for the sake of preserving Sixes players' desired environment. But in vanilla TF2, the Pyro is largely fine. The larger team sizes, slower pacing, presence of all classes, and blend of present skill levels enables him to be consistently viable and mostly balanced. But
maybe it's my bias. Maybe it's because I come from things like doing like SCA Rapier, where I'm also using a longsword. I'm actively handicapping myself. I've had to fight rapiers with my longsword. I've had to fight rapiers with rapier. I've had to fight 2-point versus one with a single rapier, 2-point versus a single or versus dual rapier, right? Like, you want to talk about a format, like me just playing rapier is effectively a format not dissimilar to TF2, right? Sure, you got your different classes, right? Like, sure, you'll have me, you'll have my Cav Scout buddy, you'll have our Maestro, our different people and their different preferred styles, right? Sure. And then you'll have me who shows up with a single point longsword. You have my buddy who shows up with a rapier, which is a dex weapon designed to be faster than my longsword. Where points are specifically scored by thrusting in that format, not slashing, right? That is literally the same length of my longsword. And then you go to our Maestro, who has, he'll go between 1 point and 2 point, where he'll have one rapier sometimes, and then another he'll just dual wield and have two rapiers, right? Like, we're literally having the same format, a similar thing of this is a format, right? Like, we're dealing with picks and stuff like that. What do? You ban things like spears because spears kind of suck to fight against. They're really fast, but like, I mean, I've done it. It's awful. Clips of me exist on the internet somewhere. But like when I do things like that, I always criticize what went wrong and what could I have done differently. Because in combat, much as Dishonor would have you not think otherwise, you have to worry about your posture. Is your back straight? You have to worry about your breathing. You have to worry about your gait. You have to worry about your center of gravity. You have to worry about your stance. You have to worry about if your muscles are getting fatigued or not. Right? You have to worry about keeping your focus. Because if you relax in that brief second, you're going to get a rapier hitting your mask. Right? So I guess it's my bias that I have to deal with plenty more things. I have to deal with so many things when I do combat like that, when I spar, that going to something like TF2, and it's like, what does the backburner do? Backburner gives you effectively one less air blast. You can air blast less, but it sometimes crits from behind. I say sometimes, there's memes that people know what I'm talking about. I don't know. It's one of those, like, what is the confines of the system? I don't have to worry about my breathing. I don't have to worry about my breath. I don't have to worry about anything that isn't in the game. I'm playing a simulation, right? I swap to my funny hammer when I'm pyro to get a speed boost and then go into combat and then just press the funny WM1, right? Like, and then sometimes it's a variation of WM1 depending if I'm using the afterburner versus the flog versus stock. Yeah, it gets a little different when I'm playing the Dragon's Breath, right? And that's just pyro, right? Like, maybe it's probably because I have a bias. Like, some of these ban arguments become very silly to me, but there are definitely things in games that deserve to be banned. I think the Ubersaw objectively should be an auto ban in any sort of competitive because that snowballs too much advantage.
As a solution to bridge this difference, Valve could simply rework the Pyro so he's more compatible with Six's play, or more generally, competitive play. Some people call this trickle-down balancing your game for top competitive play and then, well, hoping that everyone else just deals with it. Sometimes this philosophy can work because highly skilled players can push a game to its limits and can figure out what's broken, which therefore normal players can exploit too. But
old damage shield, old stats gave the user 10% bulge damage resistance if you weren't using this, and the enemy sniper you were guaranteed to lose the matchup. He could one-tap you, but you couldn't one-tap him. This was a balancing problem across all modes of play. Frankly, we didn't need competitive players to realize this. Yeah, like something like this is fine. Clearly there is an issue. If the 1v1 is compromised at that point, and this genuinely would probably become a best in slot auto pick, yes, this is a balancing issue. Yes, you should probably deal with something like this. This gives the sniper an exorbitant amount of tank.
Remember, for TF2, competitive players are playing a different game. This philosophy can't work here. What's broken in TF2's competitive formats isn't always broken in vanilla.
Hi, Uncle Dan.
One didn't age quite so well.
As more direct proof of this balancing discrepancy, back in 2009, Valve performed a closed beta test with top competitive players in order to get more data for new weapons and balance changes. One of these weapons was the Gloves of Running Urgently, an item that was specifically designed with competitive players in mind, so the heavy would see more use in competitive formats. Well, even after testing and
I'm sorry, chat confirms Ubersaw is not banned in 6v6, which is wild. Competitive 6v6 has now lost any appeal it had to me. Bro, the Ubersaw is an objective ban. No way.
Release, the Gloves of Running Urgently were almost unanimously banned across all competitive leagues.
Nice.
Why? The Gloves of Running Urgently made the heavy run urgently, which is something that competitive players hate. You might be familiar with the concept of heavy to mid, where a heavy can quickly get to the front lines and partake in the action when a round starts. But competitive players hate this. They find this too disruptive for their homebrew formats, which was enough for them to ban the item altogether for years.
Have you considered sniping the heavy? Oh, wait, I'm sorry. I thought y'all hated off meta picks like the sniper. Weird how the probs feed into each other.
Years. And even when unbanned, Six's players never play the heavy outside of specific defensive scenarios. So, to summarize, Valve wanted to see heavy more often in competitive play, So, they worked with competitive players to make a weapon viable for competitive heavy play, but then the competitive weapon designed for competitive play was immediately banned from competitive play.
Oh my god.
You can't make this shit up. They were left with a...
See, at that point, that comes back to the competitive community. I feel that is Valve attempting to bridge the gap. Valve is attempting to be proactive here, and that is the competitive community effectively spitting on them. I disagree with that.
Weapon that was broken in competitive play and messy in vanilla play, going through iterative nerfing throughout the years to make it more compatible with the base game. Shocker that a weapon designed for competitive play had issues with vanilla play. And then, mere months later, Valve releases another weapon that boosts the heavy speed, the Buffalo Steak Sandwich. And, shocker, competitive players ban this too. The Gloves of Running Urgently was the very first speed
competitive players literally did this to themselves.
Speed bump that Valve slammed into with catering towards competitive play, a decision that even back then, many players considered foolish.
Stevito, top comment. Quote-unquote pro players ruin every game whose balance they get to influence. No doubt they also ruin TF2 with their constant mooning. Like, and that's the thing, right? I'm sure that these people are pretty good people, right? I'm sure that plenty of them, you know, they're average people like you and me. They just so happen to be really good at the game, and they want a good competitive environment. But, like, they literally did this to themselves, and they arguably caused harm to Team Fortress 2 by doing this. Because they're not the ones having to rebalance this, right? Right? It's Valve who's having to rebalance this. Valve is left holding the bag at that point. But I guess then the counter argument to that becomes boo-hoo the big corporation, right? Which I think yes and no. Like, the competitive scene quite literally slapped Valve in the face with these.
Thankfully, Valve learned their lesson and pumped the brakes on this practice. At least, for a little while. So, rather than jeopardize losing their existing player base that they needed to usher into their next esport by disrupting vanilla game balance too much, option 1 was entirely off the table. So,
just cut
option
ties.
2 would be to contain a new competitive format within its own uniquely balanced game mode, like Man vs. Machine or Manpower. Many players expected this, and this option was easily the healthiest choice for the game. If players enjoyed the new competitive game mode, they could go play it with ease, and it wouldn't have any impact on the vanilla experience. Balance changes, smaller team sizes, class restrictions, and even weapon bans would be permissible. At a base level, it could copy community competitive formats like 6 vs 6 and appeal to the already established competitive scene. However, this option couldn't bridge the gap. They needed everyone playing the same game. And a new game mode carries with it a brand new risk: player interest. If a game mode is too different from vanilla play, it will only appeal to a small minority. This has been historically proven time and time again, with Man vs. Machine, Manpower, Pastime, or other community-made game modes like Versus Saxton Hale. Valve wanted everyone playing the same game, playing competitively, not just a small group. That wouldn't fly for an esport. So, Valve couldn't take option 2 either, as it would retain.
Option 2 is off the table strictly because of TF2's history with the over creativity. And this makes a lot more sense why modern AAA, quadruple A games sell you this is the experience and hardly let you. Well, I guess Halo Infinite's kind of the weird one, right? With Forge, right? How different game modes are made by Forge. But you could also make an argument, why would you play ranked Halo Infinite when you could just go play Forge, right? When you could play some really cool community maps and stuff. You see how we run into that same issue of fragmenting the player base when players are given option and choice. It really is a double-edged sword.
The chasm between vanilla and competitive play, and it would create too much work for Valve. If Valve rebalanced everything to fit into a new competitive game mode, similar to Man vs. Machine, this meant that Valve would have to simultaneously develop and maintain 2 different games, which is ultimately why work on Man vs. Machine slowed to a crawl after a year or so. And there was an additional problem with options 1 and 2. Competitive formats and rules were designed, built, and dictated by the players, not by Valve. So, if Valve incorporated one of the community's formats, Whose rules would take precedent? Which format? Which league? For example, in some competitive leagues, those aforementioned pyro weapons aren't banned, while in others, they are. Moreover, would Valve keep constant tabs on the competitive scene, maintain constant communication, and update their game based on their desires? Or would they establish their own standardized rules? And if the latter happened, would the competitive scene conform to those rules? Or continue playing on their own servers as they always had?
I mean, at that point, you have to conform. You don't want to conform, that's fine. Go play your own community stuff. You want competitive TF2. This is the official, quote unquote, official competitive TF2. You conform or you're straight up community status, right? You as a company, you as the person putting out the work do technically get to make that decision, right? How many, I'm sure that there are League of Legends communities out there, right? Or Dota communities out there, right? Even Smite, I'm assuming, where certain gods, heroes, champions, they're going to be banned, right? Like, oh, well, you can't use this. You know, you can't use, I don't know, Master Yi. Can't use Master Yi in League. Can't use Teki in Dota. Can't use Jormungandr. No, Merlin. You can't use Merlin in Smite, right? And that's just an auto ban of the format. The format is geared towards them not having those. Meanwhile, League of Legends, Valve, and Hi-Rez, right? Hi-Rez is behind Smite. I'm totally drawing a blank on them right now. Whoever runs Smite, like they get to decide. Yo, this is literally our comp scene. Sure, you can run these cherry-picked formats. We're not saying you can't, but this is our competitive format. This is what we're pushing. If you don't want this, unfortunately, you are going to have to look elsewhere. And your scene is a quote-unquote competitive scene, but it is not official. It is not recognized. It is not sanctioned, right? So Valve does, in this situation, get to throw its weight around, if should they choose to.
Since they built these formats themselves, and would therefore relinquish that control over to Valve. So, what was Valve going to do? By 2015, they admitted themselves to those visiting competitive players that they had no clear path forwards. With option 1, there was no way they could force their players to accept a new, vastly different version of TF2 by massively reworking the vanilla game to accommodate competitive play. But with option 2, there was also no way to magically convince their established player base to play an optional competitive format that most players always knew existed, but traditionally did not care about. And listen, to be a bit more candid, the problem with all of this, everything, the mere idea of pushing an official competitive format was that TF2 wasn't designed to be an esport. It's not why the vast majority of people played this game. Much unlike many modern titles, including Valve's own, TF2 wasn't designed to facilitate esports. A matchmaking system, skill ranks, strict coordination, a sport-like viewing experience, any of that. TF2 was designed to be fun first, at the individual level. Valve's own words, not mine. That was their philosophy when making this game. It was designed to be fun for as many skill levels as possible, for as many desired levels of engagement as possible, for players where no matter what mood they were in after work or school, that there was always something fun to do on their own, with friends, with as much or as little coordination or effort as they desired, at the full discretion of the individual.
No.
The bait.
TF2's esports scene only existed because a small handful of players optimized that design philosophy out of the game, restricting and cherry-picking facets so TF2 could facilitate that sport-like viewing experience, where winning comes first, where trying your hardest always was the requirement. The polar opposite of vanilla TF2, wholly antithetical to its design, a completely different game.
I mean, and that, yeah, like all of this makes sense into why comp didn't take off, which then leads into we still have half of this video left. We are 3 hours into a 4-hour reaction, and we're already an hour and a half in. So what I'm trying to figure out is where where do the things that get removed from the game come into play here? Where does the I don't even want to say anti-gamer. Where does the sentiment against newer players even really come from, right? Because if I played in ye olde days back in say 2013, whenever, like sure, I guess I could have gotten a random drop of like the holy mackerel chemistry set. You go look on, it's like $200+ right now. Because you had to have 200 of say the holy mackerel, but then you also had to have the chemistry set as the reagent, and then they all consume to make the collector's item, right? Like you'll find and it's just for collectors. Don't get me wrong, but players like me who started way after TF2 was in the limelight for a lot of people, right? We don't have the same opportunities. So it's really interesting to look back at the eras, plural, and see things like the Spy Crab that came out with the code and the plushie, to see something about the TF2 White Whale. I know it's a heavy weapon, that's all I know about it. To see collector's sets, to see things that don't drop anymore that used to drop, and why do they not do that anymore? That's the part that really arches my eyebrow. Like the comp scene definitely makes sense. And I think that, because of their roots, because of how the community was left to kind of splinter, fragment, and make their own sub-communities for comp, and, like the pyro thing. Certain formats don't ban pyro things. Other formats ban one pyro thing. Other formats ban half of pyro's kit, right? It's like, there's no standardization there. And sure, you should be able to play your own format, what you deem most best for your play group, but there's no unifying line here. There's no through line here.
Again, there's nothing wrong with this. Part of TF2's traditional structure was community servers, where players could do whatever the hell they wanted, include play other games that weren't TF2. But it becomes a problem when you impose that onto the vanilla game, when you try to transform Team Fortress 2 into something it is not. And imposing was Valve's only option, to try and shove their existing player base into a new mold, into that competitive mindset. Which brings us to the final hurdle, the one obstacle that would prove insurmountable, their final test as to whether or not they could succeed in pushing the TF2 esport. Skill-based matchmaking.
Oh no, not like this. No, do not. Oh, it's gonna be wild.
Again, TF2 wasn't designed to facilitate skill-based matchmaking, but now, Valve had to retroactively incorporate this feature in order to facilitate competitive play. That matchmaking system was what Valve was spending most of their time on, and the rules for competitive play weren't even on their radar yet. Because a matchmaking system is a nightmare for a game like Team Fortress 2. A wholly incompatible system. For instance, let's just start at square one. If Valve simply applied matchmaking onto the vanilla game, team sizes of 12 versus 12, it would take an excruciating amount of time to find 24 players of an even roughly equal skill level. Valve could knock this down to 9 versus 9 to mimic Highlander, but this is still 18 players. And with TF2's smaller player base, a matchmaker would take far too long to form games. Because even in a game like Counter-Strike, with a player base over 10 times the size of TF2's, its game coordinator struggles to match teams of 5 in under 5 minutes.
No
way! On top of that, imagine if they imposed a restriction of some kind, say something simple, like one of each class per team, and then how that would magnify queue times, as a game coordinator tried to handle the lack of admissible player combinations. Also, Valve would have to tackle the single biggest issue with a skill-based matchmaking system. How would the game measure skill? The problem is that Team Fortress 2 is an immensely complex game. TF2 has 9 classes with a huge variety of weapons and abilities, all influencing each other's effectiveness as players work together or don't. Players are constantly changing weapons and classes during play, changing their impact on the flow of the game from moment to moment, by design. Different map environments facilitate varying levels of effectiveness for all classes, mechanics, and team compositions. All players have varying amounts of skill and experience with each class and weapon. Every player's desired level of engagement, and therefore effort and level of sweat, changes from day to day or even from game to game. Being allowed to change classes, weapons, effectiveness, playstyle on the fly is...
I mean, that's in a comp scene, you would be locking those down reasonably, right? You would be locking down what loadout you're going.
The Achilles heel for a skill-based matchmaking system. In, for example, a single round of TF2, how can the player with 500 hours on Medic, who then changes to his 20-hour Pyro, who then changes to his 5,000-hour Scout, be compared to the guy who just installed the game and only played stock Engineer? And what if that game was on Dust Bowl, where Scout and Engineer have vastly different impacts than, say, on CP Process? What if that game was 12 versus 12, where the Engineer becomes far more effective and the Scout less so? What if it was 6 versus 6, where the Engineer becomes far less effective and the Scout far more so? What if the Engineer has teammates protecting him, enabling for his buildings to earn him more points? Does it mean that he performed better, or the players around him? How could a matchmaker differentiate the impact of other players on an individual's performance and then appropriately assign a skill rank? What if, in the next round, the stock Engineer decides to play Demo Knight, the competitive Scout main decides to play Heavy? What if it's on a different map, a different game mode? How can these performances across rounds be compared for assigning skill ranks? How on earth could you apply a set of generalized performance statistics, funnel every single player down that same slide, and then expect something that resembles a balanced game at the other side? You can't.
No, he's absolutely correct. This is why the Highlander format seems to be... even if you don't like full Highlander, right? You don't full Singleton, even if you can say double up or like Uncle Topia status up to 3 of a single class, right? Like at that point, you at least have some sort of freedom. The other one is if you, yeah, because he also covers that though. What if you just queue in a soldier? What if you do that? Like, if you get match made, right, and then you get into the game, and the inherent problem with, well, you can play soldier that entire match, right? You're locking in as soldier for that game, and it counts towards soldier specifically. Having multiple MMRs is going to suck. Like having multiple MMRs across multiple different classes, and then I'm averaging out to your actual MMR. Are you not going to be able to cheese that by just saying, I don't know, maybe playing like Spy and Pyro exclusively, and your Spy and Pyro game is on point, even though you've never played Heavy? Do you let the null value from Heavy in every other class drag your average down? Like there's so much that goes into this, and it's not as simple as just queue up into ranked and like Halo, grats, you reached Onyx. Not that that's not a feat in itself, right? But it's there's a lot more. There's a lot more layers of complexity here, and with a I can't even say smaller, because I'm pretty sure Halo Infinite has a smaller user base, at least on PC, than Team Fortress 2 does. Like all of this comes into play. Like this really tells me that the comp scene can't and won't work, and it really should be kept to a casual experience.
TF2's inherently chaotic, free-for-all design can't facilitate a skill-based matchmaking system. TF2 players aren't all doing the same thing, with the same level of effort, at the same time, for every single round, for every single game. Therefore, matchmaking systems work pretty well for games like tennis or chess, but not TF2, let alone many other modern team-based video games. This is why TF2 had team scrambles. Instead of trying to predetermine a player's dynamic and constantly changing impact before the round even starts, team scrambles let things play out for a bit before making the decision to shuffle players around. By using the points earned from the previous round or two, the game evens things out for the current team compositions, for everyone's current desired level of engagement, which generally works pretty frickin' well. For a game like Team Fortress 2, it makes no sense to try and predetermine a player's effectiveness before the round even starts. Determining skill levels by using previous game experiences that look nothing like the current one being played is, for a lack of a harsher word, asinine. Don't get me wrong, team scrambles aren't a perfect system, but implementing a skill-based matchmaking system into a game like TF2 was a fool's errand, and that's a generous understatement. All of this everything that you've just heard in this section. Valve absolutely knew everything. They aren't stupid, but despite all of these red flags, invalidating TF2's core design philosophy, competitive TF2 being a different game, the clunkiness of a matchmaking game coordinator, assigning skill ranks in an immensely complex game, all of these massive, massive warning signs screaming at Valve, no, stop, what are you doing, turn back now. Valve pushed forward with competitive matchmaking.
And overall, you know, just a lot of energy at Valve. Everybody there was just like, dude, we want the same thing that you guys want. We want to see TF2 get as big as these other games. 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 Get as big as these other games.
And thus, in chasing that, they're losing the identity of the game itself.
January 2016. Out of the blue, Valve announces that beta testing will soon begin for TF2's brand new competitive mode. And what did Valve establish as the format to bridge the gap between vanilla and competitive play? Teams of 6 versus 6.
Sure.
But nothing else. No item bans, no class limits, and no restrictions of any kind. Only disabling random crits and random bullet spread. Valve couldn't restrict any game content that players traditionally always had access to. Smaller team sizes was as far as Valve was willing to go, because anything beyond this would not only create too much work, as I've already shown, but remember, competitive play and vanilla play had to be as similar as possible.
Right.
So the transition between those spheres was seamless, and an esport could grow. Valve hoped this halfway in, halfway out approach would be enough to get players interested, but they still faced that old problem with derivative forms of TF2. Player interest. Most players would not be interested in playing a competitive format that they traditionally did not care about, nor would competitive players engage with a new format that didn't reflect what they built for themselves. So, unfortunately, this brand new competitive mode created this bizarre middle ground that no one really wanted. Sure.
But that's the thing, though, is that Valve has announced this is comp. If you want to play competitive TF2, this is the format. Right? 6v6, no restrictions. That's it. There's no ifs, and, or buts. Valve has declared, whether you agree with their decision or not, that this is competitive TF2. At that point, you technically can't call yourself competitive TF2 or competitive TF2 slightly to the left or competitive TF2 Saga, because you're no longer competitive. You have the competitive mentality, but you are not competitive TF2 as of Valve announcing this.
It was novel, and many players were excited about trying it out, but not because this was going to become the new competitive format, but because most players assumed there would be more to come, that item bans, class limits, a pick ban system, something would come later.
It's a starting point. That's what, hearing them introduce this reads to me as a starting point, and then pick bans will come later, item bans, Ubersaw is seeing a 100% or 99% pick rate. We're gonna have to ban the Ubersaw. We're gonna have to ban it. We're gonna take it for suspect testing, like Smogon does, right? So they're suspect testing things, and then hey, look, this clearly is just should not be in the format, right? Like as a starting point, awesome. Like then you move forward from there. If that's all they did, then that's going to be an L.
More towards what the established player base understood and knew as competitive TF2. The competitive mode beta first began with closed testing. Players were granted access via beta passes, which would generate new passes over time that could be traded to more players. After enough seeding had taken place, Valve announced a series of public stress tests, which would be orchestrated inside of a Steam group. And as soon as that group opened up, thousands of players poured in, eager to see what Valve had been working on, and rightly so. Valve's new competitive mode was still shrouded in mystery. Streamers, YouTubers, competitive players, and even Valve themselves had been hyping up this impending competitive update for months now. Everyone was buzzing with anticipation and excitement. It was finally TF2's turn. It was finally this beloved game's chance to break out into the limelight, into the mainstream, to stand toe-to-toe, on par, as equals with some of the biggest esports titles in the world. Valve was finally giving TF2 the attention it so desperately desperately deserved. The gates of the first stress test opened up on March 1st. Everyone dove in, geared up, ready to go, ready to usher in TF2's renaissance
Server
as
issues.
the next big esport.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Is that the Overwatch problem? Players abandon the match and will be penalized. It's now safe to leave, but you may... Dude, this is actually what killed... So, Overwatch comp, I ran into this issue so much that at a certain point, I just, like, can people just get banned? If you're... Like, I get if there's a number... I also get frustrated in, like, Final Fantasy 14 when people do this, right? Where they go into content that they don't want to be in, and then they'll just leave, and then you have to go find another person. It happens rarely in 14, to be fair, and usually it doesn't happen without good reason, right? Like, I don't know, someone had to go get the door because errand thing, right? Or like, delivery, right? Somebody had to get up because something happened, right? Or the theoretical, well, someone, had a medical emergency and they had to leave, right? Stuff like that makes sense, right? If you're showing up to Crystal Tower because 100% of the community who has access to Crystal Tower is going to do Crystal Tower every single day in Alliance Raid. It's why I'm on hiatus from 14 till 7.3. I'm so sick of Crystal Tower. It makes me physically sick at this point. Like, you show up to Crystal Tower and you just leave, then don't Alliance queue. You go in with the understanding you're going to be sitting there. If you're going to go into a competitive Overwatch lobby, if you're going to go into a competitive TF2 lobby, competitive anything lobby, the understanding is you're going to sit there. You're going to play the game. You'll play the game to the best of your ability. You're having an off day. Sure, you're having an off day, right? Like, you're playing the game, and then you leave the match. What is it with this bullshit of slapping people on the wrist, just slapping them on the wrist and just being like, oh, well, we're going to penalize you. It's going to be like a 10, 15, 30-minute ban. No. Stop it. Bro, I hate this so much. It actively detracts from the game.
Yeah. Valve's new competitive mode was a broken, shambling mess, plagued with massive, glaring problems, most of them intentional. First of all, the real reason why Valve went with team sizes of 6, other than minimizing the load on a matchmaking system and appealing to the already established competitive sixes scene, was because Valve already had a functioning lobby system for team sizes of 6. Man versus machine.
Oh, no.
Instead of creating a new lobby system, Valve
copy-pasted.
simply copied MVM's matchmaker, slapped on a ranking system, and then called that competitive mode. Since man versus machine and competitive mode piggybacked off the same game coordinator, players queuing for man versus machine were placed into competitive matches. How can you mess this up? Valve had been working on this for nearly 2 years, and this is what they had to show for it? This was already a massive red flag. And sure, by the
Dude, this is a certified bruh moment. Imagine, like, because man versus machine is a paid thing, right? Like, yeah, you can still, like, play it, but you don't get the rewards. People are going to be going into that expecting to burn that ticket. Or, like, you buy a ticket, right? And then you queue up, and then you get put into a comp lobby. See, that's a valid reason to leave, though, right? That a actual network DC, like server-side DCing you, and man versus machine literally ending up in a comp lobby, those would be actual relevant reasons to leave, and I do disagree with being penalized on that, right? Those are the exceptions to our previous conversation on the subject. That is wild to me. That they did the Destiny thing where they copy paste events every single year, but then you run into the same bugs every year because they copy and paste the folder without the updates, and then they apply the updates later if they apply the updates. And they do this every single year.
Second stress test, they fixed this problem, but the MVM hiccups paled in comparison to another massive flaw. During the first stress test, games would automatically end if a player disconnected. No bot filling the vacant slot, no fresh player getting plugged in, nothing. Game over.
Yeah, I mean, that's unfortunately, like, that is the Overwatch effect. Overwatch ran into this exact same problem, and it's why I quit. Because you should be locked there to your seat, to your couch, your chair, whatever.
Instantly, players abandoning matches would receive timeouts as punishments, with increasingly longer cooldowns the more they abandoned, which also lowered their priority in the matchmaking queue once their time was up. And at face value, I'm sure nothing seems wrong with this.
Sure.
It makes sense to do this for a competitive mode, because that's what works for competitive games. But maybe, just maybe, instilling the idea that you can't abandon a game into a player base that traditionally, for 8 years prior, was always allowed to come and go as they pleased, might be a recipe for disaster.
It is a conflict of interest, but technically you are playing competitively, right? That does technically come with the territory, right? Like, so for example, this video, right? We're an hour and 42 in, and I'm already 316 on my reaction, right? You're coming to a reaction to watch me pause and add commentary. Like, sure, if I pause and tangent way too hard, there is valid criticism. If you're like, wow, I can't believe the dude, is pausing the video and adding commentary. Bro, just watch the original video. What? Actual criticism I still have to this day. Had somebody comment on the Tom Christie video recently, and they're just like, wow, I can't believe bro's pausing. Like, oh my god. Yeah, part of the reason why I did my comments update video. Just you're going into comp. The expectation is you glue your ass to your chair.
And sure enough, once open to the public, players abandoned games en masse, ending most competitive matches before they even started.
Wild.
This was a brain-dead decision on Valve's part, something that's not even seen in Counter-Strike. And these mass abandonments compounded with the single biggest problem with Valve's new competitive mode. Most matches didn't even start. Not simply because someone abandoned the game, but because someone's game crashed due to forced graphics settings. Yes, Valve's new competitive mode would have forced graphics settings. In a video game where custom graphical configs were almost a necessity thanks to its hideously unoptimized nature. A problem that Valve did nothing to address for years finally came back to bite them in the ass. Thanks to forced graphics settings, players with custom HUDs, certain cosmetic mods, or using low-end computers would immediately crash upon loading into a competitive match. Crashing out of a match counted as an abandonment, and then slapped that player with a timeout and ended the game immediately. Sure, there was a rejoin feature to avoid the timeouts if you managed to fix whatever issue you had, but most of the time, it simply didn't work and slapped players with that timeout anyways. Players with lower-end machines who, by some miracle, didn't crash would be subject to hideous game performance, drastic drops in frames per second, frame drops as they played, stuttering, screen tearing, freezing. Sometimes their game would just go black and force them to restart TF2. You also could not use DX8, a setting that thousands of players relied on in order to run TF2 with playable performance. And as a result, countless players would abandon the game and also receive that timeout penalty. And then when that happened, that blatant copy and paste job of MVM quickly became apparent, because these timeout penalties carried over to man versus machine. Why? Were they truly unable to separate these two matchmakers? And if this was intentional, why would you punish someone for leaving a competitive match by limiting their access to man versus machine? Other bizarre MVM bugs popped up as well, like competitive mode signs and doors appearing in MVM. And at one point, even trying to queue for man versus machine would crash the game during the stress tests. And throughout all 9 of the competitive mode stress tests, yes, a total of 9 over the course of 2 weeks, there were thousands, and I literally mean thousands of complaints from players about forced graphics settings, game crashes, abandonments, failed connections, the list goes on. I cannot stress enough how widespread and pervasive these performance issues were. Forced graphics, timeouts, and abandonments were hilariously out-of-touch oversights from Valve. Since the entire TF2 player base was accustomed to coming and going as they pleased, abandonments happened all the time. Either because players didn't like the new game mode, they didn't like the map they ended up on because they couldn't pick it, or they had no choice other than leaving because their game crashed or they had performance issues. As a result, the vast majority of matches had uneven team sizes, 4v6, 3v2. This was the norm, not the exception. Timeout penalties, which should have prevented players from wanting to leave, did nothing to stop them, because you can't suddenly convince the entire TF2 player base to not leave a server, when they always had that freedom for 8 years prior.
He is correct. As much as I counter and have countered that comp assumes you're going to be engaged, that is not reality. That he is absolutely correct here. You cannot convince the entirety of the player base that they can no longer come and go as they please. and especially when they receive reprimand, right? They receive action, lower priority, temporary bans, etc., for doing stuff. That just, it cannot work. And like, that's the thing. Like, going into this, it's like I have one opinion, which I think is a pretty reasonable opinion, but obviously that's in a vacuum of competitive. As we start adding more to this, if your game is physically crashing and you're penalized for that because the game itself is forcing your game to do something that your system it can't handle, that's a problem. That's a huge red flag. Like, that's bad. Like, if like we'll just get a PC 5-head. Okay. Like, that's not fair. That's not reasonable. Right? Like, if I'm saying I can't play Resident Evil 4 Remake at, 4K, well, just go buy a new graphics card, 5-head, go buy a 50 series, go buy this processor. Okay, how much is this rig going to cost? Well, we can get you this rig for like $6,000. Okay, where am I pulling the $6,000 from? Right? Like, Finals has that problem. I hear Finals has a lot of problems. Like, yeah, when you look at this in not a vacuum and everything else surrounding it, this really gets worse. And I like how he explained it as such, because honestly, for reactions, I think this section right here is golden for react channels.
What did Valve think was going to happen? That everyone would magically fall in line?
Oh, no!
As for the forced
That
graphic
stress, that
settings,
frustration.
many normal players and most competitive players ran graphical configs or ran the game on DX8 to significantly improve their game performance, sometimes out of necessity, lest they be unable to run TF2 at all. But now, the game would force their settings and screw them over. The freedom to come and go as you pleased, HUDs, configs, and
The Lucky
mods
Star.
were all part of TF2's functionality and culture since launch. And now, these things weren't permissible inside of Valve's new competitive mode, lest they break the game.
So this is actually really interesting to consider. Remember the era when everything had to have a PvP mode, right? This was circa, 2011, 2012-ish? Dead Space 2 got a PvP mode. BioShock 2 got a PvP mode. Remember how everything had to have a PvP mode at some point, even if it was just tacked onto a game, tacked on PvP being a thing specifically for this era? And how this led into this era where everything has to have an esport. HOTS, right? Here's the Storm from Blizzard, which they subsequently canned. League of Legends, Dota, Counter-Strike, Call of Duty, right? Like how everything having a PvP mode that feeds into everything having to have a competitive mode. And I think we're actually experiencing competitive burnout at this point, which I think is going to be very interesting going in the next few years, because if more players abandon, especially half-cooked subpar experiences, half-cooked subpar games, especially competitive games, and move to more casual experiences, I think TF2 can really market a really good casual experience and a return to form for gaming. That is a hopeful and optimistic approach for that, and that requires TF2 to not play into the competitive mindset, which is interesting to see how the everything needs a PvP mode going into everything needs a competitive esports scene going into Burnout recently, or fairly recently. I think it's an interesting progression to watch.
It's further proved that Valve had done almost no testing of this new system, and it showed that whoever was working on competitive matchmaking did not understand TF2, let alone play it. They forced graphic settings and timeouts because this is how it works for Counter-Strike.
Right.
No custom HUDs or visual mods, everyone on the same playing field, and punishing players for leaving a game. Remember, Valve explicitly told those visiting competitive players back in 2015 that they were going to model TF2's competitive mode after Counter-Strike. And oh, lo and behold, the TF team at the time just so happened to be sharing an office with the Counter-Strike team.
And they said this whole one section was TF2, and it looked closer to
No,
people.
it was they share one with CS:GO.
They also said that some of the new people they had hired recently wanted to work on TF2. A lot of veterans have moved on to other things, but some of the newer people that they've added wanted to work on TF2.
He said the only couple of people who have been working on TF2 since the start was Dave and Eric, they've been there since 2007, since the game was released, and before that, since they were working on it up to the release as well. So,
and I think that they'll work together with the people in like the CS:GO department or Dota department that have already implemented these features that they're trying to add now. So like they'll all work together and learn from each other. It should work out.
It's very safe to assume that Valve had Counter-Strike developers building TF2's competitive mode and making decisions for its functionality. Forced graphics and abandonment penalties were massive screw-ups, but instead of addressing these issues in any constructive way, by the second stress test, Valve tried to sweep these under the rug by just disabling rounds from ending if someone disconnected. And this didn't solve anything. What? All this did was grant players the privilege of playing with uneven team sizes all the way to the end, instead of automatically booting them back out to the lobby screen after 40 seconds. And since the teams would remain uneven, everyone left anyways. And instead of fixing performance issues with HUDs or mods or loosening restrictions on forced graphics settings, Valve just told the players to stop using HUDs or visual mods. In the video game, that always let them do that. Wow.
Yeah.
These stress tests were a shit show, and I'm just getting started because tons of other issues manifested, all of which Valve simply ignored. For example, you could not kick players. Was someone AFK?
Really?
Was there a cheater? Sorry, you're stuck with them. And there were plenty of cheaters, which the mobile...
Does TF2 have a report system? Because that's why a report system works, right? That's what that would do.
Authenticator did nothing to stop because
Dead
spoofing
reckoner.
a number is as easy as taking candy from a baby. Imagine not incorporating some way to kick people inside of a game mode that could be very easily influenced by a single bad actor.
Right.
Even CSGO's competitive mode let you kick players. Why didn't they incorporate this feature? There is no conceivable excuse for them excluding vote kicks, other than matches automatically ending if someone disconnected. A vote kick feature was likely incompatible with the system they had built. This was a joke. The best Valve could do was add an in-game report feature. Well, I mean, thank God, not that reporting someone for cheating in TF2 has ever worked before, so that was useless.
Fair.
And tons of other bizarre bugs persisted, including, but not limited to, phasing through walls, phasing through props, coaching glitches that let you teleport across the map.
I'm following you home. I'm going through walls.
Freezing in spawn if someone
Awful.
disconnected during the initial countdown. Horrific connectivity issues, where your game would try to connect to a server, fail several times in a row, and then slap you with a timeout penalty. And a slew of other visual bugs and glitches. And on top of all of this, the cherry on the shit show sundae, Valve was avoiding the two biggest concerns from early beta testers, which were primarily top competitive players. No class restrictions, and no weapon bans. Nothing that resembled their preferred means of competitive play was present, other than the smaller team sizes. Thanks to this, the balancing for this new competitive mode was in complete disarray. As I've made apparent several times so far, vanilla TF2's balancing doesn't work for team sizes of 6. Very quickly, new metagames and strategies evolved around abusing mechanics that were far more powerful with smaller team sizes, but otherwise balanced in vanilla play. 5 scouts and 1 medic, 3 demo men and 3 medics,
Gross.
2 heavies and 4 medics, 3 gunslinger engineers and 3 scouts. Quick fix, vaccinator, gloves are running urgently. It was fun to mess around, sure, but this enraged competitive players because their 6's meta wasn't being adhered to and resulted in most matches being complete steamrolls. Speaking of steamrolls, the matchmaker rarely produced balanced games from the start.
I don't know. I don't think I even sided the competitive players on this one. Because the gloves of running urgently was literally their creation in collaboration with Valve. Like, maybe I'm just biased, maybe I'm jaded, but I mean, it's one of those things where I'm just like, their 6v6's metagames? Sure, you mean their community metagames that they've created? That's by definition not competitive TF2? I don't know. I guess I just have a bias against comp. Like, not that I think competitive players are scummy or anything, right? Like, sure, I'm sure there's plenty of competitive players who have followed and interact with me. Sure, you're all lovely people, right? In this specific situation, I don't know if I necessarily vibe with this because they've clearly caused issues in the scene already prior to this, right? Like in a vacuum, yeah, it sucks to feel like your format is treaded upon, or like we've done all this work and this is what this is, and this isn't being adhered to, and this is what this is garbage, right? Like I understand the mentality and the frustration there, but like the competitive players also fed into this. So when you zoom out and don't look at it in a vacuum, I don't think I really feel bad for the comp players here.
More often than not, matches were complete stomps. Why? The ranking system simply did not work. Shocker, I know. Implementing a ranking system in TF2 was a fool's errand, but also, the ranking system they chose started everyone at the same level. Rank 1. Since matches could be rarely completed, high-skilled players couldn't rise the ranks, and were sent back down into the pile with fresh installs. But wait, there's more! The maps that Valve chose for their rotation were palatable to questionable. Capture the Flag Turbine? Seriously? It seemed like Valve was trying to appeal to the vanilla player base by dangling a familiar map in front of them. Oh well, hey look, it's that map you guys like playing on 32-player instant respawn servers. Why not try that out for our new competitive mode? During all 9 stress tests, there were heaps upon heaps of feedback, recommendations, comments, concerns, outcries. And Valve addressed none of them. All they were willing to do was patch smaller bugs and glitches. And of course, there were countless adjustments to abandonment penalties, shocker, but none of the major problems negatively affecting the core functionality of competitive mode were addressed. Not a single one. And after those 9 stress tests, revealing countless, massive, glaring flaws, Valve goes silent. Nothing. No announcements, no more stress tests, not a word on competitive matchmaking for nearly 3 months. During this downtime, Valve finally added that Twitch list that competitive players wanted onto the main menu. Not that anyone has ever used this since then. If anything, it...
Does this still exist? I have no idea. I think I saw something about TF2 creators, but I don't think I've ever dealt with this personally.
Just got in the goddamn way. People are here to play TF2, not watch someone else play TF2.
That is a good point, too.
That's it. Perhaps they slipped back into their offices, back to the drawing board to make improvements to their shambling system. Everyone expected changes, well, hence the testing, right? Surely, this was going to become something great. Valve just needed more time.
The world could always use more heroes.
You know, I hate looking back at the old Overwatch animations, because I actually really like Genji and Hanzo's, and just the game just didn't. I think I'm just impressed more than anything.
May 24th, 2016, Overwatch releases with fanfare. It explodes in popularity. This was now the premier team-based shooter, with massive global esports tournaments sponsored by Blizzard themselves. Thanks to Overwatch's release and rapid growth in the esports scene, a fire was lit under Valve's asses. They had to push out TF2's competitive mode, and fast, to meet Overwatch head on. What was Valve going to do? Players were anxiously awaiting on Valve's word for any kind of progress. And then, out of the blue, a Valve employee, John Schoenig, aka Jill, who had been coordinating the stress tests on Steam, posted on Facepunch forums, saying that the next update was going to be neato. Well,
it's gonna be neat.
Shit, that's official word from Valve's mouthpiece that the competitive update was coming up next. Everyone exploded, with players quickly adopting neato as the new catchphrase. The neato update, the competitive update, was right around the corner, and a couple of...
Did she say competitive, though? I didn't hear competitive. I just heard this next update's gonna be neato.
Weeks later, Valve poked their heads out, with Jill coordinating 2 more stress tests at the end of June. Players excitedly poured in. It was finally here, the improved competitive mode. Except, nothing had changed. Competitive mode was exactly the same as it was 3 months prior, and almost the same as it was on day 1.
You know what? Man, Valve kind of making EA look good in certain aspects right about now. It's wild.
The 11th and final stress test officially ended the competitive mode beta, but Valve had done nothing. They didn't address any of the major issues affecting competitive mode's functionality. Abandonment penalties, forced graphic settings, messed up balancing, questionable map selections, unbalanced teams, terrible performance issues, horrible connectivity issues, the practically non-existent ranking system. Nothing. Why? Why were there no changes to their system?
I'm going to blame the load-bearing coconut. I feel like this is made infinitely harder for a couple reasons. One, spaghetti code. Two, the Valve layoffs, especially if they were people who coded TF2, their expertise being gone. Like, I'm sure they left notes and stuff. Like, they still have the source code, right? Like, I feel that it's made infinitely harder by, like, this is a decision. Sorry. This is a situation that is heavily impacted by prior decisions, multiple prior decisions, that all culminate into an absolute dumpster fire on a train wreck. This is kind of wild to watch. I'm kind of glad I missed this era.
Well, because the competitive mode Valve had created was fundamentally flawed from the start. Valve could not turn off abandonment penalties. They could not allow for games to continue if someone left. TF2 was going to be an esport now. These features had to be present. They couldn't enforce class limits or weapon bans, because vanilla TF2 and competitive TF2 had to be as similar as possible, so their new esport could grow. And forcing these things was not only wholly antithetical to vanilla TF2 and how the majority of players engaged with the game for almost a decade prior, but all of these decisions simply broke their game. Competitive mode was barely functional, and that's being generous.
Is this the actual... I'm at 1080-60, it's just the quality of the... Okay, it's just the footage.
Most players were really excited about this new competitive mode. They had hope. They expected for these stress tests in the beta to, you know, work towards improving the system. But once that last stress test ended the beta, not the alpha, the beta, the last step before official release, that optimism and excitement very quickly turned to doubt and fear. Some were wondering just what the hell Valve was doing this whole time, and were greatly and rightly concerned by their ineptitude put on public display. Valve's competitive mode barely functioned, but it seemed like they were about to release it as is. But all of these outcries were simply ignored. It was all drowned out by even louder tidal waves of praise. The hype around competitive matchmaking had gained too much momentum. It was now too big to fail. Many players, unsurprisingly, were even vehemently defending Valve, writing off any criticisms as meaningless complaints. If you were worried about the update, if you had fears, criticisms, or concerns, you were insulted. You were attacked. You were labeled as entitled, as moronic. You should have just been grateful that Valve even wanted to work on this 8-year-old game at all anymore.
Dude, this has literally been me criticizing the Switch 2, the partner direct. This has actually been some of the feedback I've gotten. Like, wild. Yeah. I don't think I'm going to be touching another Nintendo Direct, let's put it that way. Especially when Nintendo just makes me sad anymore.
And with June coming to a close, the entire TF2 player base was at the edge of their seats. Players expected improvements, expected for this new competitive update to be far better than what was beta tested. There was no way Valve was going to push out that buggy, broken mess of a matchmaking system as the final product, right? Right? This was Valve, the company that made Half-Life, Portal, Counter-Strike. They know how to make video games. They know how to turn them into esports. They've done this twice. They were definitely working on fixing competitive mode and were about to release something great. Valve knows what they're doing. This was practically routine for them. What could possibly go wrong?
On that subject, doesn't Counter-Strike 2, when that was launched, weren't people advised to not play Counter-Strike 2 because of some actual security vulnerability in the game? Like, people were actively advising others to not play the game because it was an actual security risk. So this is really interesting to see that whole event happen. And as far as I'm aware, that issue has not since been resolved. and to kind of look back and see what they were doing with competitive TF2 in 2016, this is wild to look at. I'm ready for this. Hit me with it. He did it. He said the title. We're only 3 hours and 40 minutes into the reaction. Oh, this is great.
July 7th, 2016. The Meet Your Match update finally arrives. TF2's brand new competitive mode was now live, and it was exactly the same as it was at the end of the beta.
Amazing.
All of those massive glaring flaws brought to light from stress testing remained totally unresolved. As tens of thousands of players poured into the new skill-based matchmaking system, Team Fortress 2's competitive mode collapsed. The forced graphics settings caused torrents of game crashes, unplayable performance, and widespread abandonments, instantly ending most competitive matches before they even started. Since most players were used to coming and going as they pleased, abandonments happened en masse, ensuring that the vast majority of matches never played to completion. Players still could not call for a vote kick. This was inexcusable. When there was a cheater or someone went AFK, players could do nothing. They were now forced to abandon ship and take the timeout punishment for themselves. Queue times were further compounded by the sheer volume of people cramming into the game coordinator. Valve's matchmaker simply could not keep up. If by some miracle players got into a match and it played to completion, it would be over within minutes. The non-functional skill-based matchmaking and ranking systems weren't addressed, resulting in steamroll after steamroll after steamroll. Steamrolls were further compounded by players abusing those mechanics otherwise banned in 6s but balanced for team sizes of 12. And to top it all off, matches still ended instantly if someone disconnected.
Awful.
So, no one stuck around to endure a 6v5 match. I cannot stress enough just how miserably broken competitive mode was at launch. Valve willfully pushed it out like this. Everything was functioning exactly as they intended. Valve couldn't make any changes to competitive mode. TF2 was going to be an esport now, so competitive mode had to function like this. Rounds couldn't continue if someone left. Otherwise, how could the matchmaker score players to balance the next match? Valve had to force graphics settings, so all players were fairly on the same playing field. Valve could not impose class limits or weapon bans, or properly balance this game mode, because then vanilla TF2 and competitive TF2 wouldn't be the same game, and it wouldn't usher the existing player base into their new esport. Thanks to Valve's unwillingness to accept that their competitive mode simply could not succeed, it was dead on arrival. It shipped in a pathetically broken state, resulting in a total disaster. Even without all of the technical issues, this new competitive mode was doomed from the start. It was made to appeal to everyone, but ended up appealing to no one. Aside from its novelty, this game mode was quite literally a bridge to nowhere. No one wanted this bizarre hybrid between vanilla TF2 and competitive 6v6. Without weapon bans or class limits, competitive mode failed to meet competitive players' expectations. They didn't want this. They wanted their own rules and balancing. And for everybody else, the vast majority of players who enjoyed vanilla TF2, why would anyone bother with this new game mode? This was just pseudo vanilla TF2 with smaller team sizes. So why put up with all of the rules, the lack of functionality, the queue times, balancing issues, broken matchmaking, forced graphics, the timeout penalties? Why bother when the normal game was right there?
Yeah. He's not wrong.
What the fuck is this piece of shit?
Quick play was gone, replaced with a brand new game mode with its own skill-based matchmaking, casual mode. Valve learned from their stress tests that there was no way to convince the entire established player base to abide by the new rules and requirements for competitive mode, and they knew that most players would not engage with an optional game mode that they traditionally did not care about. So, Valve had to force them to care. They had to forcefully convince the player base to take TF2 seriously, to treat it competitively.
To treat it like you have to man up for man versus machine. Okay, I see. We're attacking the credibility of gamers in this move, which is interesting. Yeah, because I was about to commentate because it's casual mode. You don't want to be a casual chat, right? You know, you got good. You're clearly not a casual. You've manned up. So therefore, why would you play casual mode? That's the rhetoric being imposed upon you as a player.
So Valve restructured their entire game so players would be forced to abide by those new rules. Valve was so certain that their competitive mode would work, that TF2 would become their next esport, that they mangled their entire game into a vehicle for their competitive mode.
Amazing.
Just as Valve intended, exactly as they told those competitive players. They used Counter-Strike as their model. Casual play and competitive play are almost one for one the exact same game, just with smaller team sizes and slightly different rules. Players engage with casual mode to learn the mechanics, and then graduate to competitive play. This was a sad, pathetic joke. Even the name casual was a farce. Casual implies that the normal vanilla game, the way most people enjoyed TF2 for almost a decade, was now the lesser way to play. This fed into the warped notion that Valve's competitive mode was now the real game, the way it was truly meant to be played. From now on, normal vanilla TF2 was to be an organized, competitive light experience, with real winners and real losers. Players were now forced into a rigid, structured system that strongly encouraged winning and trying their hardest. This wasn't merely a paradigm shift imposed by the nomenclature of the update, no sir. Now, there were real, tangible stakes. All of vanilla TF2 now used a skill-based matchmaking system. Your performance, winning and losing, would now directly impact the quality of your playtime.
I do disagree with that, though. Like, I was very I did disagree with that. I was very critical of Infinite when your actual competitive MMR dealt with quick play. Bro, back in my day, right, getting all boomer about this, Halo 3, Halo Reach. Look, you went into a lobby, okay, you're on whatever Blood Gulch was called in Reach, I don't remember, right? Sometimes you got absolutely trounced by a 6-stack. That's just the nature of quick play. There's no competitive MMR. There was no skill-based matchmaking for casual. Come on now, bro. Like, oh, that's disgusting. I think I have an interesting perspective, as I did not play TF2 back in its heyday. I did not play quote-unquote good TF2. Starting fairly recently and coming into this rigid structure, to me, I'm like, oh yeah, this just makes sense. Like, this is just how the game functions, right? You have your goals, attack, defend, get your cart to wherever it needs to go. It's very structured and goal-oriented. So the things that are being complained about are things that I, as a newer player, kind of look at and have gone, okay, yeah, this is just how the game is. Not understanding how the era of 2011 to 2014 operated. So this is actually really interesting to have the new player perspective on and the veteran player perspective on. I know I've heard Lazy Purple, Soundsmith, even Jonto. Do they play comp? I'm assuming they play comp in some capacity, because I know like Jonto talks about taking Spy into pubs, right? So going into quick play, going into casual, right? Like, I assume they play comp, whatever the modern comp iteration is. This poses a lot of questions.
Now, there was an incentive to win and try your hardest, not just to level up a purely cosmetic badge, but to get into better matches. If you didn't, you would be punished by being placed into lower quality matches. Yes, you have an MMR rank for casual mode, and always have, and the game tries to use this statistic to put you into balanced games. And not only that, now the skill level of everyone else on your team would impact the quality of your playtime. This isn't tennis or chess. This is a team-based game. Other players would now impact the scoring of your performance, and therefore the quality of your matches. All of this, everything, was disgustingly antithetical to everything TF2 was built upon.
Yo, someone who has access to my Steam via friends list, what does it say for my MMR? How do you find that? What does it say for my TF2 MMR? How bad am I at the game? Thanks.
For 8 years prior, there was no punishment for losing or benefit to winning, other than the personal satisfaction. TF2 was explicitly designed to be a chaotic and free-for-all experience, where players were always allowed to take the game as seriously as they wanted to, with as much or as little coordination as they desired. But now, instead of encouraging continued play because the game is fun, a matchmaking system now told players, you need to win in order for the game to become fun. Right. And to what end? Why should the common player be forced to treat TF2 like an esport? Why impose this on everyone to reach this end game?
The end game.
End game.
Of what, exactly? An esports tournament with some mythically massive prize pool? Yeah, where less than a fraction of a percent of any player base reaches, usually through manufactured teams with bot players from other countries? This is hard proof that Valve no longer cared about Team Fortress 2. It was now to be a vehicle for competitive play, for esports, no matter the cost. No adjective is strong enough to describe the sheer ignorance of it all. Hell, players hadn't even touched casual mode yet. All of this was apparent if you read this tiny paragraph on the update page. No one expected casual mode. No one wanted casual mode. Vanilla players didn't ask for this. Competitive players didn't ask for this. Literally, no one. Valve gave zero indication, not even a hint that they were going to do this. Casual mode came completely out of left field and popped all of us in the head. Again, everyone expected that whatever matchmaking system Valve implemented would get placed into its own game mode, like man versus machine, and that quick play would remain. Then, at the very least, meet your match would have only amounted to an overwhelming disappointment of a competitive mode. But no, Valve had just completely gutted their own game. In fact, casual mode came as a shock. Namely, because Valve had continued updating quick play just a few months prior. And here's something even more insane. When casual mode was implemented, Valve introduced a brand new user interface, this hideous lobby screen. But the old quick play
Bro, the boxes though. What was it? We were watching a video at some point. I don't think I have a reaction to it, but it was talking about like video game UIs and how everything was like Netflix, Hulu box status. Bro, can we stop with the boxes? It's actually getting to it's actually messing with me.
UI wasn't removed. It was hidden, and you could still access this with a console command.
I've never seen this.
A game mode that was in beta during quick play was officially released with Meet Your Match. Pastime's quick play artwork looked like a blueprint, and it had a tag signifying that it was still in beta. But when Meet Your Match arrived, if you pulled up this now hidden quick play UI, Pastime's artwork was updated. No longer a blueprint, and the beta tag was now gone. This isn't an image filter either. Someone went in, manually changed the artwork, and removed that beta tag. So, it seems like, in the update that removed quick play, Valve also updated quick play. This is the smoking gun, showing that this new casual mode was ham-fisted into the game last minute, likely within the preceding month, so it could stand toe-to-toe with Overwatch. Because Overwatch had casual and competitive modes. CSGO had casual and competitive modes. Therefore, Team Fortress 2 needed that too. And if this wasn't evidence enough for you, that this brand new casual mode was a rushed, last-minute decision brought about by the incompetence of new hires and CSGO developers, the dumpster fire that is day one should be.
Oh, this is wild. Yeah, because I remember I played Overwatch Season 2.
Day one. Casual mode functioned exactly like competitive mode, except with team sizes of 12, random crits, and random bullet spread. The matchmaking system would try to find 24 players first and then populate a server. The game would not begin until all 24 players were found. Naturally, this resulted in hideously long queue times. Players were waiting 5, 10, 20, sometimes 30 minutes or more for a single game.
Bro, if I cannot find a match in 30 seconds, the game isn't worth it to me. That's actually like the first VOD I did of Elden Ring Night Rain. For some reason, the first 24 hours, it was fine. And then when I hopped on like the 24 to 48 hour mark, for some reason, I don't know what they messed up it from, but matchmaking was taking forever. Especially if you had a friend, like you were running duos and you had to pick up a random third. That queue took forever, and I couldn't even get a game. Like, I'm sitting there for 5 minutes, maybe 10, I can't remember. And, like, Bro, I hated it. Launch weekend of a game, I should never be waiting more than 30 seconds for a game. Like, that is disgusting.
Despite all warnings, Valve attempted to matchmake 24 players at the same time. If a player base the size of Counter-Strike's can barely handle team sizes of 5, how on earth did Valve expect for this to work?
They're
This
not
is
wrong.
yet even more evidence that casual mode was rushed. Valve more than likely just copied competitive mode, increased the team sizes, and then called that casual mode. Players could no longer join Valve servers by ad hoc connections. That option was gone.
Wait, what?
Permanently. The only way to play on Valve servers was through Casual's Matchmaker.
Sure.
That freedom, that precious freedom that players had to select whatever server and whatever map they wanted, was now gone, replaced with a pick 2 game mode system, and that's it. And do you remember the show servers option I talked about earlier, which had all of those filters, allowing for players to curate their own experiences and receive a list of servers tailored just for them? Do you remember being able to include community servers into your search, if so desired? Sorry, all of those options were also removed. Valve made these changes because TF2 is an esport now. Everyone must be funneled down the same skill-based matchmaking slide. They needed to strictly standardize the experience. Otherwise, everyone wouldn't be playing the same game, and casual mode wouldn't feed into competitive mode. Once players finally loaded into a server, they were faced with the single most detrimental change that Team Fortress 2 has ever experienced. This is no exaggeration, and you'll understand why soon. Casual mode uses a skill-based matchmaking system. Yes, meaning the game must automatically assign players to their teams first based on a skill rank before they load in. This is the bare minimum requirement for a skill-based matchmaking system. This may seem benign at face value, but this single change has caused nothing but horrific problems since its implementation. First,
I disagree. Casual, there should be no skill-based matchmaking. Like, I guess it is part of the esports problem. Bro, if I'm going into quick play, if I'm going into casual, that is just me queuing up to get into a game. I don't care if my opponent has, 2 hours in the game. I don't care if they have 200, 2,000, 20,000 hours in the game. I don't care. Sure, it's going to suck when they just absolutely, just massacre my team. But, like, that's literally the luck of the draw. That's how that's always worked. That's how Halo Reach worked. That's how Titanfall worked. That's how, like, did I take stupid pills? Am I just, like, in the orb of confusion's radius? Am I missing something here? With quick play, you can just join it. Exactly. Like that. Yeah, I'm agreeing with him on quick play. This casual thing is dumb. Like, what?
TF2 skill-based matchmaking simply does not work and has never worked. The overwhelming majority of casual matches were, and always will be, complete stomps. Shocker that a game like TF2 is wholly incompatible with skill-based matchmaking.
Weird.
Unbalanced games were never a problem with quick play, because servers had multiple means to balance games out. But now, with Meet Your Match, Valve disabled auto-balance, they disabled auto-scramble, they disabled vote scramble, they disabled spectate mode, and they disabled team switching. You couldn't even call for a goddamn vote kick. All of these features got removed, because game balance was now the matchmaker's job. And since it could never do its job, resulting in miserably unfun stomps, using the freedom players always had, they kept leaving servers in hopes
I need to find this heavy item, the funny bread gloves.
of finding a better game. But if someone left the server, team sizes were now doomed to remain uneven. The game coordinator was programmed to not fill vacant slots. Players were no longer allowed to get plopped into the middle of an ongoing game, like with quick play. This only compounded the stomps even further, because once one player left their team, everyone else left too, because the game had zero chances of getting balanced out. Huh, wait a minute, I'm sorry. Did you just abandon that casual match? Yes.
So, unfortunately, I'm going to have to cut that out, because that whole clip by itself I have on Authority got this entire video demonetized. If you actually go to this video, so this 4-hour video, like, a lot of production time went into this. I want to express this, because it actually pisses me off. that YouTube does this 4-hour production, this high quality production, right? Like, great video. That single, like, not even 2-second clip of Always Sunny in Philadelphia at 4 hours in, for me, actually, got the whole video demonetized. It is age restricted because of that less than 2-second clip. Despite us having individuals like Logan Paul on the platform, despite us literally finding, you know, people being mean to animals, as I'm going to word that, on the platform. If you haven't watched the original video, go watch the original video. Go support the original video. Because this is dumb. Like, actual stupidest thing ever.
Leaving casual matches resulted in a timeout penalty. Think about that for a moment.
That's dumb.
For 8 years, TF2 always allowed for players to come and go as they pleased, never punishing a player for leaving a server for any reason. This defined TF2's laid-back nature and let players find the servers that suited them best. This was a baffling move from Valve, but a move that made total sense. Valve did this because the #1 problem with competitive mode were abandonments. Valve needed to forcefully convince all of their players that they can't abandon games anymore. They needed casual mode to train players for competitive mode. Once players were done waiting for their timeout to expire and done waiting on the 20-minute queue times, they weren't allowed to start playing right away. Now, all players were presented with up to 2 more minutes of waiting on pre-round timers.
Gross.
Valve implemented these timers because the matchmaking system assigns players to teams first before they load in, so the game needs to give everyone time to finish connecting. If they didn't do this, games would begin before everyone's finished connecting, meaning the team that has more players load in first would have an advantage. Uber advantage, engineers getting set up, players getting into position, simply having more active players. Valve can't fully control how quickly players load in because they can't control player hardware nor their internet connections. All they can do is give time at the expense of everyone else waiting. This was never a problem with quick play, since you would load into the server first and then choose your team. Not the other way around. This ensured that team sizes remained even with the same amount of active players, without forcing anyone else to wait before they got to start playing. If by sheer willpower you managed to stomach all of the waiting on queues, all of the waiting on timeouts, all of the waiting on pre-round timers, all of the waiting on re-queuing, and all of the steam rolls, and made it to the end of the preciously rare and balanced casual match, sorry, you got booted out of the server. Maps no longer ran on a 45-minute map timer. They now ran on a best-of-3 or single round limit. You were no longer allowed to enjoy long periods of uninterrupted playtime. Additionally, all attack, defend, and payload maps now ran stopwatch mode, a feature from competitive play.
So here's the thing that this introduces. This introduces like actual like gates, like time gates. Like the fact that it interrupts you playing is going to be harmful to metrics. It's going to be harmful for retention, right? Like, a player who is engaged in having fun for, say, 45 minutes, they're going to have fun for 45 minutes, and when it gets done, they'll probably queue into the next match, right? Like, they clearly have the time, right? To go in and, you know, well, now you're in, but you're technically not in, because now everyone has to connect, and once that's in, you know, to have, it is a slap in the face to have to go through all of this multi-minute waiting to go into a single round game mode only to get booted back and do it again. Like, you're not playing the game at that point. You're by definition not. You're in menu. You're menu simulator. Like, I mean, I guess you could argue this is geared towards players with multiple monitors who have the ability to, you know, do different things while they're waiting, right? It's a time filler until they're able to play. So you could argue the farming retention in that capacity because they're still technically in game despite not playing the game. But like, what's the active engagement, right? I guess it doesn't really care because metrics, like they only care about, does someone comment? They don't care if they've said this video is great. They don't care if someone just says, hey, just, you know, comment for the UQ algorithm. They don't care if someone says, you know, video's a little long. They don't care if someone says all color of colorful language, right? Like one metric is still one metric, right? And that's all it seems to care about. What this would show up metrics wise is people are in game, even if they're waiting multiple minutes to even play the game. At that point, at what point do you just say, F it, I'm going to go to private servers, or F it, I'm going to go play literally any other game in my library, right? Things to think about.
Game modes that stood to offer the greatest amount of playtime with these new round limits would now be even shorter. TF2's traditional gameplay loop was completely shattered. Players could no longer play on the same server, with the same people, with their balanced teams, for as long as they wanted to. Valve did this because there simply must be an official beginning and an official end to every single round. There must be real winners and real losers. Otherwise, how would the non-functioning matchmaking system be able to carry out the fundamental requirement of handing out skill ranks so it can balance the next wicked fun match of TF2? Well, hey, misery loves company. At least players could still join their friends that were already in a server. Ha! Sorry, you want to play with your friends? Ad hoc connections to Valve servers were disabled, remember? If you wanted to play with your friends, you were forced to use the brand new party system. You could no longer join a friend's ongoing game. You first had to wait for your friend to finish their game, mind you, lest they get a timeout penalty for leaving. You had to wait for them to finish, then party up, and then you were given the privilege of waiting together.
We make fun of Nintendo for this, right? Their whole friend code system. Like, I literally was trying to get people for MVM last night, right? And I had to do my whole, here's my friend code, get the whole thing going, get everyone into the party to queue for MVM. And I literally worded it as like, TF2 does the Nintendo thing where you have to like have the person's friend code and then, or be their friend, and then you can join their lobby, and then you can queue into the thing. And I'm just like, it feels very anti-gamer. It feels very anti-consumer. Like, it feels hostile.
And if you had more than one friend you wanted to play with, good luck. Wait times drastically increase due to larger party sizes.
No way.
Forcing you to wait even more. And if you wanted to play against your friends, sorry, you can't team switch anymore. So you could only play with your friends, not against them. Traditionally, none of this was a problem with quick play, because Valve's old server settings let you click on your friend's Steam profile, hit join server, and then you could play with them right away, with them, against them, however you wanted. But now, allowing for players to join their friends' ongoing game, or change teams, wouldn't make for a fair and balanced competitive match. You can't have team compositions changing mid-game, because that would defeat the purpose of skill-based matchmaking.
Hear me out. Hear me out. By definition, right? I'm playing casual. Who cares? See, here's the double-edged sword of this tactic, right? So they're declaring it's man versus machine, right? Man up, man up, use a ticket, right? Go and do an actual tour like a real man, right? Here's the double-edged sword here. Well, this is casual, right? You clearly wouldn't want to play casual. You'd want to go ahead and play some competitive, right? I mean, you got good. You clearly have the hours under your belt, right? So the double-edged sword here is, on one hand, they're trying to kind of bash you. They're trying to, like the man up, right? They're trying to call you out, so to speak, so that you'll go and play competitive. And in playing casual, you're practicing for competitive. But here's the double-edged sword, because the word casual implies you're playing casually. You're just getting into a game and you don't really care as long as you're playing the game, right? That's the double-edged sword here. Who cares in casual? Bro, it is casual. Cool down. Like, chill out. It is an all-or-nothing gambit attacking your character.
8 versus 5. How is this fun? How is this fun?
And since ad hoc connections were disabled, there was no way to bypass the horrific casual system. Players were forced into casual mode by design, with intention, so they became trained for competitive mode. No options, no choices, no freedoms. Casual mode or nothing. I cannot stress enough just how miserably broken and unplayable casual mode was at launch. Games consistently had unbalanced teams, resulting in one-sided stomps. Players leaving servers would further exaggerate the misbalance, and therefore the stomp, because slots wouldn't get filled back up. And also because you didn't have auto balance or team scrambles. Games,
as Ollie brings up, topping a man up, you don't want to be the boot camp scrub, do you? So yeah, if he's okay with showing the screenshot, give me a second to pull it up. That way, I'm actually citing sources here. Give me a second to actually find this, because this has been a video that's been in my queue for like how long? And like this video has been in my queue for like 2 weeks. So give me a second to actually cite my source here. I'm trying to make sure, one, I can find it, and two, I'm trying to make sure that there's no identifying information. Give me a second here. But no, like what he's saying makes sense. And this also beautifully ties into his video as well, like the video title of "You Will Not Play." Because as it turns out, guess what? You're not going to be able to play. You are at this point in time forced to play competitive. If you don't want to play competitive, well, you're clearly a casual, right? And I think the reason Valve gets away with this is because of the nature, right? The slapstick, comedic, even gritty, comedic nature of Team Fortress 2, right? So they're able to get away with it, right? It to certain degrees. But if any other game did this, right? If you had Call of Duty that did this, if you had, I'm sorry, I'm still scrolling through messages trying to find this thing. If you had any other company do this, right? Like, I don't think Call of Duty would have gotten away with it. I don't think Battlefield would have gotten away with it. I don't think Overwatch would have gotten away with this. I feel that this is a product of what Team Fortress 2 is specifically, which is fine, right? Like this is, I found it, which is absolutely fine, but this leads to certain concessions being given to Valve where other companies would not, and it feels like an almost abuse of Valve's position. So I'm going to open link really quick. So this was, Ollie, thank you for gathering the screenshot, because there was a hey, why is this a thing? Like, why is this age restricted? Which, you know, they were able to cite a source. Got a question of why on the "Why You Will Not Play" video. Is there any part of this that's not TOS suitable, since it comes up with a self-deletion harm warning when you pull the video up, and it's literally using the clip of "It's Always Sunny," where Danny DeVito says self-deletion is badass. It flagged the entire video. So what I wanted to bring up with this specifically, and I try to anonymize people. I also try to make sure that, like, you know, I'm the conflict of interest. I want to make sure that I'm providing information, but I also want to make sure I'm not like doxing people or, you know, posting anything without their consent, right? That single 2-second clip, I'm going to stress again, that single 2-second clip, less than 2 seconds, demonetized this entire video. You want to talk about issues with YouTube? Lazy slop AI generated content. You want to talk about issues with YouTube? People like Logan Paul end up showing certain things about forests and electricity and rats and Sniper Wolf doxing Jack's films, right? You want to talk about problems with YouTube, the copyright system, and the just baffling double standard on monetization and demonetization. This video, chat, he has been incredibly professional. Sure, you could argue he's biased. We're all biased, let's be honest, right? He has been incredibly professional throughout this video, to the point that in submitting this to submitting monetization requirements for YouTube, I don't even think he has to submit like language, right? Like, it's the top option in language. If you've uploaded to YouTube, you'll know what I'm talking about, where it's like hell, damn, you know, light quote unquote language. There's been none of that I've caught through this entire video. But this entire video is demonetized and age restricted because of that Always Sunny bit. That is infuriating to hear. Like, I'm angry for him because that is so dumb. This is what is killing modern YouTube. So do with what you will. I wanted to specifically draw attention to, when I pulled up this video, it said that this video was age restricted 18+, to which prompted the question, hey, like, what's going on here? Like, is this video that dark? And it's literally just the Always Sunny in Philadelphia clip. That blows my mind, and I cannot believe that. So please, link in the description. Even if you just put it on in the background, go watch the original video, because that is mind-boggling to me that this was an issue.
Would be over within minutes and boot players out of the server. Queue times were abysmally long. The timeout penalties further compounded the waiting. Being forced to wait for everyone to connect before you started playing further compounded the waiting. And since the matchmaker could not handle the volume of people cramming into the game coordinator, that even further compounded the waiting. Players were consistently spending more time waiting than actually playing the video game. You quite literally could not play Team Fortress 2. Meet Your Match was an unmitigated, catastrophic disaster. Valve's brand new competitive mode was an unplayable, abysmal failure. Casual mode twisted Team Fortress 2 into this pathetic, broken mess that only served to waste a player's time and prevent them from playing the game. Here's that list again. This massive list. All of those freedoms, tools, and options to engage with TF2. Almost all of this was now gone and replaced with restriction after restriction after restriction. There was no good reason to remove Quick Play. It was a perfectly functioning system that placed players into servers and let them enjoy TF2 at their own pace, uninterrupted for long periods of time. Sure, it had its problems, but why remove the functioning system that was tolerable and let players play the video game and replace it with an infinitely worse system with even more problems? Well, the only logical reason why Valve yanked this abortion of an update out was to compete with Overwatch.
Sorry, that was actually the correct description for that update. Oh my god. That sideswept me like Truck Coon.
Which had launched just 1 month prior. And all Valve managed to do was successfully make themselves a laughingstock in the eyes of their competition. And the worst part about all of this was that it was completely intentional. Valve was fully aware of the flaws with their system. They had performed those stress tests. They were wrestling with supporting esports in TF2 for years. They knew everything wrong. But they pushed out Meet Your Match anyways. All of this apocalyptic train wreck was just day one.
Oh, it gets worse. No way. Bro, how does this get worse? Dude, you know the whole 6 hour thing we've talked about right now and how that literally game ends companies? Like, companies go bankrupt and out of business because of stuff like that. How does this get worse? Bro, like... Did someone at Valve become the protagonist of like Manhunt? How does this get worse?
July 8th, the day after Meet Your Match's launch, Valve made a blog post acknowledging the rough launch for their update. Valve knew they screwed up and started engaging in damage control. Competitive mode was a complete flop. But the much, much bigger issue was that Team Fortress 2 as a whole was nigh unplayable. Priority number one was getting the game functional again, and this blog post kicked off a painfully slow and only partial walking back of Meet Your Match. They began with a couple of their more controversial decisions. On the same day as the blog post, Valve removed abandonment penalties for casual mode, confirming that this was indeed an intentional feature.
Bro, I don't care if people leave and come back. Like, I don't care if someone leaves and someone else cycles in casual mode. It's casual mode. Bro, who cares? Bro, I have so many better things to worry about. Like, literally this weekend was discussing, like, RV loan rates, right? It was discussing, like, yo, how could I do this? Could I actually get an RV for, like, $400 a month? Could I actually make this a sick, dank gamer cave where I can stream from? What am I going with? Like, Starlink? Bro, I have so many other things to worry about than some random who I don't even know and will never see again in a free-to-play game leaving my my casual lobby and someone else joining. List of things I care about, that is definitely not one of them.
Blog post stated,
"Your feedback has convinced us it is more important for players to be able to come and go as they please."
Weird.
This confirms that Valve wanted to punish players for leaving the normal game, again, to absolutely trained them for competitive mode.
Oh
They
my
then
God.
claimed the long queue times were a bug and not a feature, which was very hard to believe given that the matchmaking system was organizing 24 players at the same time. Valve also allowed for players to select one game mode instead of forcing 2 for casual mode, claiming,
"We'd intended to roll out the number of match options available to players incrementally."
which was simply Valve dismissing the fact that their update was not ready for release, and dismissing the much bigger fact that players already had countless match options available to them, which were forcibly removed to facilitate their broken matchmaking system. And shockingly, instead of doing the correct thing, which would have been rolling back Meet Your Match to quick play until casual mode was fixed, this blog post was Valve doubling down.
Oh,
they
boy.
refused to go back. They could not admit failure. And they ended their blog post with this.
"We are not always as talkative as we perhaps should be, but we are listening."
Every
I feel like the Left 4 Dead community, because they got an update in 2020. The Left 4 Dead community as well as, I mean, they can't really monetize an esports scene off of Left 4 Dead, right? Like, Valve is preoccupied with Counter-Strike and Dota, if I understand it correctly. Like, not as talkative as perhaps we should be. How talkative are they on the CSGO side of things? How talkative are they on the they aren't talkative on the Counter-Strike 2 front, are they? Because last I understood it, the security issue was still a thing. I mean, Valve and not talking are kind of synonymous, though, right?
One, and I mean everyone, knew this was bullshit. Valve clearly no longer cared about Team Fortress 2, and they sure as hell didn't listen to the player base. And that player base unanimously pushed back against what they had just done. For the first time in TF2's history, Steam reviews plummeted to mixed as players cried out against the update. There was a deafening plea for Valve to bring back quick play. But that plea would fall on deaf ears, because the only people Valve was willing to listen to was that tiny minority of the player base. The competitive players, the esports enthusiasts, and the YouTubers. Not the majority of their player base that played vanilla TF2, no sir. Only those that fed into their confirmation bias, that this update was a good idea. But Valve didn't listen to these guys either. Even this tiny minority did not want this. Well, most of them.
Because TF2's casual and competitive modes should be as similar as possible in order to make the transition from learning the ropes to testing your abilities as seamless as possible. And I am very confident that 5 years from now, there will be an entire generation of TF2 players who will cite competitive mode as a reason why they started to play the game in the first place, just as there are tons of people who attribute TF2 becoming free-to-play as the reason for them playing it today.
I don't think he's wrong, though. I don't think he's incorrect. Because for me, someone like me looks at the meta of how the game is played. Diablo 2, right? Literally started playing it late 2024, right? I never played Diablo 2 until I played, like, when I did. The VOD had to be privated because there was just, like, actual, like, personal information when I hit the Windows key. So, like, yeah, I had to redact the VODs. But, like, I had never played Diablo 2 until that moment. What was my goal? Ubers. I want to be able to take a smited in and solo Ubers, and that is my end game. People say it's ambitious, and it is ambitious. There's people who have never even done Ubers and have played for years, if not decades, right? Like, that's just the nature of the game. So, but there was a point. I saw the point, and I knew what I wanted to do. In a game like Overwatch, I know that I would love to have the skill floor and ceiling to be a good Genji. I don't want to sink the time into it, so therefore, to stop playing Genji. Like, Genji and Reaper were two heroes who I mained a lot. League of Legends, my brief stint playing League of Legends, I will never go back to League of Legends for nothing else other than I don't want the anti-cheat for Riot to push out a bad update and brick my PC. That is... If you too can use this as a reason to never go back to League if you wish, as it turns out. Why aren't you going back to League? Come on, come back to League. No. I don't want the anti-cheat to have a bad update and brick my PC because kernel level. You right. My bad. Just sitting here like, bro. But point being, going back onto the actual subject I'm talking about, like, I usually pick a point, and that's the point that I focus on, and the point that not warp. I tailor my gameplay experience around that. Me, I liked Pyro. Therefore, I played a lot of Pyro. Saw Spy Psychology. Therefore, play a lot more Spy, right? Like, I know what I want to do. I pick a thing. Warframe, like Necros. Necros is Steel Path ready. That's what I geared that towards. My Necros Prime is Steel Path ready, right? Like that's the whole thing. So how this actually comes back to him, how this comes back to what Uncle Dane is saying, is that people will see that there is a competitive scene, but even if they say that the competitive scene is garbo and that casual literally will not let you play, as is being posited here, right? Like, that is, yes, a reason people will start playing, even if they end on watching Uncle Dane videos, Lazy Purple videos, Soundsmith videos, and maybe market guarding, trolldering in, searching for custom lobbies, right? But the core, one of the things that got them interested was that there was a competitive scene. Whether they stuck with it or vehemently just said, no, I'm not doing this.
Right now, they just need to add better incentives for playing competitive mode. That's a great thing.
I actually really like this edit. That was a really good edit.
Well, this sucks.
The decision to not roll back Meet Your Match would serve to be a brutal one. It would be months before TF2 became playable again, and as a result, the game began hemorrhaging players. In fact, after Meet Your Match, players left in droves. Because why stick around for a game that had just been turned onto its head and rendered borderline unplayable? Why stick around for a video game that you could no longer enjoy as you had for 8 years prior? And in a beautifully hilarious twist of fate, many of the biggest names in the competitive scene and even the YouTube scene left for Overwatch. And I don't blame anyone for leaving, don't get me wrong. This was the expected reaction to Meet Your Match, especially for competitive players. Why stick around for an esport that not only had no money in it, but also for a video game that had just been completely demolished by the developers? As for the competitive players that didn't jump ship, it didn't take them long to abandon all prospects. They returned to their own servers, with their own rules and balancing. Again, they didn't like this new competitive mode. They wanted their own homebrew versions of TF2 to reside in. Valve...
And that's fine. Like, here's the thing, bro. Like, that's fine. I feel like I've been fairly critical on the comp side of things. This is fine, right? If I were to make a Yu-Gi-Oh! Format right now and I was going to ban every single hand trap, right? Sure. It's not competitive because competitive TF2 does exist. However, you can still have your own section of the internet, your own microcosm of this is the format we're playing. We're banning the Gas Passer because Gas Passer OP in whatever format it's considered OP in, right? Like, you can have these formats. That is absolutely fine. Saying it is the competitive TF2, that technically becomes incorrect at that point.
Had successfully alienated the very people they were so desperately trying to cater towards. Absolute fucking poetry.
There could be a business paper written on Valve's TF2 decision. I would love to see that as a business paper. Like have it as your actual like master's thesis or whatever, like on business, like how TF2 like rose and fell, like the actual rise and fall of the Roman Empire, but Team Fortress. Get the artwork done and everything. Have the engineers as Caesar.
After the July 8th blog post, Valve would begin slowly updating casual mode in an attempt to clean up the train wreck they had derailed themselves. But casual mode's functionality, namely its matchmaking system, is so deeply flawed that as each time Valve attempted to solve one problem, they created even more problems, culminating into the final form of casual mode that we all still use today. At least half of the modern player base, if not the majority, started playing Team Fortress 2 after Meet Your Match. Casual mode is the only form of the game that many have ever experienced. As a now 14-year veteran, allow for me to show you just how miserably broken casual mode is.
So I actually have a thing for PvP games. I actually don't engage a lot. Like, even in like Halo and stuff. Like, Halo is one of those that I played a lot more of. Titanfall 1 I played a lot more of. I generally don't play PvP. I play PvP if I have to. I play PvP if I have other people around me. I play PvP sometimes if it interests me, but it's one of those, I am so locked into PvP and I perform so mediocre that playing PvP is definitely something I actually shy away from. The community nights that we do for PvP, like we just hop on an Uncletopia server just because it's open, right? We'll hop into an open server and then fill the server for however long, usually about 2 to 3 hours, and then we just kind of like, cool, that was fun. We had a good play session, right? Is really the way I play TF2 at this point. I've hopped into casual maybe like 3 times total in the few weeks I've been playing TF2. I've honestly hopped onto private servers at this point, if that colors how I've played this game and how my progression of playing this game has actually panned out.
By taking you through its update history.
I'm ready for this. Get me this. I'm ready. Bro, I still don't even have a gas passer. I want to see if I can put Festive on that. I want to put all the things on it.
Meet Your Match's launch, Valve allowed for players to select specific maps for casual mode. If it only took a week to do this, why not have delayed the update for at least this feature? It would have softened the blow. And what's sad about this change is that players were gaslit into thinking that for the first time ever, they had been given the privilege to play on a specific map inside of a Valve server.
My
Something
God.
that before Meet Your Match, the server browser, the show servers option, and ad hoc connections let them do anyways. While players could now narrow their selection of maps instead of queuing for an entire game mode, this map menu created several new problems. Players were now presented with a massive wall of options, a familiar situation to the server browser. The game does nothing to show off any of these maps or game modes. Many players, especially newer players, won't touch maps they've never seen nor heard of before. And
yeah, that's been me. Bro, I haven't known and so I take this as my map knowledge is so poor that I actively am trying to learn the maps. But like, I don't know, there's a couple maps where I'm just like, oh, what were we playing last night? Was it Borneo? It's the one where you start outside and there's the alligator pit under the building, right? Like there's the control point and the alligator pit's on the left. And then you go into the building. But taking the point in building Mercenary Park, thank you. Taking control point in building as attacker, because I did both attack and defense. Attacking is such a slog on that map, right? Like what was it? The first round where we were attacking, we got locked out all game. We got absolutely just locked out. Like defenders were just way better than us. And then we switched roles, right? So now we were defending, even though the attacking team was clearly better than us. And it'll show up on the VOD whenever that actually comes out, because there's a little bit of a delay because of upload speeds and stuff like that, right? Like even a clearly better team on Mercenary Park Point 2 gets locked out hard by a team that can kind of play the game. It blows my mind how locked out you get on that point. Like, some of those maps just become a slog on certain points in the map. It's been a wild learning curve.
Many players, especially newer players, won't bother scrolling through this massive list. It's
I've never done it.
And not streamlined in any way.
Yes.
Even the server browser had filtering options.
But is that by design? Is it designed that way psychologically to de-incentivize you from doing that? We have to think about that in an era where games companies hire psychologists and psychiatrists to use dark psychology to prey on your spending habits, to get you to spend more. This is a thing we have to consider.
Scrolling is easy, sure, but most people just want to play the game right away. They don't want to bother combing through a whole bunch of collapsible tabs and ticking off a bunch of boxes with names they've never seen before. Many players simply take the path of least resistance, opting for whatever is the fastest to click. Either entire game modes, maps at the top of the list, or everything. Hell, 22% of the player base, nearly 1 out of every 4 players, doesn't bother selecting individual maps for casual mode.
No.
That's a sample size of over 10,000, by the way. So, thanks to this new map list, many TF2 maps, some that have been in the game since launch, rapidly depopulated into ghost towns.
So right here, whatever this map is he's showing on screen, I've never had this map actually pop. I've had Turbine pop once, and I did attack and defend on it. And Sentry nests in the air ducts definitely became a little bit of a roadblock. Like you could power through them, right? But like that definitely became a roadblock. Honestly, I almost feel like I just need to play more 2 Fort, get used to 2 Fort, and then branch out from there once I have actual like map mastery. I don't remember half of red team's area because for some reason I'm always on blue when I play 2 Fort. Yeah, no, I think there is definitely, like chat saying, there is a map bloat problem, and I think that Darth QB, how did you do that with that emote? I don't know how it's going up my screen like that. That's fascinating. Yeah, like there's a map bloat problem in this game, and like if you pick up like Halo or pick up Call of Duty, right? Like inevitably you're going to be playing the different maps, right? Inevitably you will get your map knowledge. You'll know where the power weapons are. You'll know where good choke points are for shotguns, right? Like you'll understand that. But with over 100 maps and more being added each year, which I do like, don't get me wrong, I like that they cycle new maps in. That is a tall order for competitive. That is asking you to remember, and people can, that is asking you to remember the type advantages and disadvantages, as well as the generalized generalized base stats of all 1,000 Pokemon in competitive VGC. Chat, do you know if Nidoking is a physical attacker or a special attacker? What is Nidoking's typing? What are Nidoking's abilities? Most people use sheer force. What else does it get? If you answered that Nidoking was a physical attacker, what if I told you that it was a mixed attacker because its base stats supported both? You see where the point comes in? There is so much data to sift through. It becomes an absolute just monster to try to sift through all that. The expectation of the player at a certain point becomes unrealistic. When we had 151, 251, 386, 493, sure, lot easier, right? Yes, gens 1, 2, 3, and 4 respectively, right? And obviously, like I was trying to play VGC through Gen 7, right? I have really had a hard time getting into 8 and 9. One, just because a lot of people have moved out at this point. Like a lot of people we still have a community like Wolf Glick, Sage and Park, I think still plays. Like we got a whole bunch of big VGC players, but that learning curve is just really high, and it's hard for me to justify the time to do it, especially with how complex VGC is. I showed up, I got one game against somebody, and then they ended up flooring me that like the second 2 games. But like it's a learning game. It's the way that they're going to have you treat this is not dissimilar to Pokemon. If you want to get good at the game, you are going to have to get good at all aspects of this game. You are going to spend the time to do it, and that's fine, right? Like, I'm spending time, and I've clearly improved as Spy at least a little bit. But you do hit a point where you cannot reasonably, right, with a job, with a family, right, you cannot reasonably put the time into the game that it requires to get better at the game. You will stagnate at a certain level, and that's fine. Some people will stagnate just at a higher level where they'll be able to just absolutely just slam lobbies, right? But it's such a catch-22. Like with Pokemon, like you are going to have to understand the meta trends. You're going to have to understand that way you're not blindsided by if a Groudon decides to be a special attacker, right? There's just so much to consider, and hopefully this tangent kind of emphasizes that, Kip, that's a lot that you just spewed at us. Yes, it's a lot to consider. No map cycling, that's just add them to available map list, spreading the player base thinner and thinner, like having a Pokemon game having 1,000 plus Pokemon. Exactly. That, I guarantee you, this is going to be an issue with Champions because you have access to the whole Nat Dex, which personally I would like, right? But that's why I also liked Gen 7. Sun and Moon literally solved this problem because they had the Alola Dex. You had all however many Pokemon in Ultra Sun and Ultra Moon, right? You had Bulbasaur up through Naganadel, whatever the Ultra Beast lines was, right? Well, I don't remember what the last one in the Ultra Beast line was, but you get my point, right? Like, you had all of them, but what was legal for play? Sure, you had things like Garchomp, but other things weren't legal for play. And so if we use that mentality, we can apply that to Pokemon, and I'll apply it to TF2 in a second, right? We apply that to Pokemon, such as, well, Garchomp will not be legal this year. However, when we do an updated dex or we do our second game in this generation, Garchomp will then be legal for VGC, but something like Crocodile or something like Dragapult will not be legal, right? Like I feel they literally solved the problem. So we're going to go into Champions when that launches, and that's going to be an absolute can of worms, especially because we have all the legacy mechanics. Dynamax, Gigantamax is going to be a problem, calling it now. Anyways, how this applies to TF2. If you're wanting to make a competitive TF2 scene, what you do is you use the Battle City approach, or you use the Duelist Kingdom approach from Yu-Gi-Oh, right? Hear me out on this. You say, this is what we're doing. We're doing, or I guess technically, without me getting a too long explanation, the Marvel Rivals thing, right? Marvel Rivals. Remember Season 0, how you had the spider characters have a certain buff? So how that could translate to TF2 and by the whole Battle Stage Duelist Kingdom logic is, well, we're going to have the scout sprint spree, right? And scouts, you know, maybe they have a 15% increase to speed. Like, you keep the current rules the same, right? But you incentivize playing certain things. Therefore, that gives people an incentive to play into a format. You're not doing a legacy, you know, eternal format like Yu-Gi-Oh! Where everything is legal, right? Like, sure, there's things that are legal, but how Yu-Gi-Oh! Remains relevant is that certain things are embellished, certain things are pushed. A new archetype comes out. Hey, like Cosmo came out. Cool. Konami's just going to unban Emergency Teleport, and now people are buying Emergency Teleport because it's off the ban list and people are playing Cosmo, right? Like, oh, hey, Dragon Rulers are a thing. Well, let's go and unban Dark Matter Dragon, or Galaxy Eyes Dark Matter Dragon, right? And then, you know, have him terrorize the format for a single list, and then, well, guess we're banning him again, which, no, Konami wouldn't do that. They did that with Snatch Steal. Snatch Steal was unbanned. No, sorry. Delinquent Duo, unbanned, was therefore a format, proceeded to get rebanned. like, take notes from other games, card games, other games in general, other video games, right? Play into formats. I guarantee you, if there was a competitive format where, I don't know, Heavy got more health from his healing items, or like the Gas Passer was suddenly, because of the seasonal buff, a meta item, you could make these formats and drum up engagement. I don't think Valve will do it, though, because I think that that's just not where their business model is. But you could play into that, because Marvel Rivals sure is. Anubis, hi, thanks for the bits. Been watching your Rex for a while. Caught the tail end of the stream yesterday when you were doing sending your wishes. Thank you, I appreciate that. It's definitely been a big one. This is the longest reaction I've done to date.
Freight, Cold Front, Nightfall, Pipeline, well, Doomsday.
Sorry, finishing that thought. How you incentivize formats only have like 10 maps on rotation in comp per season. Grats, you've done it.
Many of you watching this right now even knew these maps existed. Many traditionally fun and popular maps got shoved in the middle of an ocean of choices, or at the bottom of a list where many people won't bother searching. So, as a result, they get no traffic. When in the hell did Payload Race become an alternative way to play TF2?
What is a payload race? What was happening?
It's been in the game since 2009. Nightfall and Pipeline were very popular maps back in the day, but this map list killed them off completely. Even Hightower got its wings clipped. Here I am queuing for just Doomsday on a Saturday night. I gave up after 10 minutes. Then I tried queuing for just Hightower, and the game gave up on me after 2 minutes and threw me into a European server. What about Sawmill? You know, Sawmill, shout it from the mountaintops, baby. I guess I'm not playing that tonight. And even if you do get the map you wanted, you're only allowed to enjoy it for one game. And then the game ends, the server resets, and it's right back to queuing. None of these problems existed with Quick Play. 2 minutes, 5 minutes, 10 minutes? You never had to wait this long just to start playing, let alone on a specific map. You could consistently find a server running the map of your choosing. If players wanted a specific map, all they had to do was search for a server in the server browser, or use the Show Servers option baked in with Quick Play. Both of these options not only let you select a map you wanted from a list with variety, but also select a server with good ping. You can't—
Wow, this video is correct. You really will not play this game. Wow, this is rough.
Can't even do that with casual mode. You just have to trust the matchmaking system will place you into the best server possible. And apparently for me, someone who lives in Texas, that's somewhere in Europe. While this might not seem like an upside at first, but a huge benefit to Quick Play was that you could only select game modes. This meant that players could be placed into any map within that category.
Right.
As such, Quick Play kept significantly more maps populated, as it fed players to all of them. So, it was very easy to find a full server with the map you wanted, because they were all more consistently populated. This also exposed players to a wider variety of maps, broadening their taste to further keep them populated. If players didn't like the map they landed on, they could simply find a different server, just as they do now with casual mode, but at a much higher frequency, because maps run on a single round limit rather than a 45-minute map timer. Quick Play, the server browser, and the show servers option created this wonderful balance that either let players choose or experience variety. But now, map selection only serves to kill off traffic to entire areas of the game, areas that were traditionally thriving. Generally, map selections work pretty well if you have a small map pool with a large player base, but not the other way around. If you cram in over 100 active maps for a player base that's no larger than roughly 40,000 people at any given time, what do you think's gonna happen? When Meet Your Match came out, there were 67 maps in the active rotation. That's already too many, but as of January 2025, there are now 112. Almost double. This is a nightmare for a matchmaking system. If you're placed into anything other than Upward, Badwater, Harvest, Process, or Dust Bowl, chances are your server's gonna be partially or half empty. Even on relatively popular maps, this is a common occurrence. I don't understand how some people still defend Valve's decision to bloat TF2 with this many maps, when all—
This kind of blows my mind. Like, I think, because you just relegate those to community maps, right? Like, you don't actually integrate those into the playlist without proper vetting, right? And I'm sure these have been properly vetted. And I'm not, if you've designed a TF2 map, you've done more than I could. I have no clue where to even begin with that, right? And you shouldn't feel like this is it shouldn't feel like this is an attack against you, because it's not, right? Like, clearly the overbloat is an issue, and clearly it doesn't give players a reference point. My reference point is 2 fort. If it's not 2 fort, I don't know what I'm doing. I'm slowly gaining that map knowledge. I'm slowly learning things, but I'm going to forever, like, if someone says, let's play TF2, I'm thinking, okay, cool, let's play 2 fort. I'm in. Let's go. I'm in. Right? Like, and even with the map that we were discussing earlier, right? Even with funny Jurassic Park map, right? It's like, you run into the issue where some of the maps are balanced in a way where you try to go to point 2 and it's just a kill floor. Like you can't, you cannot play, like, using a pun for the video, right? Like, I wonder, and this is where, because I hear the next section explains some of the decisions made to cut drops that used to be in the game, like collectors, chemistry sets, is the money, revenue, and metrics that they are making off of the new changes to casual and competitive, do those outweigh the retention, playtime, etc. of having certain items in the game, right? Like, to be able to grind out, say, a collector's set, right? A collector chemistry set, to just be able to get it to drop, right? Man versus machine, which is still a thing, which you still have to pay for tour tickets. Are the changes outweighing what used to be? If not, do you just can it? Do you just can't? Yeah, well, and that's the thing, because it's sunk cost fallacy at this point. They can't just can the comp scene at this point in time. Maps have not been vetted. You know, record saying they don't play the test maps except from the workshop. Trust map makers to do sufficient checks. So by that logic, Left 4 Dead should be taking every single community generated map on the workshop and throwing it into their campaign list. That's not. It's so strange, because Valve doesn't do things simultaneously.
All this does is cause more harm than good. More isn't always better. It's not just a matter of avoiding the content you don't like. There's not enough players to go around. It stretches the player base too thin, and it increases queue times. A problem that reared its ugly head just this past year. More on this later. Hence, why some games use map rotations. Is this a good solution for TF2 at this stage? Probably, yes, but I also don't like the idea of restricting content that's always been available. On a pink cookie-fueled whim, Valve might decide to remove Thunder Mountain for an indefinite period of time.
Yeah.
And I love that map. I don't want to be forced to play on new-gen Overwatch maps like Odyssey and Phoenix, which both play like shit. And well, hey, we may not have the same tastes, but everyone watching this certainly has a map that they would not want removed. If presented with bad water or bread space, which one would you have stay in the game?
What is bread space?
Fortunately, that decision wouldn't be up to you. It would be up to Valve, and
this thing?
I don't trust them.
Yo, this looks cool. I want to play on bread map.
Long story short, the addition of this map list caused far more problems than it solved. As for some positive changes in this first patch, Valve finally gave players the privilege to call for a goddamn vote kick. And it's not a moment too soon, because cheaters were having a field day with Meet Your Match. And Valve removed stopwatch mode from attack, defend, and payload maps. Thank God, because stopwatch mode is cancerous for a game like TF2. Funnily enough, disabling stopwatch mode only served to further depopulate entire areas of the game. Since the skill-based matchmaking system doesn't work, most games are stomps, ending in mere minutes. But now, with stopwatch mode removed, the only game mode that serves to offer the greatest amount of playtime is payload. Since other game modes use control points that start capping as soon as someone touches them, these game modes vastly magnify misbalances and therefore steamrolls. On attack, defend, and 5 control point maps, there's nothing there to slow down the winning team other than the losing team. Points start capping instantly. Thanks to the lack of balancing, both rounds end in mere minutes, and the game is over. On King of the Hill, there's at least the 3-minute timer for the point, but it's only 3 minutes. In the event of a steamroll, which happens more often than not, you only get to play for at most 6 minutes, assuming you were placed into the server at the beginning of the game. If not, that's even less time playing. But with Payload's slow-moving cart, these maps are by design staggered and draw out gameplay. Payload, at the very least, slows down the stomp to match the pace of the cart, and gives the illusion of a balanced game because the stomp takes longer to complete. It's no wonder that everyone flocks to Payload, because compared to all other game modes, you get to play TF2 for more than 10 minutes before the server resets, and then everyone leaves. Why bother with these other game modes when you can hardly enjoy them for more than a few minutes at a time? This is a serious problem, one that is baked in with casual mode, thanks to its inability to form evenly skilled teams, and thanks to the single round or best of 3 limit, which is mandatory in order to hand out these useless skill ranks that were supposed to form evenly skilled teams in the first place. Valve also adjusted the game coordinator in this patch, so it would start prioritizing filling empty slots in ongoing games. They cited this as a problem and not a bug, which I strongly doubt, because labeling this as a problem leads me to believe that Valve didn't want their matchmaker to fill up vacant slots, and only walked this back once they realized how badly they screwed up. Allowing for players to join ongoing games thankfully reduced queue times by a lot, but sadly, this move to put players in ongoing games would only create other problems, which I'll get back to in a moment.
Dude, that was a disgusting flog. That actually looked, that was, I feel dirty watching that. That flog went, ooh.
21 days after Meet Your Match's launch, Valve finally rolled back one of their worst decisions and gave players the privilege to start playing TF2 with fewer than 24 players.
Weird.
You know how the game functioned for 8 years prior? It took Valve nearly a whole month to finally bend the knee and give up their dreams of vanilla TF2 being this rigid, structured vehicle for their third big esport. The problem is that a matchmaking system breaks Team Fortress 2 if you allow for games to begin before all players connect, and allow for players to come and go as they please. Functions from Quick Play are wholly incompatible with a matchmaking system. Quick Play and skill-based matchmaking are completely antithetical systems. And when Valve injected features from Quick Play into casual mode in their desperate attempts to fix their own mess, they managed to utterly ruin how TF2 plays. Those of you that started playing TF2 within the last 8 years have been experiencing an inferior, broken form of the game. Let me break it down for you. With casual mode skill-based matchmaking, the matchmaker automatically assigns a bunch of players to their teams first, and then loads everyone in at the same time. As players are connecting, the game considers these now reserved slots as filled and active, even if those players haven't finished connecting. This means the problem that pre-round timers were meant to prevent now became a widespread issue. Whichever team has their players finish connecting faster will have the advantage. On attack, defender, payload maps, the setup timer gives more time for everyone to join, but the team that has their players load in faster will have the advantage. Uber advantage, engineers getting set up, and players getting into position. This has monumental impacts on the start of the game, and therefore its balancing. On King of the Hill or 5 control point maps, without a setup timer, there's even less time. So, take everything I just said, and then add a numbers advantage. The stragglers who load in faster have to catch up to where the uneven team fight's already taking place. But by then, it's too late. The round already started as a 12v9, the losing team can't slow the winning team down, and then the game ends. This is another serious problem with casual mode. Team balance is consistently uneven before rounds even start, simply by the nature of how the matchmaking system works. This was never a problem with quick play, for several reasons. First, players would choose their teams first after they finished connecting. This ensured that the number of active players on both teams was always the same. Second, servers ran on a 45-minute map timer. Servers weren't constantly getting gutted by resets, causing for everyone to leave. Servers would get full and then stay full for long periods of time. So, after the very first round when that 45-minute timer started, all of the consecutive games would start on an even playing field, because the server was already full of active players. Third, players had an incentive to stick around in the event of a misbalance, because they knew the following rounds would become balanced, thanks to team scrambles, team switching, and auto balance. But thanks to casual mode's best of 3 or single round limit, with all of the balancing features removed and the matchmaker throwing everyone into the server at the same time, the matchmaker sets up these misbalances for every single game. This problem persists after the first round as well. After round 1 of the stomp, team sizes usually look something like this. With quick play, auto balance would immediately even the playing field by moving the better players from the winning team over to the losing team. Then more players would load in, select their teams, and keep team sizes even.
So it
But
organically
with Casual's
increases.
matchmaker, it tries to keep team sizes the same as it loads in a bunch of new players. So this happens.
Give me strength.
This only prolongs the misbalance, because the losing team still has fewer active players and now has to wait for half of their team to connect at varying speeds.
So this is actually what we experienced during community nights. This makes a lot of sense. This is where my cognitive disconnect is, because like playing on Uncletopia with chat, right? And even then, with chat, we actually have people, they cycle in and out, right? Like we'll have randoms come in, because it's a public Uncletopia server that I'm hopping on for a community night, right? Like I post it in chat and pin it to the chat log. That way people know which one we're going on, right? Like, this what he's explaining is exactly what we've experienced without me realizing it, right? You have your core players who will hop in, right? You'll have me hop in. You'll have like maybe 5 or 6 people from chat start to cycle in, and then you'll have maybe people who are like, you know, they frequent Uncletopia and they'll look and like, oh, hey, this server actually has like 8 players right now. Let's start cycling in, right? And then more people come out to chat once the announcement goes live, or enough people see the announcement in their home that I'm playing a TF2 community night that day, which I do post in the Discord. And, you know, more people end up cycling in, right? So you have people, and that's the thing is like, you know, it'll be a one-sided stomp like game 1 or 2, and then, you know, teams will auto scramble, and then that leads to a more cohesive, more balanced experience, and then people will cycle in and out, whether they're people joining in from the stream, whether they're people joining in from the Discord, whether they're people just joining in because there happens to be a full Uncletopia server, and then they cycle out and new people cycle on in, but you already have that core, you know, however many players on each team, so thus leading to more balanced matches and people staying in the matches longer. This makes a lot of sense, and I like that he's pointed this out. I do not get this from quick play. The couple games I've hard queued into quick play, this is not the experience. I think, like, I honestly think he's 100% correct here.
Just like the first half of the game, the team with more active players will have the major advantage, guaranteeing that the second round will be another stomp. And God forbid someone loses connection or crashes while playing, which happens all the time. When this happens, their slot becomes reserved for a little while.
Right.
That's what this yellow text means. Originally, the matchmaker gave players a chance to reconnect to avoid that timeout penalty, but with timeout penalties gone, this was now a useless feature. Now, the team that had a player drop out had to wait for them to reconnect.
The German
or wait
Empire.
even longer for the reserved slot to open up and have a new player connect.
You know, see, the irony is that the player named the German Empire is probably a spy main with like 3,000 hours in spy. I would expect that from Team Fortress 2.
Which only prolongs the misbalance. Watch as my team is down 3 players for almost 3 minutes during play, with no way for new players to connect and fill these slots.
No.
This reconnection feature drastically prolongs misbalances all the time, and is baked in with the matchmaking system's functionality.
Awful.
Valve decreasing queue times by allowing for players to connect to ongoing games didn't solve anything. This only increased the frequency at which players could cycle through the broken matchmaking system. They enjoy getting their shit pushed in for a few minutes, and then it's right back to server hopping. Consistently unbalanced and uneven teams are baked in with the matchmaker, thanks to the fact it can't form evenly skilled teams, and thanks to the fundamental requirements it must abide by. Assigning players to teams first based on useless skill ranks, and resetting servers after every single game to assign those useless skill ranks. Again, this is another major flaw with casual mode that has drastically negative impacts on game balance as a whole, and drastically reduces the amount of time you spend playing the game. You ever wonder why so many of your games in TF2 are total stomps? You ever wonder why you re-queue so many times? This is why. It's the matchmaking system. Players are constantly playing with uneven team sizes. Seriously, take note of how often this happens in casual mode, even if it's only 1 or 2 players. This hurts game balance.
No, it 100% does. So how do you fix this? Right? So here's the thing. If you finish a match and your enemy team is missing 5 players, but you have a full team of players, what is the obvious common sense solution? Use the existing players you have and just scramble them. Literally what they used to do. Them trying to fix it, trying to modernize it, has caused issues. When the common sense, reasonable solution to use the players in the lobby that you have and just mix and scramble them to make, to have 2 balanced teams and more people will funnel in and out. Like when that isn't a thing anymore, yeah, you're gonna run into issues where one team has full, the other is missing 3 to 4 players, and you just stomp them from a numbers advantage. Like, that is wild. A team scramble has never returned. That's a very easy W for them to take. This player lost connection, especially when there's no penalty anymore. Get rid of it. I'm sorry if your game crashes. If you get kicked, right? Like, why is your spot reserved? That's not. I'm a boomer, I guess. Like, that's not how it worked in Halo 3. That's not how it worked in Halo Reach. Like, why do you just queue up for another game? It's not like you're playing comp, but that's the problem, is they're treating it like comp light, and that is going to have nothing but knock-on effects and ruin the end user experience.
One player could be a medic building Uber, an engineer getting set up, a sniper getting into optimal position. We all know how influential a single player can be.
Yep.
And the cherry on top of the shit show sundae, the pre-round timers, which were supposed to prevent this entire mess, no longer served a purpose. They now only waste your time, delaying the inevitable of an unbalanced game. These major flaws will only continue to persist, so long as the matchmaking system continues to persist.
Oh, absolutely.
The only way to remedy these flaws is to remove the matchmaking system itself. This is not normal. This should not be normal. This is not how Team Fortress 2 behaved before Meet Your Match.
Yeah, that update sounds awful. I wonder what memes spawned out of that. There had to have been a good several memes that spawned from that.
67 days after Meet Your Match's launch, Valve adjusted the matchmaking system again so that it matches parties of similar size against each other. This sounds like a smart move, except the party system sucks. The game tries to match parties of equal size, so parties of increasing size have to wait longer to start playing. Party size of 2 or 3? Generally no problem. Party size of more than 3 Good luck. You're at the mercy of the matchmaking system now.
Disgusting.
Since the game tries to reduce queue times with a party of 4 or more, this basically guarantees you're gonna get placed into a half-empty server. And God forbid someone in your party loses connection with Steam. You'll waste your time queuing only for the queue to suddenly stop. In order to fix this issue, everyone has to disband, restart their Steam client, and then try again, wasting even more of your time. This shit still happens today, except now the game at least tells you when this happens, so you know you have to restart your Steam client instead of guessing as to what's wrong. By the way, players still couldn't join their friends in ongoing games. Anyone that was in a server had to leave their server first and then party up. Quick Play never had any of these problems. While the party system does dump you and your friends into a server at the same time, something Quick Play didn't do, before Meet Your Match, you could almost do the exact same thing in a fraction of the time. If you wanted to play with a friend in an ongoing game, you could simply click on your friend on Steam and join their server directly with an ad hoc connection, typically with little
Fish enthusiast F off. Oh god, I can't escape the stupid fish. That was good. That's a good username though. That's a 10.
to no wait time. No need for a party system, no need for them to leave their ongoing game. Or, if no one was in a server yet, you could quickly spot a Valve or a community server inside the browser, share the IP, and have everyone join together in mere seconds.
Seems
Before
legit.
Meet Your Match, you almost never had to wait to play with friends. But now, waiting is the norm. In casual mode, by the time you and your friends party up and queue for a map, everyone could have ad hoc'd into a Valve server and would already be playing. And, thanks to 45-minute map timers, you wouldn't be forced to re-queue after every single game, and wait even longer than solo players to start playing again. You could also play with as many friends as you wanted. 2, 3, 5, 10 friends. You could find a server in the browser with enough slots and populate it yourselves. It was very commonplace back in the day for large groups of friends to pile into a server. But now, sorry, you're limited to 6. Anything greater than 6 people would put too much load on the broken matchmaking system. And, well, Valve had to modernize TF2 so they could push it as their third big esport, adding features that do nothing but waste a player's time. TF2's party system sucks and will always be inferior to the simplicity and the speed of the ad hoc connections we once had.
Bro, I didn't even get to experience the old ad hoc connections. This just makes me angry. Like, this just makes me feel like I'm actually playing an actual inferior version of this game.
82 days after Meet Your Match's launch, Valve introduces the rematch system. Now, instead of all players getting booted out of the server after one game, they were granted with the privilege to choose to keep playing on the same server with the same people. Man, it's almost like we had that with Quick Play. Sadly, all this rematch feature did was waste more of a player's time. The rematch vote didn't appear as you played. Instead, it would appear at the end of the game, lasting 30 seconds. If the vote went through, the server would reset, and a brand new game would begin on the same map, but with the exact same teams. So, no one ever voted for a rematch. Without team switching, team scrambles, or auto balance, there was no way for teams to become balanced. So,
I love how they literally have like they had the solution, and now it's like they're providing like a quarter of the solution back. And but they don't do the full solution. Like, they're still missing 75% of the equation.
Why would the losing team, typically at the receiving end of a stomp, ever vote yes to losing again?
Yeah.
As always, everyone would leave the server and search for a new game. In the preciously rare event that a game was balanced, no one stuck around for a rematch anyways, because they now had to wait on the rematch vote, and then wait on the server reset, and then wait on the pre-round timers, adding even more time on top of their queues and incessant server reset.
Bro, when do I actually get to play the game, though? Bro, I will actually just find a 24-hour 2-fort lobby, and I will camp that, like... Bro, this... I don't want to wait. I just want to play the game. Like, please. Like, I love how he illustrates this, because I know exactly what he's talking about, or at least I, like, experiencing what I've experienced. And I'm like, yeah, no, this tracks. I apparently am just not going to play the game. Bro. This has got me so foobarred.
Rather than waste even more of their time, everyone opts for door number 2. And even if the rematch vote went through, no one stuck around anyways, because they had to wait. The server would end up half empty. New players would load back in at varying speeds, if at all. Any semblance of balance achieved by the end of the previous game was now gone, and the next game would be another stomp. Quick Play didn't have any of these problems. Players had an incentive to stick around and keep playing, because unbalanced teams would become balanced, and players didn't have to wait to play.
Is Valve publicly traded or is Valve private? I don't actually remember if Valve has actual, like, I don't want to say big boy investors and shareholders. I don't remember if Valve is publicly traded or not. If Valve is publicly traded, I feel this could also be chalked up, not necessarily to Valve, but this could also be chalked up to shareholders and investors trying to chase trends, go for short-term gains, foregoing long-term growth and profit, like we see everywhere else in the industry. If Valve isn't publicly traded, so they are private, yeah, then this is squarely on Valve. So we can't blame shareholders and investors on that one. Oh, that is wild. Yeah, that is an actual certified Valve L. Okay.
Servers ran on long map timers and weren't constantly resetting and making everyone leave. Unsurprisingly, implementing a vote feature that made players wait even more wasn't going to work out.
Nah. Oh no, definitely not. I'll just queue up for 2 for it in some random community server. No thanks. Hard pass.
167 days after Meet Your Match's launch. Yeah, Valve was moving this slow. Valve removed the worthless rematch system and introduced the map voting system that we still use today. Players were now not only given the privilege to stay on the same server with the same people, but also given the privilege to vote for the next map. Features that we had with Quick Play. Before Meet Your Match, Valve's Quick Play servers ran a set rotation of all maps in a specific game mode, and would automatically cycle to the next map once the 45-minute timer ran out. During play, any player could call a vote for the next map, from any map in the rotation. You weren't limited to 3 choices. Or, players could call a vote to extend the timer on the current map being played. If the vote went through, more time would get put on the clock, and play would continue without a server reset, interrupting your fun. This voting system was seamlessly integrated into gameplay. You would hit F1 or F2, and that's it. It took a fraction of a second to interact with. But now, after Meet Your Match, Valve magnified map selection time by a factor of 100, which only serves to waste even more of your time. Players only had the pleasure of enjoying a single game, usually lasting less than 10 minutes. Then, they had the joy of waiting 30 seconds for the map vote, and then waiting on the server reset, and then...
Oh my god. No, this is actually just as... This has to be retention farming. Like, I'm looking at this, and I'm like, okay, what logical reason, what actual reasonable conclusion have they come to waste your time like this? Because this is by choice. This is by design, right? This is designed to, like, a factor of 100. 30 seconds to choose your map. Mate, if I have 3 to 8 seconds to choose the map and I don't choose it because I missed it, bro, I missed it. I'm playing whatever that map is. Whether it's Turbine, 2 Fort, Badlands, I don't care. I'll play it, right? Like, clearly I wasn't paying attention. Quick Play could be in the lobby, gameplay in less than 5 seconds. This has to be by design. This has to be intentional. I am very much on the thought process right now that this is a form of retention farming. You in queue waiting 30 seconds is for maps is an additional 30 seconds that you are in game. You are guaranteed to be in game. This has to be retention farming. Like, this has to be actually part of their business plan.
Waiting on the pre-round timers. Even if the same map is selected, the server resets anyways, forcing players to wait. So, no one sticks around for the map vote either, for the exact same reasons as the crappy rematch system. Why bother waiting when you can re-queue and get put into a new game faster? Why?
I'm sorry, was that a dummy thick pyre on my... What did I just see? I don't know how to deal with that.
Stay in the same server with the same teams if you're just going to lose again. And now, thanks to the map vote becoming the standard, 2 new problems manifested. First, thanks to horrific balancing issues, most games end pretty quickly. Many players didn't have their fill of the map they selected. Players were now even further incentivized to leave. Why bother staying in a server that was changing to a map you didn't want to play on?
Yeah.
This happened far less often with quick play, because maps ran on a 45-minute timer. By the time it was up, most players were ready for a new map and stayed in the server for a map change. If they weren't ready, they would simply vote for the same map again, extend the timer, and the fun would continue without a server reset, forcing everyone to leave. And if at any point players had their fill, they could simply leave the server whenever they wanted to. They didn't need an official beginning or an official end to a round to tell them it was time to leave. The second new problem with this map vote that I guarantee every single one of you has experienced is that since a whole bunch of people bail out of the server right as the game ends, the matchmaker now sees these newly vacant slots as needing to be filled. So, very often, players get placed into servers right as the game ends. Their queue time was for nothing. The server resets, wasting even more of their time.
I actually wasn't sure why I had experienced this. Because a couple quick plays I joined, it seemed like I came in towards the end of the game. That makes a lot of sense now.
Another problem that rarely, if ever, happened with quick play, simply by nature of servers not resetting after every single game. I'd also like to point out that this map voting system hasn't worked properly for 8 years. Since 2016, oftentimes, it just breaks and you can't vote. There is no excuse for this. It's pathetic that this is still broken.
That's
As
awful.
a bonus in this patch, ladies and gentlemen, 167 days later, Valve reintroduces auto balance. Here,
Weird.
once again, we have Valve adding back a feature of quick play into casual mode in an attempt to remedy the glaring problem that is team sizes being constantly uneven. At first, the game would politely ask players if they wanted to change teams. Few would ever vote yes, because why willingly move to the losing team? Those that did willingly change teams simply wanted to change teams anyways. Another
Not team scramble, auto balance, which is being pointed out in chat. Okay. Relevant that this is not what people wanted, and this is a worse diet version. Got it.
Option that was available in quick play, but one that Valve would never put back. In a later patch, once Valve realized that auto balance doesn't work if you ask someone to change teams, auto balance was adjusted so it would automatically move players.
Ah, we'll just force you.
But
okay.
now, this
Makes
was
sense.
the exact same feature from quick play. So, this is where it breaks. Unlike quick play, in casual mode, auto balance doesn't work right away. If at all, it first gives the matchmaker time to try and fill vacant slots, even if team sizes are greatly mismatched.
Sure.
After some undisclosed amount of time, then it will try and balance the teams. But by the time auto balance kicks on, it's too late. The vacant slots have now been reserved by the matchmaking system, so it can load in new players. Sometimes, 1 or 2 players might get swapped, but most of the time, the slots get reserved for players that haven't loaded in yet. Watch as auto balance is interrupted by the matchmaking system loading in new players. Every single one of you has witnessed this. These slots are now occupied by players who aren't even in the server. This only prolongs the misbalance that auto balance would have sorted out right away. But in casual mode, it's fighting the matchmaking system filling the slots it's trying to balance out. So, auto balance might as well not exist in casual mode. It infrequently does its job because it can't do its job. It's constantly at odds with the matchmaking system. Shocking that auto balance, a tool designed for quick play, doesn't work with a completely antithetical system. This is also why Valve can't add back team scrambles. Well, they could, but it wouldn't work. How do you scramble players that haven't finished loading in yet into slots that are being reserved by the matchmaking system?
Which is fair.
This is also why Valve can't add back team switching or ad hoc connections. How do you swap or connect to what's functionally a vacant slot that's being reserved by the matchmaking system? There is no functional middle ground between casual and quick play, thanks to the existence of the matchmaking system.
That's wild. They kind of, yeah, they've kind of pulled up the ladder from behind them on that one. They're kind of forced into this now.
470 days after Meet Your, but what the fuck? 470 days? What? Why this long between patches? Well,
you have to understand, the hamster that's turning the wheel, keeping TF2 going, the hamster needs some vacation time, okay? He's accrued that PTO.
Meet Your Match was also Meet Your Match. Players had voted on whether the Heavy or the Pyro would receive a new update. The Pyro won, and now, Valve had to deliver. Come October of 2017, Jungle Inferno arrived, and
I love the Jungle Infernos using the Diablo fire effect on the letters. Also, Heavy update when?
Yup, it was just another CSGO operation for TF2. More contracts, more loot boxes, more skins, and an in-game currency store. This was new, and it was a feature that Valve would later incorporate back into Counter-Strike for the Shattered Web operation. Talk about a kick in the dick. Valve mangled their own game, but continued to use it as a guinea pig for their other successful titles. That is
Well, yeah, that's just assessing brand risk, right? Asset risk, right? Because why would they implement something in CSGO, which is their cash cow, and potentially risk something when they could just do it in TF2 and just they don't really have to care? Like, right? It's how do I word this, right? Do you use a new paint that may or may not work on your really expensive Wraith Knight, or do you use it on some random F-off Orc or Tyranid that you don't really care about, right? Point in case.
Jungle Inferno brought us yet even more adjustments for casual mode. Valve overhauled the UI to what we see today, and I think this menu is hideous. Valve removed all of the charm and soul of the original menu in favor of making TF2 look like a modern Chinese competitive shooter. The damn storefront selling trinkets and gambling is bigger than the button.
Dude, I don't even know what these map stamps are. I guess they're, it's to support them. Yeah, I've looked at them. I'm like, I have no idea what half these things even do. The UI is so strange to me. Like, I'd never even seen the hand-drawn ones before this video.
To start playing the fucking game. Valve's true intentions never fail to show themselves through their actions. Anyways, with Jungle Inferno, players were graciously given the privilege to do other things as they queued for a server.
Weird.
Instead of being trapped to the lobby screen. But
you mean
now
like every
you
other
could at
game?
least, look at your backpack, maybe do some shopping, or how about some gambling while you waited. What's extremely bizarre for me is that when Jungle Inferno came out, players were praising Valve for giving back the very features they had taken away, like they had never been there before. Features that had been in the game since launch. Except now, in an inferior form, with limitations we never had before.
In a custom server, you can queue up for casual. Looking around your backpack, you can queue up for casual. Want to check on your contract progress while queued for casual? You sure can. This feature is obviously a long time coming.
Before Meet Your Match, using the server browser, you could do other things while you waited. You could find a server, queue up, and that was it. You could queue for multiple servers at the same time. And you were allowed to play in another server while you waited. Yes, you could do this with Valve servers. Which brings us to the final change from Jungle Inferno. Valve finally gave players the privilege to join their friends during ongoing games in Valve servers.
No
Something
way.
else you could do before Meet Your Match using ad hoc connections.
Oh god, this is I'm getting an aneurysm watching this. The video is good. He's doing a good job on this. I like that he explained all of these and built this up into as supporting evidence for his argument and his opinions. Oh my god, this is actually giving me an aneurysm watching. Like, Valve has definitely done a number on Team Fortress 2.
But, sorry, you're still forced to use the shitty party system. And what does that mean? You guessed it.
Alright, there's now a space in our party. It says player connecting. Is that you?
It's not me.
Nope, they put a tier 1.
It's not me. So yeah, so someone else other than me got put in the server. Awesome.
Nice.
Where's the slot right now?
It's not putting me in. Why?
Someone else is connecting.
Someone else is connecting again?
Yeah, someone else got put in the game.
Fuck's sake!
Bro, it's been 2 minutes now and they still haven't found a guy for this red team. What is going on?
Yeah, so just for the record, the enemy team has a slot open that I could have been placed into sometime within the past 2 minutes. The team I'm trying to join that my friends are on has had multiple people placed in their game before me. They're not in a party. They're not friends with anyone in the server. They check their profiles. So, what is the matchmaking system doing? Why am I not in the server yet? No idea. You were never able to play with friends easily in TF2. You never had the ability to join servers via ad hoc. You never got to play with friends in mere seconds. That just never existed. It never happened.
Definitely
the game
not.
was always this way, guys.
We lost someone. Hold on.
Okay.
Oh,
okay.
you lost someone? Okay.
You know what? It just works. 16 times the weight. You know, they should have Todd run Valve at this point.
Okay, let's see. Let's wait.
It's putting someone in.
This is bad.
Fuck! That's 3 people! The original purpose of the matchmaking system was to form evenly skilled, unchanging teams for a competitive match. Allowing for players to join ongoing games wasn't even a consideration. It's no surprise that when Valve retroactively added this feature back, that it couldn't hold a candle to an ad hoc connection. Thanks to the reliance on the party system, you're only allowed to play with your friends, not against them. Second, as you just witnessed, for whatever reason, party members don't always have queue priority. It seems like party members are placed into the same queue as all other players, even those not queuing for that specific server, forcing you to wait even longer to start playing with friends. Quick play servers didn't have these problems. We had ad hoc connections. If there was a slot available on either team, your friend could join in a fraction of the time that it takes with Casual's party system. You could simply click on your friend on Steam and join them directly, or have your friend share the server IP. No need to waste your time forming a party or waiting on the broken matchmaker. And, thanks to team switching, you could play with or against your friends. Hell, playing against your friends in TF2 is a whole experience in of itself, and that's been missing from the vanilla game for almost 9 years.
Turbo versus star, Turbo versus star, everybody wants to see this happen.
Valve took that away from us, and I guess everyone just forgot? Ad hoc connections and team switching were amazing freedoms that benefited players and servers in so many ways. But since that meant players were forming the games, and not a matchmaking system, they had to go. And that was it. That's all Jungle Inferno brought. I do find it quite hilarious that so many players cite Jungle Inferno as this pivotal moment for casual mode, when by this point in time, Valve had done nothing to improve gameplay. Thus far, since Meet Your Match, Valve had only sped up queue times and allowed for players to do other things as they waited, giving them the illusion that they're spending more time playing than they actually are.
Yeah. That's a good point.
629 days
That's
after
so
Meet
long.
Your Match's launch, Valve ushered out the final form of casual mode that we still use today. Valve finally gave players the privilege to queue for a different server if they were already in one. Something else that, shocker, you could do with Quick Play. If you were already in a Valve server, you could pull up either the Quick Play UI or the server browser and queue for either a Valve or a community server. Seamless, no issues. I guess people just forgot that Quick Play could do this? And, unsurprisingly, the features we have with casual mode are worse than quick plays. You can't even kill time in a Valve server while waiting for a community server anymore. God forbid you try to join a community server when you're in a casual server. The UI breaks and forcefully tries to put you back into casual mode. You have to leave the casual server first and then try to join the community server.
That's got to be by intent. I refuse to believe that's an actual bug. That has to be intentional.
Wasting even more of your time and interrupting your play. Valve also swapped casual and competitive mode skill-based matchmaking algorithm to the Glyco system. Why they did this? Who knows? Maybe it's because that's what CSGO was using at the time and they said, screw it, try this. As I'm sure many of you are painfully aware, this didn't improve game balance at all. As the final change in this patch, Valve also overhauled competitive mode. Yeah, that's a surprise. Many players thought competitive mode had been abandoned, but no. It received its first ever major changes since release. Valve added seeding matches and a brand new ranking system. They did this in hopes of reigniting interest in competitive mode. This was their one last chance to have TF2 become their third big esport. But they still refused to address its biggest flaws. Forced graphics settings, widespread abandonments, messed up balancing. So, just as it always had been, competitive mode stayed dead. To this day, no one touches it. This lump of scar tissue will always and forever be an ugly reminder that Valve utterly failed at trying to turn TF2 into another CSGO. And that's it. This was the last significant change for casual mode, and for Team Fortress 2 in general. Well, actually, there was one final change.
Oh no.
3,052 days after Meet Your Match's launch. Yeah, we'll get back to that gap in time later.
What?
For the first time in over 6 years, Valve rolled out matchmaking improvements. This came as a shock for many of us, because why, after over 6 years of no updates for casual mode, did Valve decide to touch it? That's because Valve had to. The matchmaking system broke. During Scream Fortress 2024, we had an obscene 163 maps in the active rotation. When you dump this many maps into the rotation, this breaks the game. The player base was stretched too thin. The matchmaker simply could not handle that volume of maps. It was pushed to its absolute limits, resulting in long queue times for all players. Then,
Agent, I love you for that. TF2 has a competitive mode. I thought it was just a map explorer. Yeah, no, yeah, that feels like that tracks. It just gave out. Yeah, I feel like, yeah, the hamster just keeled over in the wheel. The janitor had to go and poke it. Oh my god. Yeah, no, have community maps, that's fine. Like, have your core rotation, add only vetted maps to your core rotation. Oh my god.
After Scream Fortress ended, the map rotation went back to normal, but queue times stayed long. It's as if though the matchmaker got sent through a taffy puller and couldn't sort itself out.
Yeah.
Then, and only then, after 6 years of nothing, Valve had to step in and throw on a band-aid. A band-aid that didn't do anything, aside from putting queue times back to normal, maybe speeding them up a little bit. Which again, only allows for players to cycle through the broken matchmaking system. It does nothing to improve gameplay. Since week 1 of Meet Your Match's launch, Valve has effectively done nothing to improve gameplay.
Wild. That is so much time. Oh my god, it is so much. So
For what's
long.
now going on 9 years, we've been left with this wreck of a matchmaking system that is inferior to quick play in every way possible.
Yeah.
To this day, casual mode does not form evenly skilled teams, consistently resulting in one-sided stomps for the majority of games, with absolutely no tools to even things out. Throughout Casual's update history, I saved this for right now, Valve attempted to improve balancing not once, not twice, not 3 times, not 4 times, not 5 times, but 6 times, and Casual still can't do its job. Wasn't that the point of all of this? That alone should be enough to warrant the removal of the broken matchmaking system. And if that wasn't enough for you, casual mode is also plagued with bugs and critical flaws, many of them baked in with the matchmaking system itself. The matchmaker forming unbalanced games due to slot reservations, endless waiting on queues, timers, map votes, server resets, and partying.
Dude, at what point do we just ask if we've been Stockholm Syndrome into this game? Like, at what point do we have to question if we have a dependency on the game.
Unfunctioning auto balance system, dead maps, the list goes on. None, and I mean none of these problems existed with Quick Play. They just got piled on top of the few problems Quick Play already had, only being players sometimes getting placed into empty or half-empty servers. And that's about it. This is a problem with casual mode as well, to a much, much larger degree. The only upsides to casual mode are the map menu, which is debatable because that kills off traffic to entire areas of the game, and slightly faster queue times. That's it. Let me put this to rest right now.
No, see the update. This update was bad. Okay, they covered the dummy thick dumpy of Fempyro. Not L update. Revert. Please server rollback.
Quick Play was quick. By 2014, the average queue time to join a server directly or use the show servers option was less than 20 seconds. And Quick Play could have been improved further, which Valve was actively doing through 2016. There are hundreds of examples of this. Just look up old TF2 streams on YouTube. Sure, it's not the 5 to 10 second queue times we have now with casual mode on a good day, but wouldn't you much rather wait an extra 5 to 10 seconds just to find a server you would stay in for hours at a time? Valve didn't need to remove Quick Play. It was a perfectly functioning system with tons of tools and freedoms that players had to engage with the game at their own pace. The amount of time you waste searching for a good game in casual mode is astronomically higher than it ever was with Quick Play. You are consistently looping through stomp after stomp, completing 3 to 5 minute games in search of that one gem of a round that lasts more than 10 minutes. The relief that players experienced over about 2 years of casual mode fixes had nothing to do with Valve improving gameplay. It was either allowing for players to do other things in menus while they waited to play, or speeding up queue times. All of the half measures that Valve took by reincorporating some features from Quick Play only served to break the game even further. Every single time they did this, they only created more problems than they solved, because Quick Play and casual are wholly incompatible systems. Oil and water, cats and dogs. You can't cherry pick pieces from Quick Play, put them into casual mode, and then expect them to work. Again, I cannot stress this enough. There is no functional middle ground between casual and Quick Play. We have a 2-year history of this failing. You can't improve a system that was never going to work in the first place. And we have proof of this. Less than 1 day after Meet Your Match launched, the very instant Valve removed abandonment penalties from casual mode. This was Valve's admission that their matchmaking system was a total failure.
This makes me wonder, because like the Quick Play system was still getting updates in the literal months leading up into casual. This really feels like this was an executive decision to implement casual. It feels too sudden, and it feels like it was shoehorned in. I would love to know who or, singular or plural, who issued that mandate.
Their competitive esports vision for TF2 immediately needed to be walked back to keep the game functional. They then made concession after concession, allowing for players to join ongoing games, allowing for games to start with fewer than 24 players, putting back auto balance, sort of, all functions that are purely antithetical to the very purpose of a matchmaking system. With every single concession, Valve was admitting that a skill-based matchmaking system that forced rigid competitive play does not work for Team Fortress 2. They conceded that Quick Play was a better system as they kept trying to rework their shambling matchmaker to copy it.
The more I think back to the Orange Box, and the more I think about Team Fortress 2 kind of being a fun, wacky, zany FPS hero shooter, right? The more I look at like this UI, this like how it's trying to be this competitive shooter, and the more I'm just like, bro, this sucks. This is bad. Like, there's just such a cognitive disconnect. It's trying to be too serious.
Valve conceded this much. Why not remove the matchmaking system, the source of all of these problems, and provide an objectively better experience for everyone? It's years overdue to simply remove the broken system and put back the one that worked. This should have happened on day one. Valve admitted to the players by removing abandonment penalties that this should have happened on day one, and it's not too late to make the change. Some people wildly over-exaggerate how bringing back quick play would be this earth-shattering schism that would cause another mass exodus. But if Valve put back quick play today, there would be some disgruntled players, but once they engage with the system and experience higher quality games, oh my fucking god, everyone would be happy. Moreover,
think about this. If you're having issues in modern AAA, quadruple A games that you physically pay a premium for, Call of Duty, Battlefield, etc., and you're running into queue issues, a free-to-play game like Team Fortress 2 is going to sound like a godsend in modern day, right? Especially where everybody has a Steam Deck now. Really? Valve? We're not pushing TF2 on the Steam Deck? We're not giving everybody a funny Steam Deck hat? Really?
Engaging with quick play isn't that different than engaging with casual mode. The process by which you start playing is almost the same. You open up the menu, you queue up, you get thrown into a server, you pick your team, and then start playing. No pre-round timers. This one tiny additional interaction that is picking your team signifies the removal of the matchmaking system. This would have monumental improvements on gameplay. Then, everything else under Quick Play's hood would be doing the work to keep the game flowing. A matchmaking system would no longer be reserving slots, setting up misbalances, and prolonging misbalances. Auto balance and team scrambles could therefore actually do their jobs, so unbalanced games would become balanced, play out over longer periods of time, and encourage players to stay in the server. Yes, team scrambles and auto balance are not silver bullets for unbalanced games, but good lord almighty, they're better than the nothing we have now with casual mode, where players are consistently subject to permanently unbalanced games, where a steady stream of players on the losing team keeps leaving because they know the game will never become balanced, ultimately ensuring that a stomp's momentum never slows down.
If I saw this on an actual like scoreboard, if I saw more than half my team is player lost connection and reserving their slots, dude, I would leave that lobby immediately. Ain't no way I'm staying for that. I want nothing to do with that.
The 45-minute map timer and integrated map boat would only increase your playtime without interruption. You would no longer be wasting your time on pre-round timers, post-round map boats, incessant server resets, and constant requeuing. You would simply get to keep playing the video game.
Switch the next map to Borneo. Oh yes, I love that map. Vote yes.
Ad hoc connections would give players another way to directly join Valve servers, running the map of their choosing, and breathe life back into dead areas of the game through the server browser. Ad hoc connections and team switching would allow for players to play with or against their friends, with as many as they wanted to. No limit of 6. Individual map selections would become far faster, with next to no wait times. And ultimately, if you don't want to play more than one game, if you've been Stockholm syndromed into leaving servers every 10 minutes, hell, every 5 minutes, you can leave the server whenever you want to.
So this is actually... let me finish.
Go find a new game. You don't need the fucking Tobuscus doors telling you it's time to go.
So we experienced this yesterday when we did this the summer update. It was literally after going into round 2 where we had half team versus half team, and eventually the lobby just degenerated into a 2v2. I got a snipe on their spy. Then it went down to a 2v1 where my other teammate was heavy, and then I went spy just because harass the enemy demo, because it was a 2v1 at that point. Even if I'm not actually backstabbing or winning my 1v1s, I'm harassing him into the heavy to pick him up, right? But the fact that you just get into an official quick play summer event lobby, and after a single round it degenerates, and I didn't understand. I'm like, well, why are people not rejoining? The lobby just deteriorates after a couple rounds. People just don't join. This is still an active session, and the dude was a good sport. I think actually came out to the stream. Dude was a super good sport. Said, hey, you're absolute Chad for sticking it out, right? Sticking out that 2v1. I have this on the VOD. It blows. The causation makes sense now.
Let me remind everyone that the final version of Quick Play I'm referring to is the final form that was achieved in 2014. No server advertisements, no MLP x10 roleplay servers, which was never an issue to begin with. If Quick Play returned today, if there was a complete and total reversion of Meet Your Match right now, players would have all of those features and freedoms given back to them. They would be relieved of the broken matchmaking system that does nothing but waste their time and prevent them from enjoying the game. An outright reversion of Meet Your Match would monumentally improve the overall quality of every single TF2 fan's playtime. There is no serious argument in favor of the contrary.
Yeah, I'd argue. Well, so here's the thing. They've spent so much on this, right? Sunk cost fallacy, but it's like, if it's not panning out, just revert the system, right? Like, it seems like a no-brainer in a lot of aspects, but I get the reason why they wouldn't, because they spent a lot of dev time on it. But even then, the amount of updates... Oh, no.
If
This is gonna
Team
hurt.
Fortress 2 was such a mess after Meet Your Match, why didn't players flock to community servers?
They did.
That seems like the logical conclusion to all of this.
They did,
The normal
didn't they?
game becomes unplayable, so you go to where it was traditionally always playable. Well, we did. After Meet Your Match, TF2 was in the most literal sense unplayable for about 6 months. Community servers were the only stable options for vanilla play. However, as the months went on, community servers slowly died in the fallout of Meet Your Match. But truth be told, community servers started suffering back in 2014. This is worth addressing. Remember that before 2011, TF2 only had community servers. When the game went free to play and Valve introduced their own game servers, there was suddenly a massive glut of vanilla options to choose from. However, since Quick Play originally fed into both Valve and community servers, they weren't directly competing with each other. In fact, the volume of community servers exploded after the game went free to play, since they had a steady stream of players being fed to them. Sadly, this is why those predatory servers took off, ultimately leading to Valve making Quick Play default to Valve servers only.
Right,
but
which
not
is fair.
before nuking advertisements in the message of the day in 2013, which was a very welcome change.
Right.
This may come off as controversial for some old heads, but Quick Play defaulting to Valve servers only was a necessary evil in order to combat the predatory servers that were exploiting free-to-plays.
No, 100% hard agree. Yeah, that makes sense. Because it's also a brand and image thing, right? Like, if you do a Quick Play and it goes to some, I don't know, not safe for work advertisement, right? Or some predatory advertisement, that could potentially reflect negatively on Valve, even though Valve literally didn't endorse that. But it's because you hit the funny Quick Play button to do that, right? Like, I understand the reasons, and there are valid reasons why they would do that.
Yes, Valve would have never had to do this if they never made the game free to play. Yes, this was the easy way out. Valve absolutely had the manpower to find a more elegant solution so community servers didn't take a hit. Some servers did die as a result of this decision, primarily vanilla servers. But a compromise of some kind was necessary, and Quick Play was a compromise. The decision to remove community servers from Quick Play Search by default did heavily constrict their flow of players, but it didn't outright cut them off. Players still had the option to incorporate community servers into their game searches, and, more importantly, Valve servers appeared in the server browser, and ad hoc connections were allowed. Players still had reasons to use the server browser, and therefore be exposed to community servers. Additionally, the vast majority of players preferred picking a server from a list, not only for map selection, but also for ping, or an ideal player count in order to coordinate with friends. The server browser and the show servers options were the primary means by which players joined servers. Default Quick Play was mostly used by the freest of free-to-plays, who, over time, learned they had access to these other features, and eventually migrated over to them. Even the servers button was right next to the start playing button. That's about as visible as you can get. This was a perfect symbiosis that kept feeding players into all areas of the game. Players still had the choice to engage with community servers and their content. Quick Play was a compromise between Valve and the community, a reasonable, palatable balance between ease of access, freedom of choice, and minimal inconvenience. Could there have been improvements? Absolutely. Quick Play was not perfect, but when Meet Your Match arrived, there was no compromise. Valve made no attempt to accommodate community servers.
This is competition.
Valve disabled ad hoc connections to their own servers, hid them from the browser, removed the show servers options, and then tucked the server browser at the bottom of the new menu, ensuring that it's something many players, especially newer players, would never see nor bother with. New and veteran players alike no longer had any reason to explore the browser when their only option to approach the bulk of vanilla servers was casual mode, killing off that indirect exposure for community servers. And by permanently omitting community servers from all game searches, Valve sealed that final artery of player traffic. You're not even given the option with casual mode. No choices, no freedoms, no compromise. Casual mode, Valve's vehicle for competitive play, or nothing. This led to an unprecedented mass extinction of community servers. When Meet Your Match released, almost instantly, community servers experienced a drastic drop in their player counts. Even healthy server networks experienced decreases in traffic of up to 70%. And as time went on, it only got worse. TF2 is free to play. There is a constant flux of new players in and old players out. As newer players replaced older players, the number of people even aware that community servers were an option shrank even more, leading to their mass extinction. Not to mention, there was a mass exodus of tons of veterans after Meet Your Match came out. Hundreds, and I mean hundreds, of amazing servers and their communities just died. And not an organic death like many communities do over time, but a rapid, forced, artificial demise. CP Orange servers, 32-man Hydro servers, countless 24/7 map servers, all of these just vanished. This still doesn't answer the question. If casual mode was such a mess, why weren't players flocking to community servers? It's pretty easy to do, isn't it? So just go there.
That's an interesting dead ringer. It's got a little snowflake pattern on it. I'll have to go find that.
Why weren't players making their own servers in response to Meet Your Match? Well, this is something of a prisoner's dilemma. A prisoner's dilemma is if two people work together, it would produce the best mutually beneficial outcome. But these people usually don't, because it's easier to work in their own self-interests and get a smaller, usually easier to attain, individual payoff. When people play video games on their own, it's typically out of self-interest. They're not even close to thinking about their fellow players. That individualist mindset was baked into Team Fortress 2 by design, optimizing for the individual experience and then having team play fall out of that. Quick Place functionality and its server settings directly facilitated the best experience possible for this philosophy, and alongside the server browser, it gave players multiple options to engage with the game on their own terms, as individuals, naturally and seamlessly, allowing for players to populate servers themselves. But when all of those freedoms were ripped out of the game for casual mode, everyone was forcefully funneled down that same matchmaking slide, the path of least resistance. There were no other options. Valve removed them. You click on the big, dumb Play Now button for a faster, mediocre game. Why waste your time and bother trying to seed a community server for an overall better experience when this one button will do all of the work for you faster? As for making new servers, the fact that starting and maintaining a new server is literally cost-intensive only compounds with the prisoner's dilemma. Why bother making a new server when someone else can do it? Why bother making a server if no one's going to play on it? Speaking from experience, by the way, I have my own vanilla TF2 server that's pretty much dead 24/7, unless I make an announcement and have my audience play on it with me. This ultimately left behind only a handful of community servers to choose from, with many of them not running pure vanilla TF2. Nowadays, if you don't have the social muscle to populate your own game, your only options for a somewhat vanilla TF2 experience outside of casual mode are UGC and Skyle servers. And these servers are shit. They spoof their ping and their player counts. I know for a fact I don't have 12 millisecond ping to Australia servers. That's some bullshit. Beyond Skyle and UGC, we have crappy trade servers, a handful of ×10 shitfests, and Uncletopia. Back in the day, before Meet Your Match,
Look, it's what's open. It's what I have access to. Right, sure. I could probably construct a server box at some point and, you know, do something with that. But I mean, for the time being, it functions, right? I show up to an empty server, we have some fun, and then we call it a day.
There used to be countless populated servers of all kinds, but nowadays, hell, I can't even find a populated CP Orange server anymore. There were tons of these servers running all kinds of variants of CP Orange, but now they're just gone. And that's one example. One of my favorite servers, a 24/7 double cross server, slowly died after Meet Your Match came out. All of the friendly faces that I would see on a regular basis just disappeared. I recorded one of my first ever videos there back in 2016, and then I stopped playing TF2 for about 6 months. Casual mode barely functioned, and all of my favorite servers were either dead or dying. I only came back to Team Fortress 2 when I was allowed to vote on the next map, which at least made me feel like I was playing the game as I once was. But by this point, casual mode was my only option. All of my favorite community servers were dead. I had nowhere else to go. It was normal, routine to play with the same people and get to know them. I never thought that my favorite internet hangout spot would suddenly get taken away like this.
I think that this is the similar downfall of other hobbies, though. As somebody who, you know, like I talk about my experience with Legend of the Five Rings and how that playgroup was just built different, right? It's just a different quality of player. Like, it's not even, yes, part of it's apathy, but part of it is like Destiny 2 and Final Fantasy 14 right now. People have just left. Not that necessarily the game's bad, right? It's that Destiny 2 with Final Shape concluded the Witness arc. We're starting the whole Destiny arc now, but it's like the Light and Dark saga is over. We spent 10 years on it. Like, people are just going to leave. Final Fantasy 14, whether you stuck around from 1.0, Final Fantasy 14 base, and then, you know, the whole rework into A Realm Reborn, going into the current expansions up through Endwalker. Now we have Dawn Trail, sure, but that's the start of a whole new saga, right? Like, at a certain point, people will just drop out of games. Whether that's family, whether that's other social commitments, other jobs, getting into other hobbies, right? Like, so I hear this sentiment, and part of it, yes, absolutely, is Valve and Valve's decisions. But part of it is also people move on. And I think I know this a lot. I don't know it better than other people, right? But I'm familiar with the concept, as I've watched, you know, community after community, just eventually, just people end up moving on. Like, I'll still probably, like, I was promised, you know, thousands of hours in Warframe. This has hundreds and thousands of hours of content just to get good, play spy, you know. I still got to learn things like Scout and Engineer, right? So it's like, I have incentive to continue playing, and as long as people are showing up for the community night streams, yeah, I'll play. There's clearly interest, at least as of right now. It's one of those things where it's just the slow and organic death of communities, like he's talking. This is one of them.
Never thought that I would wake up one day to find my favorite game turned inside out after years of play. The very lifeblood of server cultures.
I have been watching this video for so long that it literally refreshed on me. Thanks, YouTube. Oh my god, please.
Servers were dead. I had nowhere else to go. It was normal, routine to play with the same.
So that right there, how it's age restricted for that single Always Sunny clip, yeah, that's why I'm pissed.
People and get to know them. I never thought that my favorite internet hangout spot would suddenly get taken away like this. I never thought that I would wake up one day to find my favorite game turned inside out after years of play. The very lifeblood of server cultures that built the base upon which all of TF2 had thrived upon for nearly a decade. That ecosystem, that network of play, where players could seek out whatever experiences they desired, engage in that sense of camaraderie and community, true community, that everyone was here in the same game to play together and have fun. All of this was replaced with a soulless husk of a matchmaking system, where you're dumped into a random server and play with a random set of people every 10 minutes. You never speak with them, you never get to know them, or have a good time together afterwards. We've all been trained to say GG after one game, get our elo, and then go right back to the grind fest. TF2's competitive now, gotta get that elo, gotta get that rank up, gotta click on that badge while you wait for a fucking game for 5 minutes. The soul is gone, man. The camaraderie is gone. You get little pieces of it here and there in the voice chat and player interactions, funny gibbous heavy exploding in the middle of 2 for it, but it's all a shadowy specter of its former self. A shadow left behind by casual matchmaking, because casual matchmaking can't allow for communities. It can't allow for server cultures.
So he talks about Team Fortress 2 in the same way I talk about Legend of the Five Rings. Let's put that into perspective.
It cannot allow for players to curate their own experiences.
Yeah, that lack of choice, that lack of just player power, autonomy. Here, force feed you this, and go to quick playing comp.
That would mean Team Fortress 2 isn't being played competitively. It would mean the player experience isn't being forcefully standardized for an esport. It would mean that Valve isn't serving that one audience. Valve couldn't outright remove community servers for the sake of competitive play, lest they anger the established player base that they needed to usher into their next esport.
Yeah.
But they could starve community servers, and starve them they did, because they had to bridge that gap. Remember?
That was gonna be an Amazon reference. I was waiting for the Amazon logo.
4 years. Valve worked on Meet Your Match for 4 years. They spent 2 years working on competitive mode, which was ultimately just a copycat of Man vs. Machine. They spent about a month working on casual mode in reaction to Overwatch, which was just a copycat of competitive mode, which was just a copycat of Man vs. Machine. They then endured 2 years of hellish damage control just to keep the game's pulse after they took buckshot to its skull. Only afterwards, only after Valve twisted and malformed Team Fortress 2 into this contorted mess that it is today, did they finally drop this game, throw their hands in the air and say, fuck it, we're done, we're never touching this game again.
Yeah.
Valve utterly failed at trying to turn TF2 into their third big esport. It was no longer worth dedicating time and resources towards for any kind of meaningful work. The branch of Team Fortress 2 had withered, strangled by their own hands. But it could not be pruned, not without striking fear into the core of their other multi-billion-dollar microeconomies.
For Counter-Strike in particular, I'm curious if you feel like gambling has had a positive impact on the game at all. Do you feel like it's grown interest in the game over the past few years that it's been available?
Yeah. So I mean, well, what's the question?
Has gambling led to greater interest in Counter-Strike?
Has it?
Yes.
Oh, this is gonna lead into the drops, the collector drops and stuff.
We don't know. We don't have any data.
What do you mean you don't have data?
To support that. Yeah.
What?
Yeah.
If Team Fortress 2 goes, if the grandfather passes away, well, that'll happen to your fancy Counter-Strike skins one day too. So, Valve took their only option. From 2018 onwards, they would begin to neglect Team Fortress 2. And I'm not talking about a lack of updates, no, nothing. Silence. 3 loot boxes a year with some broken maps, and that's it. Just enough, so from the outside looking in, everything seems fine. Everything seems economically stable.
Right.
A beloved game kept on life support,
Hi,
so its
Soundsmith.
microeconomy could keep acting as the linchpin. Our story doesn't end here. We all wish it did. This would have been the happy ending compared to what came next, because there was one final gift from Meet Your Match. The number one enemy of a cheater is a full server. During the quick play era, when players joined a server, they would first log on and then choose their team. Once chosen, players could enter the map and then start playing.
Sure.
You could not choose one team if the other had fewer active players.
Sure.
Thanks to this, servers were gradually populated by active players in a staggered fashion. So,
Right.
if a bad actor logged on, say a cheater, The server was already populated by an active majority, and the bad actor would get vote kicked immediately. Maps on quick play servers ran on a 45-minute timer, with no time-wasting features between server resets. Servers would get populated and then stay full for long periods of time, greatly preventing bad actors from invading. Quick play servers also allowed for players to spectate each other and catch cheaters this way. Once spotted, they could be quickly kicked. This was the powerful self-moderation that all game servers had, be it a Valve or a community server. Cheating was common.
He's saying quick play, which means casual is gonna really mess this up.
Before Meet Your Match, there's no denying this. However, it wasn't a widespread, pervasive issue. Servers were a naturally repulsive environment for cheaters. They could only enter solo, or in small numbers, slowly, and could therefore be quickly addressed. But when Meet Your Match arrived, Valve completely destroyed self-moderation on their own servers. A cheater's #1 enemy is a full server, which casual mode is very good at preventing. Casual servers reset after one game, so every 5 to 15 minutes at most, rather than every 45 minutes at minimum, the entire server empties out. During play, the matchmaker almost always sets up one-sided stomps, so the losing team is constantly bleeding players searching for a better game. This perpetual emptying and filling of servers results in a ton of player churn. The ideal conditions for bad actors to exploit, tons of empty slots to occupy. What's worse, the matchmaking system directly facilitates invasions by multiple cheaters. Most of the time, after servers reset,
Is that unironically Wings of Redemption? Or I'm assuming that's a shitpost account. I'm assuming that's gotta be. That's not actually what's his face.
Server is now mostly empty. The matchmaker tries to fill as many slots as it can while keeping team sizes the same. So it loads in a whole bunch of new players at the exact same time. And since the matchmaker is always forming new matches, servers are constantly having a fresh set of 24 players dumped into them. This means multiple cheaters can pile in at once, automatically, with zero coordination. Instead of one bad actor trickling into the server at a time, it now becomes 2, 3, 4, 5 per team simultaneously. Since many servers frequently start from an empty or a half-empty state, they can be consistently overwhelmed. Since you can only kick one player at a time per team, it now becomes a chore to kick more than 1 or 2 people. By the time you've kicked one cheater, 1 or more have already logged back on. Once 2 or more cheaters get on one team, you might as well just leave. The server will never recover. Then we have the party system, which further enables groups of cheaters. It not only enables groups of 2 to 6 to log on at once, but thanks to it being the perfect party size of 6, gotta have 6v6, you gotta enable esports, vote kick majorities are never reached against their favor. And since slots are constantly emptying out on the losing team, even with 2 or 3 cheaters, votes will never pass. Thanks to automatic server resets and the ease of re-queuing with a simple click, bad actors can server hop indefinitely with minimal input. They require absolutely zero coordination to cripple game servers, because the matchmaking system does all of the work for them. Additionally, thanks to map selections being a simple toggle rather than a manual search and selection via a human's eyeballs, automation can easily target specific maps and lock them down for an entire region, which, for a player base the size of TF2's, doesn't take much. And the cherry on top of this shit show sundae, Valve disabled spectate mode, so players could no longer catch cheaters and have them kicked. Valve's casual system created the perfect environment for bad actors. And after Meet Your Match came out, it was only a matter of time before they figured that out, which didn't take long. Human cheaters usually play solo or in small groups, but now, casual mode opened up the floodgates for a whole new type of exploitation.
Dude, if you're actually aimbotting in a game like TF2, if you're actually hacking, dude, your life is so sad. You have to evaluate your priorities. There is no reason you should be doing that. Like the people who fly around in DT Crucible and stuff. Dude, go outside, touch some grass, reevaluate your priorities in life. That is some really sad behavior.
Bots. Within days after Meet Your Match's launch, not weeks, not months, days, Spinbot parties started appearing in casual mode. This was never seen before. Cheaters found out they could consistently invade game servers and take them over. As time went on, it only got worse. More and more learned they could do the same. And as the months went on, cheating Spinbots slowly took over Team Fortress 2. The first notable waves of Spinbots began as early as 2017. Remember Catbots? These got memory hold for some reason, and once their software was released to the public on GitHub, it was over. The bot crisis was in full swing. 2018, crashbots and lagbots. 2019, entire maps getting shut down by bots.
Yikes.
2020, even more waves of Spinbots. 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024, Team Fortress 2 was in the most literal sense unplayable for almost 8 years.
No, up through 2024. That is insane.
Straight. Almost every single time you played casual mode, you would be met with Spinbots in your server. Make no mistake, the entire functionality of casual mode directly facilitated the bot crisis. It simply could not have happened with QuickPlay's game coordinator and the server settings it used. Without a matchmaking system, multiple bots had no way to efficiently and automatically invade game servers. Bots require that constant player churn, which QuickPlay simply did not have. Servers weren't constantly resetting, and a matchmaking system wasn't dumping in a bunch of new players into a server at the exact same time. Half of the server wasn't inactive and unable to pass vote kicks because the game had begun before all players could connect. And directly targeting servers with ad hoc connections is hideously ineffective. What was a bot hoster going to do? Cycle through a list of IPs of full game servers over and over again until he could get enough bots into one server? And then what were the bots gonna do? Pile into an empty server? Was the hoster gonna coordinate all of his bots with more code or do this manually? Yeah, fucking right. Literal troglodytes were operating these bots. That's how easy it was for this to happen. Bot waves of any kind were simply not possible before Meet Your Match. But after the update came out, it's like a switch got flipped. The entire casual system was a massive afterthought on Valve's part, remember? They developed this over the course of a month in response to Overwatch. So
Yo, what kind of like actual defending behavior? Who is asking us to thank Valve for this? Sure, awesome. Glad you did a giant bot wave ban. You literally caused this by getting rid of QuickPlay. Do better. Like that's it. End of discussion. No, we're not gonna give out handouts. We're not gonna give out pity prizes. You caused this. This game functioned perfectly fine before casual. This was your fault. You guys did this. You're a private company. You're not beholden to investors and shareholders.
Oh, it's no surprise that they didn't even think about the lasting repercussions of its functionality in regards to cheaters. Other than Spinbots, bot hosters gradually found other vulnerabilities with game servers, frequently DDoSing, crashing, or otherwise rendering servers inoperable using a variety of exploits. After Meet Your Match came out, Team Fortress 2 exponentially decayed into raw hell for the first 4 years of the bot crisis. Not days, not weeks or months, 4 years.
So here's the thing, is that we want, like, Valve let this happen. If CSGO, if Dota have any lapses, they are it can and will happen to them. Well, Valve will never let that happen. TF2 has a really storied history that we've literally went over. If Dota and Counter-Strike outlive their usefulness, this will be the same fate. This is setting precedent. This can and will happen if things go the wrong way. And that's what we need to remember. This can and will happen again.
When things were getting really bad, Valve did nothing.
Exactly.
The only action they took was back in 2017, preventing kicked players from rejoining servers, meaning a bot couldn't immediately join back once it got kicked. That did jack shit, because another one would simply take its place. Beyond this, there were no fixes, no actions, no statements, nothing. And let us not forget, instead of dealing with the bots by, developing a functioning anti-cheat, Valve decided to punish the players instead. Many bots would spam obscenities in game chat, including a colorful variety of racial slurs. Valve was perfectly content on just letting this happen for years.
Valve's inaction, right? Inaction serves to corroborate the abuser, right? And I'm sure there's other ways you can word that, right? Well, another one is like, what is it? Evil flourishes when good men do nothing. Sure, you could use that as a replacement as well. Valve allowed... Sure, well, and then the plausible deniability is that there is a report system, and Valve, of course, takes all reports very seriously. Valve allowed this. And yes, that also ties into the precedent of they don't care so long as it doesn't, as long as it's, it doesn't really affect them. And, if it's working, why should they care, right? Journalists getting involved and, you see how this would affect their bottom line, because this is the same company behind Counter-Strike. This is the same company behind Dota. And thus that incepts into people's minds, what will happen to these games, right? Is this going to happen to our games? Are you gonna have to worry about getting into bot matches in Dota? I'm sure they happen. Are you gonna have to worry about bots in Counter-Strike? I know that aimbots are a thing in Counter-Strike, right? Well, what stops, a simple push from aimbots and bots in games to becoming this, right? And that immediately sows doubt and thus will hit their bottom line.
Until some game journalists picked up on no-no words being said in a video game. Valve lets racist bots run amok in their games? The articles write themselves. Sound the alarm. Mere days after these articles came out, Valve took action to quell the bad press. They didn't do anything about the bots, no sir, that would be too much work. They instead muted free-to-plays. These accounts could no longer use text chat, no longer use voice chat,
this is why this is a thing.
For some reason, no longer use in-game voice commands. Now, new players could not access some of the most basic features for play without first paying a fee. They could not call for a medic. They could not call out a spy. It was a laughably pathetic band-aid that Valve slapped on the problem in order to avoid bad publicity.
I feel, yeah, this is a hollow gesture. If anything, this serves as nothing more than to pad their bottom line. Because clearly you have to pay for the right to be able to communicate in a game where you've been able to do this for however long. Oh, but it combated the bots, right? With a report system that apparently on authorities, chat's saying they don't do anything with unless it's an actual ban wave. Valve is literally perpetuating this. They are literally allowing this to happen. Or they did allow this to happen, but they're still allowing the game to be in a subpar state.
And muting free-to-plays didn't even prevent chat spam. It did nothing. Because guess what? It's not that hard to acquire premium TF2 accounts for botting, like buying them for pennies a piece. That video comes later.
Okay.
Muting free-to-plays solved nothing. It only served to harm the real players and earn Valve even more money. Quite a few new players specifically purchased something in-game just so they could have access to these gameplay features. This was a colossal fuck-up, angering thousands of players, and it was all Valve's fault. For 2 more years, the bot crisis would continue totally unabated, with new waves of bots and server crash exploits continuing to render the game unplayable outside of community servers, the few that remained. It seemed like Valve would keep ignoring the problem, and it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. But come 2022, something happened. At some point during that year, a contractor, recently hired to work on Steam Deck-related projects, decided to play Team Fortress 2 with some friends. Thanks to the bots, they couldn't. This pissed them off so much that they asked Valve if they could work on the game part-time. Valve agreed, and starting around the summer of 2022, evidence of this contractor working on TF2's anti-cheat surfaced. Finally, 2 years later, in June of 2024, Valve implemented some kind of system that banned all of the bots. It took this one contractor, and maybe some others helping them here and there, we don't know, 2 years of part-time work to address the bots. Think about that for a moment. This confirms that Valve was perfectly content with doing nothing about the bots, was doing nothing about the bots, and would have continued doing nothing about the bots. And only when a contractor, not even an employee, but a contractor, asked to work on TF2, did Valve finally, graciously allow for something to happen.
This actually makes me look at Valve being, because Valve adopted their first arbitration agreement earlier than other companies I was hearing about, right? Like when Epic was saying, hey, or Epic and Discord, we're getting into their forced arbitration agreements. Valve was getting out of theirs. So Valve was an early adopter in forced arbitration agreements. This makes me view Valve in a completely different light.
If one guy working part-time fixed this in 2 years, imagine how much faster bots could have been addressed if they started on day 1 with more than one person. Not only that, all of the cheats in bot hosting software were open source, a mere Google search away. Valve could have rained holy hellfire down on these subhumans, but they didn't even lift a finger. This was all Valve was willing to do. Let one person work on one of their most beloved games part-time, and not just to put hats in loot boxes, but to fix the biggest catastrophe that any game could face. That's how little Valve cares about Team Fortress 2. And hey, what great timing on that bot fix. Around summer of 2022, Valve started working full bore on Deadlock, otherwise known as Neon Prime. Valve saw what was coming. If they were going to release a brand new team-based shooter, while their current one was unplayable, there would be hell to pay. This was likely why Valve let that contractor work on TF2 in the first place. And oh, what a coincidence. Not too long after Valve started closed testing of Deadlock, with leaks slowly entering the public sphere, Valve pushed out the fix for bots. And I don't believe in coincidences. Valve isn't stupid. After almost 8 years, the bots were finally gone, and after a week or so of fanfare, it's like it never happened. Valve was right back in everyone's good graces. No TF2 player, and I mean none, should ever forget this. No. Never let it slip your mind that after Valve failed to turn TF2 into their third big esport, another multi-billion-dollar money printer, after they broke their game, they willfully neglected Team Fortress 2 for years, driving it to near death. And
I don't understand how the new Counter-Strike just tells us so many players with the security issue. Like that, and that's the thing, right? Like, we as gamers are so quick to forgive things, and it boggles me. So here's the thing: maybe it's because I'm a boomer, maybe it's because I come from a different mentality. I don't know, dude. Like, was having the conversation recently about someone was defending Ready or Not, right? And they brought, it was a good faith argument, and they brought to the table, like, had to have this conversation this week, Ready or Not had to get censored because of X, Y, and Z reasons. It's very minimalistic. The person in oh my god, what is it? Twisted Nerve is no longer convulsing; they're just sleeping. Some nudity's been covered up, right? Like, and if they didn't move to console, the game would be done by the end of this year, right? Like, it was a good faith discussion. To which I posit, look, at the end of the day, as an alpha backer, it feels like they reneged on their principles by bending and catering to censorship, as well as, pushing the game into full release and then just selling DLC bundles, which I was under the impression they weren't going to do, right? So both of us have valid ways of going about this, but there's a number of players who talk about Helldivers and how, we just forget that the whole double nerf situation happened. And, they learned from this, right? Arrowhead learned from this, and it's not going to forgive him for that. I will go play other games, right? If you play it, if you forgive him, that's fine. That's your own business, right? The moment a company or someone does something to a point where I have to shelve their product, they need to prove that they have changed. It's not as simple as doing an update. It's not as simple as doing half measures like Helldivers. It's still banned in, X amount of countries, right? It's a very small single digit, like North Korea, China, or something like that. Like things that like people go, okay, that's pretty reasonable. No, you did the action. You get to fix this. If you don't fix this, that's a problem. It's why I'm so harsh on Nintendo. You sold me a premium $450 console with the understanding that your games will be $80 because you believe in them, and variable pricing's your backup option. Why are you not providing a premium experience? It's almost like you're not following through. Apex Legends, right? Did Apex Legends not have a giant like hack or something during like a national qualifier or national championship, right? And people just forget that happened and still continue to play Apex and don't worry about security. This happened to TF2. This is going to happen to Dota. We've already had Counter-Strike 2, right? I will not install the game. I think I installed it once, and then I heard that there were security issues, and I'm just like, nope, I'm not streaming this. I'm not touching this. And and that's the thing, the moment I get a whiff about security issues in TF2, I will have to uninstall it. Like, I like the game. I'm enjoying doing community nights. But, oh my, this is wild that Valve is allowing stuff like this to happen.
Likely would have kept doing so if they weren't going to push out a new game. All the while, the only consistent work that Valve performed on Team Fortress 2 was taking content they didn't even make and throw it into loot boxes 3 times a year. They more than happily kept taking money from the players, earning tens of millions from microtransactions, knowing full well that their game, the product being offered as playable, was in the most literal sense unplayable.
What were you upset about earlier? I don't know. I don't remember.
And for those who doubt how much money TF2 earned during the bot crisis, Steam's Best of the Year compares games by how much money they earn, ordered by gross revenue. From 2020 to 2023, arguably the worst years of the bot crisis, TF2 consistently placed in silver tier. It was standing toe-to-toe with other multi-million-dollar games. Valve's neglect was a disgraceful, pathetic display that borders on criminal. This should be embedded deeply as a permanent stain, an ugly scar on their reputation. If any other game developer did this as publicly and shamelessly as Valve did, they would have been destroyed.
Imagine if Call of Duty did this. Imagine if this was Battlefield 2042. Imagine how that company would have their reputation irrevocably scarred.
The only reason why Valve gets a pass, the only reason why they're never held to the same standards, is because they made Half-Life. They made really good games 20 years ago. Gabe Newell is Santa Claus, and the toys are summer sales and gambling. Valve is not the same company that it was 20 years ago. Valve is not your friend. They take you, all of you, for granted. They do not care about their customers. They do not care about their players. They do not listen to their players. Their reluctantly offered shreds of communication are hollow, and always have been.
You want precedent as to Valve's current business practices? A California court ordered Valve to disclose that you are not purchasing a product. I have been very critical. Look, back in my day, right? I had that copy, Code Veronica X on the GameCube I was talking about earlier. I bought that yesterday. $180. I bought it yesterday. I own the physical game, right? If I go and buy, well, I have it, right? Anything in my Steam library right now, right? So if I pull up my Steam library, I own none of this. These are all licenses to access a product for the duration of whoever gets to decide that, whether that's Steam, Valve, right? Whether that's EA pulling support. Because if I remember correctly, Titanfall 1 was on PC. It's no longer on PC. I think they pulled that. Yeah, like this is one of those things where this aligns with reservations I've had against Valve for a hot minute. 2 years before this ban wave is the TF community. We hear you, love this game, as and know you do too. We see this how large this has become. We're working to improve things. To me, this just reads as hollow PR. Like this reads as hollow PR and nothing. This is a nothing burger for me. I am more into actions. It's why Helldivers, oh, we'll fix the game. Well, we reverse most of the countries. Countries are still in there. I don't reward half measures personally. I'll go play other games. Have fun, right? Their actions lost me as a player, and you can disagree with that. That you're allowed to. That's your ability, right? You're right as a functional adult. If you play Helldivers 2, don't feel bad about it. I have my own reservations, and the way that I personally operate, okay, a couple bad decisions, whatever, it's fine. Just don't do it again. But the moment you fuck me, the moment you turn and do a 180, no, we're done. We are absolutely done. And I will absolutely uninstall you. I will blacklist you, and I will not return to your product. Don't fuck me. I think a lot of us have the same exact thought process, and we need to make sure that if we have a situation like that, and oh, well, we have a new update, you know, and come think about us, right? Like, just because a game has an update doesn't mean that they've changed. If anything, some updates can be, like the bot ban, right? Can be because they're trying to save face. They're trying not to look bad. And that's what we need to remember. There's a lot of cautionary tales here.
Do not forget that.
No, do not. 100%. Open 100 more cases. Now you're right. My bad. I'm going to
go. Well, I'll tell you this. Regarding the matchmaking system, I actually think that it's helped a lot with TF2, and I like it a lot. And
you like the matchmaking system?
Yeah. I think that quick play definitely has a lot of like nostalgia goggles for a lot of people. I think that a lot of people.
And in the whole silly versus serious, casual versus competitive, friendly versus tryhard, who do you cater to debate, I say 100% that we should be working to make Team Fortress 2 a more competitively focused game. I fully believe that the future of this game is in its viability as a competitive sport. Esport, whatever. This game is too good to be treated like another Garry's mod, and deserves to be treated like Counter-Strike. To all of you who feel like TF2 is being taken over by the people on this side of the scale, they literally cannot take what you like about the game away from you, and you don't need to act like they are.
I actually played on private servers where people did book readings and kind of made this whole social thing about it. And then they added this competitive structure to it. That whole, you're going to go for this match, and then it's over, and then it's going to go away, and you got to go queue up again. That just really killed the game for me. And I think about that a lot. I think about that as such a big misstep. I wish they could roll that back. Please, if you're listening, roll that back. It's that knowing, like, everyone wants to be the big competitive game. Everyone wants to be the game that, like, it's Counter-Strike, right? Counter-Strike.
Nowadays, everyone wants to be Fortnite.
Absolutely. It's about, Counter-Strike isn't about grinding out, leveling up, or anything like that, right? Counter-Strike is about the matches, the play, and all of that. And it does that really well. But TF2 isn't about that. And making it about that just killed that game.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, you got to ask yourself, what's the cause of these problems? Because bad updates, poor balancing decisions, it's not just isolated to the Meet Your Match update. This has been happening for years. And in my opinion, and the opinion of I think most people, it really comes down to communication. Outside the fact that Valve don't really seem to understand the game that they're messing with, Valve's only communication with the TF2 community seems to focus entirely on competitive players. People like Banny, Xtine, Slin are, aside from the few SFM artists, the few people who have been given real personal one-on-one meetings with the TF2 team. But there's a problem. The way that they see TF2 is just not the way that the vast majority of TF2 players see the game. Right now, Valve's only real insight into the TF2 community comes from a competitive perspective, and the reality is, this is only an absolutely minuscule portion of the TF2 player base. Changes like removing Valve servers, buffing the Phlogistinator, nerfing the Bison, and claiming that it being able to penetrate enemies was a glitch, even though it's been on the tip screen for like 8 years now. These are all things that show Valve understands absolutely nothing about their game or the wants of the vast majority of people that play it.
Dude, not everyone wants to play comp. And like, so here's the thing, especially if your channel is geared towards hype, like let's say Uncle Dane. I know next to nothing about him, right? So I have yet to watch his content. Kind of basing this off of what I've seen from, you know, like Lazy Purple and Soundsmith, right? Like, there is a vested interest in TF2. There is a vested interest, from what I understand, of this is what's competitive. This is how you play the game properly. This is how you play the game appropriately. This is best practice. So yeah, from a caricature standpoint, you know, yeah, there is a vested interest in appealing to the competitive player, right? Me, what I do, I don't have any caricature. I mean, you see what you get, right? I'm a dingus on the internet. I try to be as reasonable and rational as I can. And like even in games I've played, like sure, there's meta things, right? Absolutely, in anything, right? You know, certain handguns will do just more damage in certain games, like Resident Evil, Silent Hill 4, right? The axe is kind of the meta weapon because it's kind of strong for what it does and its swing speed. It's not as, you know, heavy hitting as the pickaxe of despair, but it meets that nice middle ground, and it's a very good weapon. So going to things like Pokemon, right? You don't want everything being Ubers and OU status. You don't want to go into every single game seeing, you know, Zacian, Kyogre, Miraidon, Koraidon, right? Like, sometimes you just want to show up with an Ariados or like a Tailwind, Pelipper, and a Pachirisu, right? Like, but that's not meta, and people, you know, get mad at you for that. And it's like, but why? Play the game the way you want to play. If we cried about meta, the videos of beating Dark Souls 1 or Dark Souls 3 all level 1 or beating whatever without walking, right? Those wouldn't be a thing. But clearly they are a thing, and people like to watch how other people play games. So the competitive space, the metagame sweat status, it warps perception. And because you do go for most optimal. You do go for the most efficient, and that's fine. But sometimes you just have to say that's not all there is. You can't work every second of every day of your life. I've tried this. It sucks. I can't do it. Like, at a certain point, you have to rest. You have to stop. You have to go do something else. And even then, if you only play competitive TF2, you are starving yourself of opportunities learning from other games, even if you just use them to apply back into TF2. Learn how Halo 3 works and how rotating through spawn points work, right? Having that initial team fight, getting your enemy team off spawn, staggered, and then rotating through, right? Learn what you can from other games and then apply it to what you've done. There's so much more that you can gain from non-meta and non-competitive formats than you can from the competitive. Because once you know what the competitive is, right? Like, what was the competitive comp earlier? 2 scouts, 2 soldiers, a medic, and a demo or something like that? Cool. Congrats. You've solved it. That's how you play. And and yes, it's going to be a test of your skill, a test of your reflexes, right? To figure out who's the better player there. But you're closing yourself off to what happens if you run a triple pyro all backburner comp. That way you're tri-pointing, heavies or tri-pointing people like you would in 40k. Because as it turns out, if you and another pyro flank with the backburner, that's 100% backburner uptime, right? Is it meta? No, it's a shit post, but it's fun. You get to learn different things, why it works, why it doesn't work, how that applies into a metasphere, how that doesn't apply into a metasphere, right? It's like learning the meta puts you in a specific box. This is how you play optimally. This is how you play efficiently. And it will only take you so far unless you supplement it with other things.
Once upon a time, competitive TF2 community complained for like 4 years in a row, maybe 5, that they wanted competitive matchmaking. And I'm, okay, sure, I'm there with you. We had TF2 lobbies, and maybe you want like official support. I can respect that, I guess. And then it finally came out and was one of the worst updates ever.
Yeah.
Because it removed community servers or whatever the fuck it did on launch. And then they all always begged me to make videos about competitive TF2. And then whenever I did, they had 10% the views of their normal videos I would make.
Loudest minority.
And then when I played competitive with those players, like in open or like in ESEA, they would all only go to kill me and shit talk me.
Oh, 100%. See, this is also a thing I've learned when doing content, is that sometimes people will want you to do a thing, but if you do the thing and it gets like 10% of the viewership, sometimes you just have to cut your losses. Sometimes you, want to finish out a product or you want to do a thing, right? Like this is one of those uploads. It is so niche in what it is. And we're going on 7 hours reacting to this video, reacting to a 4-hour video. It's going to get like 200 views. That's fine. I, at that point, have done this as I wanted to look into this. I want to look at Team Fortress 2, both the good and the bad and the neutral, and make my own educated decision on it, right? Like, that's why I'm here. But if I react to something, I don't know, say I react to a You Laugh, You Lose series, and it gets like 400 views every video. And yeah, some people are going to love it, absolutely. But if I look at that and go, well, I kind of want to go do some other stuff. I kind of want to react to more horror videos, and the horror videos consistently get like 2K views. It's just business at that point. Like, it sucks. Don't get me wrong. As someone who's a people pleaser too, it sucks when people expect things of you, and I try really hard to do what I physically can. But sometimes I look at React recommendations, and I go like, yeah, that's not going to get views, or that's not going to sell. Like, So it's just one of those things where, like, you also have to make your own executive decisions, right? Like, and this feels like, is this necessarily a community? At least the people he is describing right now, right? How do you respond to that? If the viewership you get in covering it is fractional to what you normally get? Because remember, as a YouTuber, you're a business, right? And I think that's where it gets misconstrued in terms of making profit is fine. All the profit, line go up quarter over quarter over quarter, right? That's where we get into a problem. So making money is fine. You need to pay the bills. You need to go get your funny burger, right? You know, you need to go get your questionable bread, TF2 branded, right? But like, and when you get into game, they just clown on you. Does that sound like people you want to associate with? And once again, maybe I'm biased because I did come from L5R. I came from people who were very well thought out, who kind of had their life together, you know, who were able to sit down and play a card game that was more complex than anything on the market today, right? And maybe I'm spoiled in that regard. But if I did a community night and it just turned into everybody just clowning on me, probably not going to do that again, right? And that's kind of like common sense, right? So I like what he brings up here. I think what he says makes sense.
And then we won open and they all said I got carried, and then I won Highlander and they were like, fuck you. Fuck the competitive players.
Yeah, I can respect that.
There was, once upon a time, I like thought they were all awesome and respected all of them. Was like, dude, competitive players, it's so awesome. You're playing like the highest level of the game. That's crazy. You guys are awesome. Respect that.
Mm-hmm.
And then
never meet your heroes.
Then I realized that they had no souls.
Mm-hmm. I think that there's something to be said for respecting people who play the game at a high enough level. And that's fine, but also being able to like rationalize a few things, time spent into the game, if they're a genuine person or not, their behaviors, etc. Right?
I look like an old man. Ugh. It was a mistake to shave my face. How do you end these? I don't know how to end these things. I've been working on this video for the greater part of the past year, longer than that at this point, and I just figured we'll have a little heart-to-heart as a way to end this.
I love the figures in the background.
I got some notes to my left side just to keep me on track, but
they're under my head.
For the most part, this is off the cuff. For many of you that started playing TF2 over the past, 6, 7, 8 years, this ugly, abhorrent neglect is all you've ever known. For many of you, this is fine, then this is normal, and nothing is wrong. Hopefully now, after watching this video, you understand that this is not fine. That Valve willingly broke Team Fortress 2 over 8 years ago, And then they just left it that way. Nothing has changed. Hopefully now, after watching this, people will start just demanding for Valve to do better, start holding them accountable for their actions. For once, it's such a simple thing to do, and it never ceases to amaze me. It always blows my mind. Just how exceptionally lucky Valve is, and how tremendously spoiled they are to be in the position they're in. They have this brutally loyal fan base that will defend every action they do, and that just enables them to get away with murder. These people will throw themselves at Valve's feet, kiss the very dirt they walk on when they give the slightest, tiniest shreds of attention to anything other than Steam. And you know why they do this? Because Valve is a product and service company that made really good games 20 years ago. Valve can do no wrong. Hey, they give us a summer sale. They gave us, good games cheap. They give us, they have certain morals and standards they abide by. No AI, no ads in video games, all well and good. It builds this wonderful facade of a reputation. But if you just look a bit more deeply for more than 5 minutes, and they have a history of egregiously mishandling their games, TF2, Counter-Strike, but we just sweep that under the rug. We just ignore that.
No, absolutely.
We got a summer sale coming up. We got our spring sale coming up. We got gambling. Gabe Newell is this wonderful man. He is the face of the company, and not their actions. Yeah, just demanding for Valve to do better is a very, very easy thing to do. And in the case of Team Fortress 2, why does the buck stop at bots?
I wonder if it's going to be a Walmart situation. Because remember when the owner passed away? The founder, was it Sam Walton? And then I think it was his children who took over, or there was a shift after Sam Walton passed away. And people definitely talked about how the company felt like it changed. So if Gavin leaves, retires, passes away, etc., I wonder if people would be willing to change their tune on Valve. I wonder if Gavin is still affiliated with the company, because as far as I'm aware, it's his company, right? But when he's not there, I wonder if the situation changes.
Removing the bots is the bare minimum. Not even the bare
absolutely.
Minimum.
It's correct.
That's not even fixing the game.
That's maintenance.
That's just scraping off the excrement that was squirted on top of it. Right? Not that it seems to be working anymore either, because bots are slowly making their way back into the game based on recent months of reports. Awesome. So whatever Valve did seems to slowly be breaking down. Great. Are they going to ever fix that? Are they going to update that?
Probably not.
Probably not. It's Valve after all, and given their history with handling this game, I don't trust them to do anything.
Yeah.
They've lost my trust, and they've lost my respect.
I trust Valve to take my money and provide me licenses for games. That is as far as I trust them.
They lost it years ago, and they're never going to get it back. And just, I'm done. I'm done pretending that any part of TF2's current state is somehow okay. I'm done pretending that any part of TF2's current situation and any part of Valve's treatment of the game over the past decade comes from this place of integrity and genuine care for the game. It doesn't. Valve does not care about their games. They don't care about their consumers. They care about this. And I'm so done pretending that any part of TF2's current state is somehow healthy for its longevity. Longevity that Valve clearly wants. Pretending that Valve's treatment is a good thing, that TF2's current state is a good thing, is this monstrous, ahistoric distortion of reality far more extreme than what the most rose-tinted pair of glasses could ever hope to provide. Remember, right? Valve is a multi-billion-dollar company. Billion with a B. They earn tens of millions of dollars off of TF2's microtransactions every single year. TF2 is offered as a playable, currently active product that Valve profits from. So, there is no reason, no excuse, none to stop asking for improvements, for better treatment, until Valve tells us that there will be none.
Imagine, if you will, Call of Duty Warzone, you have to buy a ticket to get any rewards at the end of it. You could play for free, absolutely. But unless you have your Warframe ticket, your Warframe buckaroonie, right? Buccarinos, you will not get a reward at the end of Warzone when you finish the match. Or Tarkov, you don't get to extract with your gear. Any extraction shoot, you don't get to extract with your gear unless, right? Unless you paid a ticket for that. Right? We're saying, no, that's dumb. Is that not man versus machine? Are you not told to man up and not do the bot boot camp mode and to pay for tickets for tours? Right? Now, that's actually one of those I'm actually surprised didn't get mentioned in this in regards to precedent for Valve's business behaviors, but I think that's a big one. Look, I pay for man versus machine tickets. I've done community nights on them. I'll still do community nights on them as long as, I can keep a steady supply of them going, right? I enjoy it. I enjoy coming out, and people seem to enjoy coming out doing man versus machine, right? Like, you're paying for the experience, but once again, I am shocked that companies like EA and Ubisoft and Activision have not implemented a man versus machine style gimmick. Pay during the bot crisis to call for a medic. No way. That's awful.
And how do you do that? You just talk. You can talk about a game's problems. It's okay.
Weird.
To complain. It's never complaining for the sake of complaining. My God, it's okay to complain about the thorn that's been, the knife, not the thorn, the fucking Bowie knife that's been shoved into your side and twisted for years. You can acknowledge that. It's okay. Fuck.
Weird. This right here, all of that. Right there. Clip that. When somebody says, why are you complaining? Or why are you whining? Or Lamau, just get good. Like, oh, game's not that bad. Right? That right there. I respect this man. He gets it.
Like, nothing ever gets done until you say what the problem is. Jesus Christ. And it's like, it's been so long. So many people have cycled out of this game that we forgot that we have this blade shoved in between our ribs, right?
Yeah.
Time to pull it out, yank off that Band-Aid, and go, hey, Valve, you left this here, right?
Uh-huh.
Enough of this shit, man. Just talk. It's perfectly within your right as the consumer to express your disdain for the company's mismanagement.
It is.
And it's not hard. You just talk like I'm doing right now. The most disgusting thing about all of this, right? It's not just Valve's mishandling, and Valve's mistreatment is awful, don't get me wrong, but it's just how so many people give it a pass. How so many people just turn the blind eye, like, oh, Valve is this wonderful company. We love you, Valve. You do so much stuff for us. Oh, you gave us a little seal and you gave us all these cool hats. So we love you, Valve. And enough pretending that they're your friend.
This is the World of Warcraft effect, right? Oh, Burning Crusade was good. We had the funny Portal event. I never did this. I looked at a little bit of WoW history. Lich King was gas, right? Okay, but how's Dragonflight? How's was it War Within, whatever the newest one was, right? And literally, people will buy the expansion. They'll come back. They'll do the MSQ. They'll get their PvE gear up. They'll get their PvP gear up if they want to do PvP, and then they just go. You know what? That was cool. Expansion was mid. I'll come back next expansion. See ya, right? And then they'll unsub, and they'll do the same thing every expansion. It's the Destiny effect for a lot of people, where some people come back for the expansion. They'll see expansion drop. They'll do the main story. They will see what the grind is like, and then the grind determines if they stick around or not. Whether they wait around for the strike, the new dungeon, the raid. That's just the loop. I understand WoW players from understanding Destiny and seeing other people play Destiny. Pokemon games, I have a bit of a bias towards that. Because I play hundreds, if not thousands of hours on those because I grind for actual comp Pokemon. That's a little different. At least for me specifically. But no, he's correct. He's absolutely correct in a lot of this. And it makes me even more frustrated that seeing someone literally come to the conclusion of just talk about things. How many reactions have I said, just talk about things? Just communicate. Talk like adults, right? Got demonetized because of an Always Sunny in Philadelphia bit. absolutely just infuriates me because this is good work. And I know for a fact this is going to be a video that he's probably still getting shit over this video, which is so dumb to me because you're allowed to have an opinion. Dude's clearly frustrated. So many TF2 players are clearly frustrated. It's okay to be frustrated. But it's not okay to be frustrated because you're clearly just a hater and a grifter. Ah, dude. Communication breakdown is real.
Of pretending that they care. Look what that's got us. Look where that got us. A fucking middle school textbook full of players' names hand-delivered to Valve's offices by a bunch of YouTubers. Like, oh wow, look, they took the YouTubers into their home. It's where they made the game. Look, it's Robin Walker. Look, it's Dave Riller. These guys are great. We got them on a fucking live stream where they talked about games. They don't care about you. They don't care about the game. They don't care about their consumers. They care about this. You are a number on a page in their checkbook balance that they account for every year. You are nothing more than that.
Yeah.
So just keep spending money on the game. It's totally fine. Won't have any impact on how they treat their products, right?
He's correct.
Like you're not allowed to get emotional about these things, right? Like you're not allowed to get emotional about a video game or a piece of media or what have you, because people immediately insult you and attack you and lambast you. Like, oh, he's crying over a fucking video game or he's crying over a piece of media. But like, it's so much beyond that. It's so like TF2 has touched millions of people's hearts. It's brought so much irreplaceable joy over the years, and to just let that wither and rot at the hands of the company that's in charge of the game, and then to pretend that it's fine, to pretend that this is okay, and just to be happy with it, like, oh, who cares? Who just be happy Valve is even acknowledging this game anymore. Oh my god. And
that is an actual abusive relationship.
Imagine if that argument was used with any other game company offering any other game that is just as old as Team Fortress 2. They wouldn't get away with it.
No, they would not. That's just objective fact.
If there's no improvements for Team Fortress 2, like if this just continues as it has been, TF2 will go down in history as the most egregiously mishandled game of all time. Which it is.
I'm a little mixed on that one, but I can see where he's coming from, though. Like, he's brought points. He's brought supporting arguments to this. Like, that, and that's the big one, is, like, he's literally brought receipts. He literally went through all of this. He went through all of this. He showcased receipts. He showcased how the updates progressed, right? Like, this is how you have an argument. At least a, like, you know, like an actual, this is my point of view. This is how I showed this. I showed my work. This is how I got to my point of view. And, you know, this is my conclusion on it. Literally how I structure some of the stuff I do, all but in a less, you know, constructed manner, right? Blows my mind. And that's the thing, right? So, when we talk about, the r/TF2 makes a containment thread, I feel that's a little sad. Like, so, on one hand, if this was being used to attack the TF2 fan base or attack players, I agree. Like, okay, no, let's not, right? But this isn't an attack. I would argue this is a call to action. This is a CTA in a capacity, right? But like, what's the CTA? The CTA to actually start having conversations? This soundtrack's a banger. Like, really? To have conversations to talk about when things are not okay, because it's okay for things to not be okay, to learn the lessons of the past, to make sure stuff doesn't repeat in the future? Just making sure we're on the same page there. And that's the thing, right? I mean, me reacting to this is definitely going to be divisive in its own right. But to be fair, at this point, I'm so sick of what I do being divisive, even when I try to be as reserved and, you know, pretty in the middle of the road as I can. I don't force myself to be in the middle of the road, right? I just happen to kind of just, like, I want to look at all sides of the situation, right? We've looked at some great TF2 content, and it's gotten me to play the game. But it's also fair to acknowledge the shortcomings and the flaws the game has, and acknowledge the history, where it has been, where it could be, and where it probably won't be, in a state where a lot of people will be happy about it. It's like even on what I do, right? It's frustrating to still have people comment months after a video has gone live right? And it's like, well, you're pausing way too much. And you know what? Honestly, like at this point, fuck off. You clicked on a reaction that says more about you and the content you're expecting than it does me. Like I'm done being polite about it. It's why I've had to just step back from YouTube comments. It is just but that's enough about like me and that. Like this is horrible. Like, I never got to experience TF2 in its prime, not really. Like, this is sad to watch this fall from grace. And the fact that this game is still more stable and better than a lot of, if not most, modern AAA, quadruple A games right now. The bar is the floor. Worst one was good or remove what was good. Exactly. Like, you can tell how frustrated people are. You can tell why people leave. Why people have left this game and never come back. Like, people commenting earlier about how bots ruined it. They took something that was fun, and I think that's where TF2 does have a chance to shine with community servers in the future, right? Especially when people do finally get sick of the comp, people do finally get sick of the MLG, right? This is a banger outro, by the way. Like, people will be looking for an experience that is casual and fun, and to make those connections again at some point. And it'll be up to TF2 whether they want to help facilitate that and have an outlet for that, or if they're going to stick to their proverbial guns, and if they're going to, you know, drag TF2 to its grave. So that is yet to be determined. Hopefully Valve can learn from this. And honestly, look, I think this was a very well-constructed video. I thought that this, or I would not have spent literally 7 hours reacting to this, right? Like, I thought this was good. I thought this was put together very well. I thought that this was put together with, you know, objective facts and research, as well as bias. You could, argue this piece is biased. I'm biased. Chat member, you're biased. YouTube commenter, you're biased. There's nothing wrong with being biased, right? Being biased is liking chocolate ice cream over vanilla ice cream, and not liking mint ice cream. But then you saying, well, mint ice cream is pretty based, but, you know, I don't really like chocolate ice cream, but vanilla's kind of okay, right? Wow, it's almost like we have our own biases, and we communicate with each other like adults and handle it like adults and don't vilify each other for just such trivial things. Yes, absolutely. There are things to get divisive over, none of which I will mention here, right? Like, we're all biased. That's it. You've said it. You said it, dear chat member. Welcome. Like, that bias is human. It's fine. It's what we do with those biases. And I think so many people have been conditioned to just, everything against you is either someone screaming or screeching at you, and they're trying to tear you down, and it's an attack on you. Bro, people just want to play TF2. People don't want to get shoved what is an objectively subpar experience. Because, like, going into quick play and having to wait 30 to 40 seconds to find a quick play match, and then watching a quick play lobby literally on stream last night, which will be a VOD. It's going to be the Summer Games one, or the Summer Update one when it comes out. Like, literally watching the lobby deteriorate into a 2v2 and a 1v2. Like, and we were all good sports about it. Dude was a good sport for hanging in there on the 1v2, right? Dude was super legit. Hopped in the stream, like I said. Like, there are issues. And every game has issues. It will have issues. But you can't ignore... You can't just objectively ignore facts. So you can't do that. Hence why I chose to react to this. I'll still play TF2, so long as TF2 doesn't, you know, F me over, right? Like, as long as it remains a game that is in a playable state and the community wants to play and I can hop on community servers, absolutely. 100% into it. I'm enjoying it. A lot of people are enjoying it, and that's really what matters. But I'm someone who chooses to acknowledge the good, the heights, someone who also chooses to acknowledge the bads, the low points, to understand that people really were struggling during the bot crisis. And then the neutral of, well, I mean, honestly, the UI kind of sucks. It could be better, but it functions. It railroads people in with the big green play now button. But at the end of the day, this is a Dingus's ravings on TF2. I enjoyed this. I want to go ahead and thank the original uploader. I want to go thank Zesty Jesus for honestly an amazing video. It was very well presented. It was cohesive. It was coherent. Yes, bias did show, but that's fine. It's no different than however many political channels you have out there, right? I thought it was good. I thought it was great. But come to your own educated conclusion. That's part of being human. That's part of being an adult. Do your research. Come to your own educated conclusion and figure out where you stand on it. And at the end of the day, just be able to justify where you stand and why. Thank you, everybody, for watching. I really do appreciate this. This concludes the longest reaction I have ever done. I'm going to probably not make a habit of this unless this somehow blows up and gets however many views. I'm expecting it's going to get like 200 views. Then I'll be fine. This was more of a passion upload anyways. This is the longest reaction I've ever done. And I will see you all in the next one.